Okay. All right, and we live. Yeah. Yo, yo, yo. All right, everybody. What's crack-a-lackin'? This is your host. Yes, Boutique. It's election night, everybody, and it's going down. And sorry, just have a so situated here. Welcome. Yeah, one person show over here, but not for long, everybody, because we're gonna have a lot of fun. It is the night of nights, the night we've all been waiting for forever, and it's about to go down. So yeah, it's Boutique. If you don't know, if you're new to the show, don't worry about it. You are clear. This is Progressives Abroad, the greatest progressive abroad show. I think the only one out there. No, there's a couple more out there, but haven't heard from them yet. Anyways, I'm here live from Oslo, Norway, here on election night, and it's going down. And hey, I mean, the election's not even over yet. I guess you're probably waiting in line right now if you're watching this back, or maybe you're unemployed and you're sitting at home right now, or maybe you're just not working, or maybe you are abroad and you are, just hanging loose right now. And we're gonna have lots of friends and funny faces that you've probably never seen before, because the podcast has been pretty much audio for the past 15 episodes. But hey, I'd like to thank everybody who has been tuning in. It's been pretty amazing. We've been going for the whole year pretty much, and yeah, I must say, we're up to almost, I think this is gonna be about our 30th episode right here, right now, and yeah, I mean, the goal is just to keep on rolling. So thanks a lot. All right, so what I want everybody is, oh, we still got music. Okay, I want everybody's feedback. Yeah, I'm gonna kill that music. I want everybody. All right, now everybody, now you're gonna hear me getting all the bugs and the kinks worked out here, because this is the long line all night live stream. Everybody, it's going down. Yeah. So I think we got the music down now. We got the voice up. So if you've already missed what I'm saying, thanks for joining me, everybody. This is your host, Boutique. This is the Progressives Abroad podcast. Here we are already. I can't believe it. Who's counting? But we're on episode 30 right now. Wow, that's pretty incredible. I'm here live in Oslo, Norway. I don't know if you heard that. And yeah, if you're listening, please share this wherever you can. Share this with your friends and family. I don't know. I just want to have a little fun. I'm sitting here. I'm bored here on election night. It's a bit weird. I'm kind of reporting from the future right now. Because yeah, I mean, it's 6 hours in the future here right now, from the closest US place we got, which would be like East Coast USA, because we're over here in Oslo, Norway. That's Central European time. So I mean, man, this is getting crazy. This is getting really crazy. I mean, we've been waiting all this time, and I mean, for many of us, we're not really happy with the situation. I'm not gonna lie, I don't want to vote for any of these mofos. This really sucks. We all know this. And there's many people out there. Some of you are gonna vote, some of you not gonna vote. I mean, at the end of the day, if you listen to the show, you know how we feel. In general, it's nobody's fault but the Democratic, or not just the. Not just gonna say the Democratic Party. It's the fault of all of these people who are in charge, really, for not putting up good candidates and giving us this awful choice of pretty much 2, maybe 3, depending on who you're asking, choices, basically. So it's a difficult day. So I'm definitely interested to hear what people out there are thinking about that. Who you're voting for, who you're not voting for, why are we voting? I don't even know. Yeah, I know how I voted. I voted a couple weeks ago already, by fax of all things. Fax. I can't believe it. You still can vote by fax. That's kind of interesting experience. I don't know. I wonder if anybody else out there has voted by fax. Anybody? Anybody voting by fax out there, let me know how that went. There's actually some pretty great online ways you can just vote by fax, which is pretty ancient, really. I didn't even really fax it. I sent it through an online program that faxed it out. But anyways, there's a lot of crazy stuff happening these days. So I am I've been just checking out the news. We've been like surveying the news right now. California undeniably on track to, like record numbers of voting going on. Undeniably on track for voting for Biden. I'm from Florida, so I'm kind of curious how to see how Florida goes. I mean, Florida, man, what's going on? Why? What's the problem? Why we always got to be, acting all crazy like this and voting Republican? I mean, not to say that at this point, Democrat Party is not much better. I mean, it's all pretty corrupt. I'm a pretty big believer that these are all like part of the bank party. If you listen to my show, then you know. But nonetheless, for better or for worse, and I'll probably lose all 3 of my viewers right now by saying this, but yes, I voted for Biden, everybody, and I did it already a couple weeks ago, and I've already revealed this on the show before, and we've had some pretty good discussions about it. I had a really good discussion about it with my good friend, the Bull Moose Progressive, Mr. Lee J, who we just had on the show 2 days ago, and he voted. We had a good, healthy discussion. He voted third party. I voted Biden. I mean, you know what I think it is at this state in the game. I do think, especially if you are in a swing state, very important. Like what I think a lot of people don't understand. Or maybe misinterpreting about this whole thing is that there's not one way to vote in this situation. And, for me, coming from Florida, I say, okay, what can I do with my vote realistically at this point in time? I mean, I'm either going to vote for, there's no chance I'm going to vote for Trump. I really didn't want to vote for Biden. I mean, I remember months ago, back in March or something like that, when Bernie was still in the race, and I remember thinking, man, there's no chance I'm gonna vote for Biden. I remember that whole Super Tuesday massacre happened and everything, and I just thought, there's no chance. But I mean, you gotta have to ask yourself, what is the power of my vote? Collectively it has big power, but what is the power of vote in my state? I mean, my state has a very good chance of swinging towards Trump, and we don't want that to happen. I know some people say, I'm included in this, that, well, maybe we should just let it all burn down, all this kind of stuff. And to a certain extent, I believe that. But you know what? I'm just going to give it a chance. Listen, I have worked I've had to hire a lot of people before at different jobs that I've worked at. I've been in that hiring position before. And we've been in these situations where, hey, it's the middle of the season, you're really busy, somebody is not doing their job properly, and you still need to continue that job, somehow, some way. We got to get through the season, and you got to hire somebody else, and it's not always the best person. And in this case, it really sucks, but we cannot let this go on. So that's the choice that I had to make. Now, if you're in a state that's really safe right now, and you truly do not want to pull that blue crank, then of course vote third party. And in many ways this can be strategically good too, because there is a chance that that will give some more that'll give some more power to the third parties in future elections, maybe help them get some funding. So there's strategic ways to vote. But one thing I'm just think that's really silly right now is this like cannibalization that I see among voters. People kind of eating each other up in a time where it's really not really helping anything. And I'm very suspicious about that, why that's occurring. Because, I mean, we all know, I mean, not all of us don't know what's wrong with the system. And I really do condemn the people that are, I really do condemn the people that are just like, vote blue no matter who. I'm not going to think about this whatsoever, and just do it, I think that we have to think about these things. We have to think about why we are voting. We have to have good reasons for why we are voting. And maybe even if it seems obvious to you, it might be something that somebody else really feels uncomfortable with, you know? And instead of shaming those people, you know, just to get what you want, we know that never works. It's not, or at least it's not a good method. We don't want to bully people. We're trying to get away from a bully right now, right? We don't want to bully some more, you know? So, you know, give your reasons. Why should you do it in this particular situation? And, you know, I think there's arguable reasons, and even more importantly, I think there's strategies to vote. And you know, that's the way we got to think about right now. We got to think about strategically, how can we have our cake and eat it too? So actually, in an alliance, if we want to have our cake and eat it too, and we want to get, you know, big orange doo-doo toilet mouth out of office, which would be great, some of us are gonna have to pull that, you know, anti-Trump lever, however that may look to you, you know. And I mean, remember, no, and some of us live in places where we can vote third party, and that's beneficial. And there you go, we can do it like that. Okay, I'm just gonna check in the chat real quick. I do see maybe some people are trying to get in to the chat. Okay, wait, no, not yet. Okay, because we do got some fantastic guests coming up soon, and I'm really excited to kind of. So I do encourage everybody to share this. If you're watching, share it on your Facebook wall, share it on your Twitter, share wherever you can, man. Because I don't know, I'm just like looking for some fun. I'm just looking to talk to some people. You can call in, you can send me a message, whatever you want. Yeah. Do it. All right, let's see what's going on here. I'm just checking out some of the some of the international news right now. I don't know what kind of news people are listening to out there. I think it's all interesting. You know what I mean? If you want to be worldly, if you want to have a global view of all the different types of opinions out there and angles, whether they are yours or not, it's really good to read all the different news sources. So I know there's going to be a lot of different streams going on tonight, right, left, center, all over the place. And I don't know, it's pretty interesting. Who would have thought that this, 4 years would have gone so fast? This is so crazy. I remember where I was 4 years ago. I was in Italy, and I was like hanging loose down there with my lady, who's right sitting on the couch right now. And we said, "Oh my God, I can't believe that Donald Trump won this." But at the same time, it wasn't that big of a surprise, because I don't know, I was one of the few people back then that I didn't predict, but I felt very nervous. I felt very strongly that Trump was going to win. I can say this. I would have really bet my money that Trump was going to win in the 2016 election. Just a second, we're getting some comments here. Yes, good old Bull Moose Progressives. He's going to be coming in soon. I'm just going to send him a link so he can get up in it. And yeah, sorry everybody. I am only being bad on the microphone because I am very distractible and I'm handling a couple things at one time. So this is always training for me. Yes. Okay, everybody, we're going to get you the Zoom link. Don't you worry. I hear you. Please make sure, if you're watching this right now, even if you're coming on the show, to please share this link on your walls. I know you got multiple ones. Don't play with me now. I know you got that Twitter. I know you got the Facebook, and I don't even know, you might have email or carrier pigeon or smoke signal or whatever. But just share that away, because I'd like to get some. I just it's always been my dream to have a call-in show. That's what I'm kind of trying to start here. I haven't exactly figured out yet how to get the calls in from the phone into the show, but I do know that I can get calls on my phone, and then I can put it up next to the microphone. Or you can, if you're a special guest, you can hop up on the Zoom call. If you really want to get on the Zoom call, just, send me a message. Send me a DM. or a private message in. If there's not, maybe if it's fitting, or if there's not too many people in there, we'll try to keep it democratic and get you up in the Zoom chat. Just don't want to get too many people up in there because then I get bah. But yeah, so it's a crazy. So yeah, like I was saying, I'm just telling these stories right now just to hopefully keep people that are waiting in line entertained, or if you're sitting home and just keep you entertained and a little bit. So please send me a message if you want to interact, yo. So yeah, so anyway, so yeah, like I was saying, I would have bet money. I didn't have much money at the time. I don't have much money now, but I had even less money then. I mean, I have like no money now, and I had like negative no money then. But I would have bet my money that Trump was going to win last time. This time, I'm not so sure. This is interesting. Yeah, I'm not so sure. I thought up until coronavirus, Trump had it in the bag. Unless he was going to, challenge Bernie Sanders. And I thought, Bernie Sanders would wipe the floor of Trump. Because we got to remember, a greater portion of the population would vote for Bernie Sanders than would have voted probably for these two candidates combined. And there's a lot of data out there to like back that up. But, the DNC screwed over Bernie Sanders, and that left the door open for Trump. And I was like, that's it. Trump's going to go up in there, boom, 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 and like just, beat up the Biden, beat up the Buttigieg, beat up whoever they were going to, sneak in there. And, but then coronavirus came, and I mean, it's been pretty nasty. I mean, to say the least, it's been a freaking disaster. So, I mean, now I think, God, I mean, but it's always this way with Trump. It's always this way with Trump. It's like, oh, he did it now. He said, grab him by the pussy. Oh, that's over. Oh, he said he's going to build a wall. This guy is crazy. That's it. It's over. Oh, man, those sound like little jokes, little Christmas treats in the stocking now compared to, all the crap we've had to deal with. But, what can I say? The Democrats have done nothing to entice people to vote for Joe Biden, other than the fact that he is not Donald Trump. So, he put everybody between a rock and a hard place. They grabbed everybody by the whatever. And they got us by the cojones. And yeah, I mean, hey, look at this is the situation that we're in. So, like I say, if no matter who loses, they're all a bunch of losers. You know what I mean? But I mean, I would prefer that Trump does not. I mean, we need to. I think personally that we need to get Trump out of office, just because he is like. Not only is he a shitty politician, because they're all shitty politicians. Biden is a shitty politician. Hillary was a shitty politician. Trump is a shitty politician. Plus, he is like an immediate cultural threat, and I can say that because you can see out here. Maybe I'll try to. Maybe I can. I don't know if I can bring it up, but this whole concept of like the Trump train. And like what we saw yesterday, or what was it, 2 days ago, where these all these trucks are like following the Biden campaign around. Well, hey, that's not just in Texas, and that's not just in the United States. That's all around the world. We saw the same thing happening in Lithuania over here. I bet a lot of people out there don't even know where Lithuania is. Have you ever heard of Lithuania? Anybody? Yeah, Lithuania, the largest of the Baltic countries over there, kind of blocking Europe from Russia right now. Yeah, so over there in Lithuania, massive Trump train. They even had Trump's name on the side of the fortress in the old city of Vilnius, the capital city over there. So I mean, Trump is like spread everywhere. Fascism is on the rise everywhere. So I mean, again, we have to pick and choose. There's a lot of vote shaming going on everywhere. It's like, dude, fuck y'all. Seriously, fuck y'all. Like, vote for who you want to vote for, because all of our choices are shitty right now. But why you got to go around and be beefing with everybody all the time? I think it's whatever. It just kind of doesn't accomplish anything. Now, if you make people think, because one thing I like to make people think. I mean, there are very legitimate reasons why we don't need to vote for any of these people. You know what I mean? And there's legitimate reasons why we should. You know, so do what feels right, but do it with like a well-founded and honest analysis of your decision making rather than just like getting sucked up into like one bullshit tornado or another. You know what I'm saying? Okay, everybody. Whew, take a little breather for a second. I'm gonna check out got some comments up in here. Yeah, here we go. Got some comments in the audience now. Oh yeah, okay, coming out there from Indrebi. That's an interesting name. A vote is not a Valentine. You aren't confessing your love for the candidate. It's a chess move in the world you want to live in. Yeah, that's it's a quote. It's a quote from Victoria Eriksson. Yeah, that's a cool quote. I like that. Voting is not a Valentine. You aren't confessing your love for the candidate. It's a chess move in the world you want to live in. Yeah, I mean, I'm with that. Like, I mean, here's the thing, everybody. Like, this vote is important, okay? You got to ask yourself, who do you want to hear about on the news for the next 4 years? Who do you want to fight against? You know what I mean? Who do you want to be fighting against? So, I mean, there's a lot of different theories out there. I am, I can only support my own reasoning and my own logic, but I do think about this stuff a lot. And, I think, okay, imagine a next 4 years of Trump. It's going to be like Democrats are going to be like, wah, 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 all day long. Like, they're going to come up with some other kind of Russiagate type scandal, some bullshit that they're going to keep us riding on for another, 4 years. And then they're going to bring in another crappy Biden, Clinton, blah, 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 like candidate, for the end of eternity. And that's probably their plan right now too. But if we have a Trump monster in office for another 4 years, then they're just going to we're never going to get past that, But if we get past it, Trump Republicans massively fucked this up. And now maybe it's time to let the Democrats massively fuck it up. And I know that sounds very like fatalistic, but I mean, I don't know. I'm just like one person, but I'm trying to make the world a better place. And what I think is like that one situation is definitely not working. This next situation, it's probably not going to work that well either. But at least we can punch in from the left. You know what I mean? I know. A lot of people have said this, and I know a lot of people are going to have a problem with that. But, whatever. Anyways, let's try to get some. Okay, I see Lee J's coming in soon. Oh, yeah, later on the show, we're going to have Cousin Dan from Colombia. Yeah. Okay. All right. I'm just getting some updates from Florida. I've got some people on the ground over there. It does seem like Melania has voted. Everybody knows I'm originally from oh no. Someone's boat is sinking in Florida. This is not good. Oh no. Okay. Oh, that's terrible. Yikes. Okay, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, one of our favorite friends of the show, boat is thinking. I'm not going to mention who it is right now, but they're okay. It's just the boat. Hey, everybody. All right. We are, let's see, it's about 10 o'clock over here in Norway right now. And let's see, I am waiting for some, okay, I'm getting a little distracted here. Sorry, everybody. My ADD's kicking in. Okay. Is there anybody out there? Can you share this link so more people watch this? Come on. This is what I always find. See, I don't know if it's I don't know if it's me or if it's the fact that I live in Norway or maybe the fact that everybody's at work right now. But or just the algorithm just is not being supportive right now. But let's see. Okay, let's talk about some news. Let's get in some news. Let's see what's going on. I'm gonna check out the Guardian right now. Guardian. I don't know where the Guardian is falling, but let's talk some world news. Man, this is crazy. Hurricane Eta lashes out at Nicaragua. Jesus. U.S. healthcare. The Supreme Court's to hear Obama Obamacare case that may have people lead. Oh, sorry, I can't read right now. My glasses are too dark. The Supreme Court is to hear an Obamacare case that may lead to 20 million people losing health insurance. Okay, let's talk about this. This is a good one, whoever sent me this article. So the Supreme Court is going to hear an Obamacare case that may lead to 20 million people losing their health insurance. Okay, we don't even need to read the article any further. This is totally fucked up. This is totally messed up. Okay. How in the world do we live or come from the richest country in the whole wide world? I think GDP, I'm quite sure USA, it's up there in like the top 5. It's like if you look at GDP and per capita income, USA is in the top 10. I think it might be like 7 or something, like 6 or 7. And it's up there with all the other countries. It's like Norway, Denmark. I think the GDP in the United States is actually bigger than GDP in Denmark. Okay, there's absolutely no reason. I don't know how many times we can say this. No reason why we cannot have universal health care in the United States. This is just complete silliness. And the fact that of all days, of all times, during a pandemic, we're even playing with people's healthcare is absolutely insane. I don't think I need to like say this, anymore. Really, it's just out of control.
What's up, Boutique?
Yo, okay, we got some guests up in here. That's what I'm talking about. All right. Coming all the way from the Czech Republic right now. I got let's see, we got Mr. Brian over there. Who else we got over here today?
Jack.
Hey, where are you from, man?
From London.
Oh, okay, cool. So what's crack-a-lack and how y'all doing over there in the Czech Republic?
Yeah, best in COVID at the moment.
Yeah, best in COVID, dude. Jack is technically breaking curfew right now.
Curfew? What's that all about?
9 p.m. till 5 a.m. we're not allowed out of our houses.
Really? Okay, so it's that bad? Yeah, because from what I understand, this is crazy. Actually, first of all, it's good to see you guys. Welcome to the show. I think it's basically 3 people watching right now, so let's try to get some more up in there. But nonetheless, fun way to get through the election night. So what's happening with the coronavirus? Live report on the ground.
We have the worst death figures in Europe.
Yeah,
that's what I heard. Yeah.
It's pretty grim. I got a picture that I think kind of explains it really well, because if people think like, here it is. Actually, I was just showing your friends. The red is America, the blue is Europe, and the white is Czech Republic.
That's terrible, though. I don't want to laugh.
We are. It's a rocket ship right now. We are in the exponent.
So this is interesting, though. Like, I mean, it's peaking for all of our listeners out there. So we're all over here in Europe, and things are peaking hard right now in Europe. Things are peaking hard.
It's peaking.
I'm peaking, man.
Not a good way.
No, definitely not. I wish we could get that kind of peaking going on, but no, unfortunately, it's quite the opposite.
Now there's just a lot of hubris and a lot of. I was telling this other buddy, they had a going away party for COVID back in July, with 4,000 people on the Charles Bridge, cheek to jowl, and it sounds like this.
It'll be mentioned as a side note in history books from like 200 years in the future.
Yeah, it'll be like, here's it's like an
One city was so arrogant that they held a going away party for COVID.
Yeah.
Before 50% of their population died.
Yeah, no, but it's like the same way here. I mean, dude, it's
You're in Norway.
I'm in Norway. Yeah, I mean it's.
I saw a video from a concert in Norway.
Oh no, really?
From this weekend, and it was seemed pretty New Zealand style.
Yeah, except like New Zealand's okay, and like Norway is just like That's the thing. Norway could be like New Zealand. I mean, we're barely connected to any other countries. We're not even part of the EU. They got shitloads of money. And I mean, it's pathetic. They could test everybody in a day probably here, like twice over.
Dude, Slovakia tested 2/3 of their population.
in the last
They
5
tested
days.
like 3 million people in like 2 days.
Dude, it's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah, I saw that. I mean, there's no excuse. There's no excuse.
But it's a political podcast, right? Like ultimately, there's a lot of COVID talk, and I was thinking,
But COVID's been politicized, man.
yeah. Should I put my mask on?
Yeah. So what's
But-
so thanks for
I hope
thanks.
COVID votes for Trump in the end.
Welcome to the show. Yeah, what's on your mind?
Well, and so I was
Is there any political news today? I can't think.
I
of
was
anything.
I was thinking about like why this election matters to people in like various countries,
Yes.
and I want to get away from like the idea that, well, it's America, and so you should pay attention to what happens in America because America's number one, and it's like in more subtle ways, like so Jack and I, what was it, it was a year and a half ago, about the same time that Jeff Sessions was being railroaded for recusing himself from the Mueller investigation.
Uh-huh.
The billionaire president, or the billionaire, mogul turned politician, who's the prime minister of Czech Republic, also like dismissed his justice minister in a similarly dubious way.
Oh, really?
Yeah, for like the same thing, for like not shielding him from corruption. And it's like it spawned a really huge reaction from the populace. Like it was some of the biggest protests since the protests against the regime change in 1989. There's 250,000, 300,000 people in Lesna, and it was like I could draw a really straight line between the actions of, sort of the boring, non-sexy, like goings on, wheels turning of government that were going on in the U.S. and that were going on here, and I don't know.
But I don't agree that it's from America. I think it's two symptoms of the same cause. I think it's like the Russification of American politics, and also at the same time the Russification of Czech politics. Not that Czech politics was ever unrussified.
What do you mean about the Russification of it?
Like the Russian model.
Yeah.
Just like
the Russian model of government where
hyper
normalization is
like,
called in some documentary.
Yeah.
Like the just like
the strong man, like
everyone's gaslit. Gaslighting. Everything's gaslit.
Donald Trump is gaslighting the whole country.
Yeah.
Like keeping everyone in a permanent state of I don't know what the fuck is going on.
You feel crazy because things are crazy, and you're told you're crazy for thinking things are going crazy.
It's pretty crazy.
And it's just like this. It's just like gaslighting.
Yeah.
Gaslighting. It was invented in Russia. This guy. What's his name?
Have you listened to that? So it's Viktor Surkov. Have you listened to the podcast? So it's called The Other Mr. President, and it's an episode on This American Life. I don't mean to be plugging other podcasts.
Hey, man, you're going to steal at least half of our listenership right now. Yeah, no, but yeah.
How do you split 3 listeners in
I think this. I don't even. I think like one of the other listeners is in this room, and I don't know. Do you guys have YouTube open on your browser?
So.
Hey man, if my mate wants to tune in, what's the name? How does he find you?
Oh, it's just Progressives Abroad.
So this episode, you listen to This American Life sometimes, right?
Yeah. Well, I know the show. I used to listen to it all the time when I was like driving in the car back in America, but I haven't listened to it too recently. Yeah.
So this episode,
yeah.
This episode focused on basically the rise of Vladimir Putin, And there was a crazy amount of coincidence between the circumstances that took Vladimir Putin from a sort of mm, I don't want to say peripheral figure, because I mean there's also that picture of him like meeting Ronald Reagan in the Red Square when he was like a KGB agent back in the 80s. Like he's been in the orbit of like circles of power for like a long time. But then when he came into a position, there were all these terrorist attacks in Russia.
Oh wow.
That basically allowed him to kind of consolidate a lot of power and sort of rally people around him, and that allowed him to really create a foundation on which he's run the country for the past, how many presidents have we had since 2000? Or when was it? Like 90?
What?
Like when did he come in?
Putin.
Yeah, it's like 99. So it was like just before 2001. And I don't know, just it shows how like how fear and misdirection is a bit of a is a good thing to control the populace. But he's got this Karl Rove type figure who's named Viktor Sorkov, and this guy was like, he was playing all sides all the time. So the negative stories that came out about Putin, he was the source, right?
Earlier in his career, he was involved in avant-garde theater.
So he's like,
he's like this Dadaist kind of like sees the whole world as like this avant-garde game, like
Dada politics, man. It's this because
and it's exactly what Trump's been doing. You can see it so clearly.
Oh yeah, totally. That's what's going on all the time. And I also think like, he's got some good friends around him. Like, if you look into what's his name, the dude that's like worse looking than even Trump, maybe like Steve Bannon. Like they're like,
Jim Blossoms.
Yeah, they're like. This guy really was. He's crazy. If you like listen to him, he was like one of Trump's like main advisors for a long time, and it's all this like this guy is all about the economic nationalism, and we gotta get rid of all the Chinese and like China. That's where all that stuff came from. And if you listen to, and then he like quit like after the first year, and
he went back to Breitbart.
Yeah,
because he's like. But that was also because Trump's such a narcissist that the fact that I think Steve Bannon ended up on like the cover of Time,
but I think he's still doing like good work for him on the outside. He's
in jet. He got arrested for like bilking a bunch of people out of money for building the wall.
Yeah, well that was very recently. Yeah,
he came to Europe for a while to try to get up some like Nazi unity in Europe.
Yeah, and he has this
because European nationalists all hate each other way too much to work together in the end. So like he had to crawl back with his tail between his legs.
I feel like he was definitely hanging out with Nigel Farage.
Oh, definitely.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
But I'll tell you this about Steve Bannon. Like before 2016, like I think once he was named as like a campaign advisor and stuff, I kind of remembered seeing some things about him. And then even he did a monk debate. I don't know if you've heard of the monk debates. They're these like biannual is 2 times a year.
Yeah, I've heard about it.
That they do them in Canada, and they get people. It's like Jordan Peterson and
it's like all these turd burglars getting together to like stroke each other.
Jordan Peterson and Stephen Fry were like on the same side. So, but they have intellectual thought leaders, and Steve Bannon really did like. The thing that's scary about him is that even if you like find his views abhorrent and basically him just distasteful, the way that he communicates his ideas are in such a attractive way. Like
Yeah.
he's a very good speaker.
Oh yeah. Oh dude, he's I mean when I listen to him, it's very interesting. And he's got I don't know if you ever
You're
listen
really
he's
enchanted, like, or enticed. I don't want to say enchanted, but like enticed
yeah.
by his ideas. I
He's a
think.
demagogue, man.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, he
and
really is.
so,
Yeah, he's really like
And he
an
speaks the
evil
economy.
genius. He is a real evil genius, that guy. Like cuz he when he talks, everybody's clapping, everybody's just like I mean, he makes sense. When I listen to him, I'm just like I don't agree with you, but what you're saying makes sense in from your point of view. Totally. And I think there's a lot of people that hop on him. And he's like very he's also like, that's why I think he was like a really good, not good, but like good advisor. Because his whole thing is he said he was going to leave and then go work for Trump on the outside. And I think he's been doing a decent job because, I mean, until this whole like cruise ship, whatever fiasco wall, whatever, hanging out on the Chinese billionaire cruise ship. But he's got that. I mean, he was like one of the people that like founded that I don't know if you heard about like this like committee on the present danger of China with like Tom Cotton and like all these mofos, and they're just like it's like basically just this like think tank where they're just like coming up with like anti-China propaganda all the time. And
but okay. Well, let me ask you a question. I
yeah,
mean,
give it to me.
like the Chinese Communist Party have interned 1 million people, like in Xinjiang,
Yeah.
right? Like, sorry to all the listeners in China if I just gave you news you hadn't
Whoa,
heard
you're
about.
clipping the
What?
market, man. You're clipping the market.
I have a friend who is teaching in Beijing, and I keep sending him all these news stories, and I haven't heard from him in a while, and I don't know what's going on. But yeah, like they're like like if they dressed up their like economic envy as like outrage over human rights, then it would sort of be like more
Definitely.
palatable. But like
Mm-hmm.
the fact that like they're like, oh, like they don't say anything about that. They're
Yeah.
like China's stealing our technology, and it's like they're also making concentration camps.
Yeah.
So like you could start with the easy
That's
thing.
not a vote winner.
Yeah.
Is it not?
Oh no, man.
No.
Yeah. I mean,
Not,
I mean,
Like,
not,
like
not
should,
in 2020.
no, should
Oh,
it be?
they're making concentration camps. Oh shit, so are we.
No, sorry.
yeah, exactly. No, I think that's the part. I agree. I've had that very same thought before. I said I've exactly like it's all so. I mean, the thing is that I mean, in general, they're shitting their pants because they know China already won like 20 years ago. And that's like the sad like whatever. That's just like the way things are progressing. When China decided to be capitalists and then manufacture everything for the greedy Western countries. So I
But
mean,
I think, I think too. Uh, there's another This American Life podcast that I'm gonna
He's on
plug.
commission.
I'm gonna plug. Thanks, Hourglass.
is this for your This American Life internship that you're doing right now?
It's not. I wish I got the internship with them. No, I'm just. But it was like it was about Americans in China, and then one of the chapters in the episode was about this. It was just about the century of humiliation. And
Mm.
so this is like basically it's more than a century. It's like it starts with the first Opium War in I think 1839, and it goes until the end of the Chinese Civil War and the founding of the People's Republic of China in 1949. So it's like 110 years. And this, I like objectively, I think like if you look, for example, if you look at like a chart of the deadliest by like raw number, like the deadliest wars, conflicts, incidents of like all of human history, like 3 or 4 of them happened during this 110-year period in Chinese history. And a lot of it was fueled by like Western agitation
Mm-hmm.
and including the Opium Wars, which were, you know, like the most insane. It was like the largest international drug trafficking operation in the history of humanity.
Yeah.
Right, like objectively, like there's
until now, right, Brian?
until now, no, like even Pablo Escobar doesn't have shit on this dude. Like not on the
No, I'm talking about us, man.
not on the East on and the East India Company.
Mm-hmm.
And like the Taiping Rebellion, the fucking the Boxer Rebellion. It's just like it's just all this awful shit, and it is a lot of like the West, like really kneecapping China, which until that point had been, you know, the most advanced in everything. They called themselves the Middle Kingdom, like middle of the earth, in the same way we call it Mediterranean, like middle of the ocean and the middle of the earth. They were the Middle Kingdom. That's how they saw themselves. And there's an argument objectively to be made that that's what they were.
Yeah, they were the main center of human civilization.
But then, like, the Europeans got on the other side of the Horn of Africa, and they barged into the party of the Indian Ocean trade, and like China had basically been conducting trade as like sort of a mutual benefit, like it was a circular trade, like things were moving around. And then the Europeans got around and they were just siphoning everything back to Europe. You know what I mean? It wasn't about exchange. It was just about extraction. And like that was a really different economic principle. And then it was just too late for China to catch up when the Europeans kind of got sucked into the Industrial Revolution. And like, but you know, for most of human history, they were the most advanced country. They were the most advanced civilization in the world.
Right. Yeah.
And so like China, like everyone thinks about China like coming up, and it's not. It's just them reclaiming their
coming back.
Exactly. It's their like they're reclaiming their rightful place on the, you know, hegemony of the world stage.
Coming back with a vengeance. Yeah, it's
well, hopefully not. That's the question. Like they do lots of heinous shit to keep control of their own territory.
Mm-hmm.
It remains to be seen. Like their presence in every continent is real, but it's new. Like it's in the last 5 to 10 years.
Wow.
Come on, compared to how it is now, there's been a huge huge increase to deliberate play to get into like especially in Africa, like and South Asia, the resources it needs.
Have you seen like the
at the moment it seems to be aping British and then American tactics super well.
Yeah, no,
I don't know. With the new hegemon, there's always a different scenario.
I mean, it's totally crazy, like what they're doing. It's totally crazy what they've been doing. Like, I mean, it's like a whole new type of like colonialism. You know what I mean? It's like,
well, but it's like a different type of colonialism because the thing is like, and I mean, like to be fair. Like I don't want to be so like nonchalant where I'm saying like they're trying to like it's like one monolith, like it's very diverse countries, over a billion people, right? But like the Chinese Communist Party has been very successful in supporting business ventures in the developing world that come into places and with a legacy of colonialism, and you have victim looking at victim saying, you know, we'll at least shoot you straight. Like we won't hide our intentions. We're not going to come under the guise of some religion or some destiny or some ideal. No, we don't care about any of that. We're self-interested. You need to know that. And there's a bit of
they do fuck over countries.
Yeah, but
they completely fucked over.
Who doesn't?
Well, this is the thing. Like, I don't really think there's much to be gained from comparing different kinds of empires and colonialism.
Oh yeah, totally.
Best. Like, it is fucking shitty that a powerful country is exploiting.
Definitely not the solution.
Poorer countries.
Mm-hmm.
However, like, I don't know if there's a huge change coming in the world, like in terms of which which countries are the most powerful. Like it's always an opportunity for gains. Even if a new kind of bad comes in, there's an opportunity in the cracks.
Yeah.
While the new system is being organized to put things on a different level. For example, China has been politically allied with the G77 group in the UN Assembly for decades, and they work together on reforming international trade rules, because China has been shut out, even though it's, I would argue, never been a poor country. Like it's shut out of the main coalition, the main international liberal order at the UN and World Bank, IMF, just the same as the global South has, and for that reason, China has been allied with them in the international politics. So
yeah, but China's not going to the UN Commission of Human Rights and pushing for stricter labor standards. You know what I mean? Like the U.S. sponsored their WTO membership with the misguided belief that economic integration would lead to political influence.
It's not about labor standards. China doesn't give a fuck about any other country's internal thing. It's about like neoliberal trade primacy in the world. The IMF, the World Bank, the World Trade Organization. Like China doesn't have the level of power in these organizations that its global power should give it.
Yeah,
because the world, we have a unipolar hyperpower in charge of the world, but there's another country which has been shut out of that, and so China is basically, they've set up kind of mirror versions of those organizations which they're hoping to grow, starting in Asia.
But the one neoliberal or neoconservative, like international union of which they are a part, they constantly, like the U.S. sponsored, Bill Clinton, a Democrat, sponsored their
Billy boy
ascension into the, man, I have so many problems with him, right? Like, why did he have more time than AOC at the Democratic National Convention? I was talking to my mom, she's like, she only heard my criticism of Donald Trump as like an endorsement of the Democrats, and I was like, no, like I'm saving my venom for when they're in power, because it ain't enough, you know?
Oh, by the way, I just want to welcome, it looks like we got a new guest on the show here. We got Mr. Bull Moose Progressive DJ over in Poland right now.
Wow.
Yeah, I know. Just got my mic to work. But yeah, somehow I end up in Poland after all of this. So we got the Poland connection.
Yep. We're going to take a smoke break, and we've also been occupying a lot of space in the conversation. Thanks, Bo T.
No, but that's good. Yeah, come on back to it. It's actually good that we were just talking about China. We were just talking about China because Lee J, I think, has a lot to say about China because he just came from Taiwan. So.
Yeah, I lived in both Hong Kong and Taiwan.
Yeah.
So I had both those experiences.
So yeah, if you guys feel like it, come on back later.
No, definitely we're in, and we're gonna be listening. We're just like on the balcony.
Nice.
But
we'll be off screen.
My final point was this, that like in the US, or final point for this point, was like the US made a calculated risk back in the 90s that sponsoring the Chinese ascension into the WTO would lead to more economic integration. And through this soft power, they'd be able to influence the politics. And they've, you know, it's 30 years on almost now. And the data is in, and that was wrong. That was wrong. Like, China does what it wants and constantly breaks the rules of the WTO without any recourse. And until the international community gets serious about actually sanctioning China, nothing, like the lesson they learn is that they can do what they want.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think it goes without saying that. I mean, now and into the future, you know, China's large and in charge.
We can't hear.
You hear me?
We're listening. We're listening.
Oh yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah, China's large and in charge.
Well, even though I just heard like the last 30 seconds of his conversation, I wanted to pick up where he left off. At least my understanding is the idea was, yeah, if we open up trade with China, our capitalism and culture would basically change them. but all we ended up doing is basically becoming more like them, censoring ourselves for their benefit. You know, all of like our movies are basically catered to the Chinese market now, and that's whose money they want. So if anything, we're becoming more like them as opposed to us trying to make them more like us. That's kind of how I see it, generally speaking.
Yeah.
In
I don't
in
know.
a-
Yeah, I'm really curious, man. Like, I really, and I mean, I'd be interested to hear what you have to say about this because it's actually funny. We have never really, we've talked many times on the show, but we never really talked so much about China. And
Yeah, let's do it.
I
Because I got experiences in the mainland, in Taiwan, and Hong Kong.
Yeah.
And Macau, which
we,
barely counts for anything.
we got all night long.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
before we do that, let me just grab a drink real quick. All right, everybody. This is Progressives Abroad. Lee J just came into the house. We're gonna take a quick 2-minute break. I'm gonna run to my fridge and grab a beer, and we'll be back in a second. I'm just gonna transition out, give you some music for a second. Lee J, you'll still be in the conversation, so
no problem.
Take a moment if you have to share this stream anywhere around. Whoa! I'll be back in 1 second.
All right. I do what every undereducated broke millennial will do, and that's teach international. Yeah, teach English. Yeah, man. Yeah, bachelor's degree in liberal arts, right? Humanities studies. Yeah. Oh, nice. Yeah.
And we're back. I'm back.
All right.
All right, I got my beer. By the way, everybody, if you're just tuning in right now, please share this link so we can because we just want to have like a call-in show. We got people coming in. This is great. And if you want to call up, you can call me on my phone. Just DM me. I'll give you the link so you can call me, or send us some comments in the comment section on YouTube or wherever. Because it'd be great to answer some questions from people out there. Anyways, we got Lee J in the house. And we're drinking beer. I'm drinking a beer right now. I don't know. You getting down?
I totally forgot to get anything. All I have is we'll put it this way. The thing I have, you know what? Let me go get it right now.
Go get it. Okay. Meanwhile, while I'm here, I'm gonna do a little advertisement because I found the greatest beer in Norway after many years of being here. After many years of being here in Norway, I finally found the greatest beer. Wait, I'm doing an advertisement. Oh. So I'm hoping that we get sponsored because we don't have any sponsors yet. But I'm drinking a Arctic IPA light. This is amazing. This is an IPA. I've been dreaming about this forever. This is an IPA from a company called Mack, which is the northernmost brewery in the world, all the way up there in Tromsø, Norway. And man, it's an IPA and it's gluten-free. What are you gonna do? I don't even know what to do with my life anymore. I'm just gonna drink Arctic IPA all day.
I was gonna say maybe I shouldn't talk about this because this, if anything, this might be an anti-endorsement.
Oh yeah.
Because this was like
it
the
sucks.
Well, yeah, it was like but it's Polish. It was like the cheapest thing that I saw at the store one day.
Oh yeah.
And I should have known better when I saw a guy who looked like he was homeless, like counting out his change to buy one.
Oh, that's when you know it's good, man.
Yeah, but then I'm like, okay, it was this Kastosh, maybe.
Kastosh.
6.5%.
Well, let me see. Show us the.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, I've definitely drank that before.
Yeah. So I had like 2 sips, and I'm like, I can't do this. So maybe if the night goes to shit, then I'll start drinking this guy, because that's all I got with me. Unfortunately, oversight on my part. So put that over here.
Yeah.
So, Lee J, like if you want to keep talking about China, we can, but I'm quite interested to hear about that, but also like. What's the
about today?
Yeah, what's the vibe like? And I was thinking like, what's the vibe like in Poland? And like,
That's fine.
Are you from the U.S.? Am I just
I'm American.
So
Progressives abroad.
Is there like with the recent? I saw some people in America putting up things comparing Amy Coney Barrett's. Just pointing out the correlation between her appointment and the sort of restrictive laws coming in Poland, and is that like out there in the conversation amongst people in Poland, or is it really just focused?
Not everything's connected to America.
I know.
They've been trying to do that for years.
But I think we can at least agree that there are global trends.
I like that.
Like there are global things happening that are related. Like there's obviously like a right-wing government in Poland right now. And
yeah, tell us about it.
Yeah, well, I will say honestly, it's a unique situation because I'm used to living in. I just know for myself, I'm a big city guy. I lived in big cities, and taking this job, I'm actually in like more of a smaller town for once.
Are you in Bydgoszcz?
No, I'm in a city called Jory. It's actually in southern Poland, and it's near the Czech border.
Jory.
Are you like close to Ostrava?
Yeah, actually, I haven't been there yet because I just got here like a couple weeks, not even a month yet, technically.
Well, dude, Ostrava's the Detroit of Czech Republic.
Yeah, it's
nice.
They have this amazing music festival every year at this like huge, what is it, like an old steel foundry?
Oh,
that's
nice.
Been completely like abandoned, but like all this like super machinery is still there, and like it's like this crazy. It's like imagine Mad Max, like imagine Thunderdome Music Festival, right?
Okay.
Like,
Oh, that sounds pretty cool.
Awesome. When music festivals can happen again.
Yeah, well,
we're in Brno, which is like the second city of Czech Republic, so we're not very far from here.
Oh, damn it. Well, once things either lighten up or I get more situated, definitely meet up sometime because I basically know nothing, don't know anybody. And obviously, I just got here. They just closed all the bars and restaurants, basically, or at least you can't.
Welcome.
You can't sit. Yeah, you can't sit.
Welcome to Poland.
Right. So not much I can do here.
Yeah, but yeah, you guys are kind of, I guess, I don't know how far away from you. You're definitely, well, you're neighboring countries, that's for sure.
Probably like 4 hours.
4-hour drive.
Yeah, man. So we could like meet in Ostrava sometime or something.
Yeah, that would be
on Stodolny, the Bourbon Street of Czech Republic.
All right. Well, that's funny. It's a more cultural thing. Like even being here, it's funny being in Poland. Like even the Polish people are like, "Why are you here?" It's like all like at least one student in every one of my classes has said, "Why are you in Poland?" So I'll give you that example, maybe tell you why later. But
you're like, it's getting that bad in America right now, really.
Kind of. That's why I'm trying to tell him that.
Yeah.
I'm trying to tell him that. But it's funny.
People stopped asking in 2016. Like, people stopped asking. Yeah, like because I'm interrupted, but like for the first 8 years abroad, it was like I would look at people and I would be like, man, the police in America are crazy, and there's
right. This is important,
and like that a bunch of people are lonely, and then after 2016, so 6 years, right? People stopped asking. They're like,
yeah, no, I have to tell people that all the time too, because people are like, you tell people, oh yeah, I live abroad, I live in Norway, whatever, and they're like, oh yeah, I can get it, yeah, like lucky you, look what's happening now, and I'm like, yo, I've been out of here since the Obama time, yo, I've been out here for a while now. Like, things weren't good back then either. Like the writing was on the wall a long time ago,
Well, yeah, I think that's something that we've talked about, that the whatever happens with this election is basically like to progressives, and as I call them, the back to brunch liberals. Like,
yeah.
They just think that Trump is this aberration, and then we can all, if he goes away, we can all pretend it's 2012 again, everything's fine, even though it obviously wasn't fine for a lot of us. So
I think too, like, I've been thinking about COVID, and I've been thinking about like 20 years from now, like hopefully in a time when we're, I don't know, for 10 years from now, but like, I think when people criticize the pandemic and they say, well, it's not a big deal, like for people, maybe that is true, but for the system, like it's just exposed so much, and like it's forced a lot of people who had previously been able to ignore the hand-to-mouth existence a lot of people were living. It's forced a lot of people to confront that. The truth is, a lot of people's lives were already, there was an epidemic of all these things. Like a pandemic has exposed a lot of existing epidemics: homelessness, lack of access to mental health, just pick a sector of society in America and throw a dart at it, and it's sick. It's sick. Like criminal justice, education, like economic inequality, and it's I mean, I don't mean to be a Debbie Downer, but that is.
Hey, this is
that's what's happening. That's what's happening. Yeah.
Like, we're here for, Brian.
Well, put it this way, and
let's talk about how great this election is. Come on.
I was gonna say,
be positive, everybody.
You know what I mean? Though, like it's, and I want a politician to say that. I want a politician to, because it's a galvanizing event. It's this like, it's this shared experience that is often tragic, like often more tragic than this. Like the galvanizing events that come around with this amount of influence in history are normally cataclysms or completely unreasonable conflict, and so like in a way the fact that it's nature and it's science,
and still some people don't believe in it.
Science,
I mean that, but like, I mean,
well, I at least I'll just butt in right there by saying I think the big problem is, and I even try to explain this to some of my students in Poland, because now I'm actually teaching adults finally, thankfully. It makes my life that much more enjoyable. But how like our whole political spectrum has basically been moving more and more to the right. It's basically since Reagan. And that's when everything to me started falling apart. Once they doubled down on the trickle down economics and tax cuts. They were basically flipped everything from the New Deal, basically. And we've been doing the same thing. And the Democrats try to keep meeting the Republicans in the middle while they keep going to the right. So now the Democrats of today are basically 1980s Republicans.
That's
you know what I mean?
In 2016, it was like, let's just elect Hillary Clinton. She's basically a moderate Republican.
Yeah, that'll do. That's that's good enough. You know what I mean? Yeah. And the thing is, they basically haven't learned anything from whether that election or this election. Like, if it wasn't for COVID, I was saying before this that I always tell people, statistically, most presidents get reelected. That's just fact. That's just reality. And before COVID, I honestly thought it would be a shoo-in, but now, I mean, it's like everyone's playing to lose, it seems. You know what I mean? Like, that's the feeling I get. That's like,
well, Jack was asking earlier the likelihood of the Democrats losing the House. And the reason I'm staying up tonight, the reason that I'm on this podcast instead of just, first of all, I don't think I could sleep. Second of all, I want to see signs. I actually got to last night. Last night I had a dream about the election.
Oh wow. Tell us about it.
And it was like the only time that it invaded. It's been invading my life for like 4 years, but like, it never invaded my sleep until last night, and so I feel fortunate for that.
Wow.
But the reason I'm staying up is because I want to see a sign in the early returns that things may be more clear cut come 5 or 6 a.m. than perhaps we would have hoped without COVID.
Well, the way I see it, whatever happens today, it's either going to be like a Biden blowout where they can't go into any of these shenanigans and like filing lawsuits and electoral college shenanigans. Because if it's not just a wipeout, then that's when shit's going to get weird. And like they're going to contest votes. They're going to try to stop counting mail-in ballots. I don't know if you heard of these scenarios. Like if they, let's say Florida decides that the vote's irregular, so we're going to hold off our electoral votes. Then it goes to this crazy House of Representatives thing. And if you do the math, then Trump, it's like
Amy Coathanger's there to fucking save the day.
Oh yeah, the Supreme Court.
Yeah, I mean that could happen again too. And
like that's I want to point out how important it is that you use the word again.
Yeah.
Right. Because that's the thing. It's like
But I mean, what do you guys think?
Don't.
You think
Oh,
that?
sorry, I didn't make my point.
Yeah, go for it. Go for it.
He was asking about the House.
We got all night.
If you look at 538, it's like 92% that Dems keep the House. It's like 74% that they take the Senate. And then if they get the presidency, and then Jack goes, well, then what's on the docket? And Lee J, you brought up the idea of the New Deal, and
can I request that we don't talk about this because I feel like it would be tempting fate. Do you know what I
mean? Yeah, that's fair.
Like you keep reminding me to not.
Now I want to know.
No, it's not about thinking ahead, but it's like.
But it is a good question. What's
the dream? What's the dream scenario? And the dream scenario is that. I mean, I think it was quite clear. Like
Bonnie.
In the last debate, Donald Trump was like goading Joe Biden, like, "Why didn't you get it done? Why didn't you get it done?" And Joe Biden kind of mumbled under his breath. He's like, "A Republican Congress," and like it's. I wish they did more to explain how obstructionist a minority party can actually be if they control a single branch of Congress.
But here's the thing. So remember when they did Obamacare, they had a supermajority in the House and the Senate, and the best they could do was pass the Republican healthcare plan from the 90s, which was Obamacare.
Well, and then the problem is because when people are counting Democratic justices, I think it was a 52-48 seat majority, but 51 and 52 were like Dixiecrats from Oklahoma and West Virginia. It was like
Joe Manchin. I don't even know why he's a Democrat. You know,
who's we have this thing we say like rhinos, like Republican and name only. He's a dino. You know, Joe Manchin's a Democrat from West Virginia. Was basically useless.
Oh yeah, he's just like a Republican plant in the Democratic Party.
Fair, let's give him some credit.
He's like a Christian Republican. Like he's not.
Hey, at least he voted for the impeachment. I was actually shocked by that.
I was shocked too.
Yeah,
that's right. Yeah, wow.
I saw the final numbers for Tony Barrett. Did he vote to confirm?
I don't think so.
As I understand, or did Susan Collins?
No, she didn't. No, yeah, she didn't vote. No.
And Lisa Murkowski and Susan Collins said they wouldn't. But then I saw a news article saying Susan Collins like explained her vote, and I was like, okay, maybe she.
Let me check. I'll double check.
Speaking of, and I want to bring that up too, since you brought up, she's from Maine, right? Just to be sure. Yeah. So Maine has implemented ranked choice voting. Right.
Yeah,
So finally. It's unlikely. Let's be realistic, but at least it's theoretically possible that a third party or a Green Party person could actually win for once.
Yeah, it really is. I'm gonna plug another podcast boutique. Sorry.
Yeah, do it.
So there's a Radio Lab where the whole point of the episode is looking at alternative voting systems than this first past the post winner take all system. And they look in Ireland at ranked choice voting, where it was like a what did you say?
It's called single transferable vote. It's like ranked choice voting for a constituency with, I don't know, 4 or 5 or 6 candidates.
So like,
and they do this complicated mathematical algorithm to get the best approximation of all of the voters' views with shitloads of data in like 2 days.
So like your fourth choice might end up.
It can't work.
Wild.
It can't work in the US. The same reason it can never work in Britain is because people are too attached with the idea of like, I vote for the guy, and your vote goes directly to this person. And British people think exactly the same. That's why we still have this first past the post system. In a lot of European countries, it works very differently. Like you vote for a party, and you guys know living in countries like this, like you vote for a party, and the party gets this percentage. And it's a completely different way of approaching politics.
Right, so you're voting for the party, not necessarily even a specific candidate.
No, you're voting for the party and its brand. Like every country
in the
has,
UK.
In continental Europe. Like
they got in
every country it works slightly differently. But in the UK and in America, you're used to voting. We're used to voting for an individual. Like in our constituency, like in our country, for every the parties are weaker and looser. Like where in Czech Republic, for example, in Poland, I think in
Norway, yeah.
you vote for a party, and there's some way of selecting individuals maybe, but the overall system is designed to make the party support in parliament proportional to the voters, and it's just a completely different political culture. And I think these political cultures developed from the character of the people involved. Like I'm resorting to kind of base stereotypes now, but this like Anglo-Saxon cultural idea of individuals and it's an individualist culture by reputation, and you can see it. I mean, it's fascinating to me how different how political culture works in different parts of the world.
Or doesn't work. Like
yeah, well, clearly, we've had Democrats and Republicans has basically been the only two choices for how long since the Civil War, basically, and clearly
only two political possibilities.
The Dixiecrats
only two types of political
person. Yeah,
the Dixiecrats were pretty angry about civil rights in like the 60s.
Well, we need to have that conversation because I'm so sick of like the memes that you always hear. These Republicans are like, the Democrats were the party of like slavery and the KKK, and it's like, show me a KKK member who says he's a Democrat now. You know what I mean? And you can't say
it's
you're the
just
party
silly
of,
shit.
Yeah, you can't say you're the party of Lincoln if you're waving a Confederate flag. You got to pick one. Okay, that's just how
it just doesn't even matter at this point.
Yeah.
Like I mean, okay, it's just some silly shit that they like to say.
Right, and it's I hate it because
these parties evolve in myriad ways.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I call myself.
Let me ask you a question. Where are you from in the U.S.?
I'll give you the brief rundown. I've been doing this for all my students recently. Okay, so I was born in New York. I grew up in Southern California. I also lived in Miami, Florida for a while, which we have a connection with that. We can talk about that later. Florida election 2000 and stuff.
Oh yeah.
But then I moved back to LA for college. Moved to Chicago for a while. Then I moved to Thailand, Hong Kong,
Taiwan,
and now I'm in Poland. So obviously, me moving around isn't that big of a deal for me.
So let me ask you a question about your high school history.
Yeah.
Like, how did you learn about the Civil War? And Boutique, I'd like you to answer that question with the context of where you are from.
Yeah. So I like this question. It's a great question. It's a great question.
I was in Florida when I was in high school in Miami area for high school. And I'll never actually forget this. My teacher, I don't know if he wanted to do it this way or he was mandated to do it this way, but he literally said, he's like, I'm doing the Civil War. I'm not going to talk about the battles, how they were fought. Just like the North won, the South lost, and that was basically all they said. I'm not even kidding. Like I remember him saying, like, we're not even going to talk about it. The North won, South lost. Let's move on.
So I'm from Tennessee, and that's about how I learned about evolution. Except it was, some people say there's evolution, and then there's also God, the creator of heaven and earth, who will save your soul for all eternity. So you choose.
Really? What kind of school did you go to?
Dude, public school.
That was just public school? No.
Hey, man,
we're right next to Ray County. That's where the Scopes monkey trial happened.
Yeah, I mean, you were in Tennessee. That's true.
When you said your teacher missed all that stuff out, what was the reason they were?
Well, from what I remember, he just said it wasn't like it was irrelevant to talk about like the nuance of like each Civil War battle. He made it seem like it wasn't important to talk about the actual war itself or even why, but it was just more like the Civil War happened, North won, South lost. Like let's move on.
Talk about the causes of it or the slavery angle.
I mean, not that I can remember from high school. I mean, everything I learned was basically on my own. That's what I remember is that he basically said North went, South lost.
It was very watered down.
What do you remember, Boti?
Oh man, the first things that come to
Florida?
the first things that down in Florida. I mean, we had a very Florida. I would say very Florida. Who's coming into the chat now? I don't even know what's going on anymore. So, Matt's coming in.
I forgot, where in Florida did you grow up?
Oh, okay. So I grew up in South Florida, West Palm, and
you're like a half an hour away from
well,
me.
you know, I mean, from what I remember, the Civil War was like the Civil War was like a long, ongoing thing that we like slowly learned about throughout like many years. It was kind of like sex education. They kind of like introduced like more and more stuff as you got older, into like the horrors of like what happened. But I mean, honestly, I think the most South Florida, because down in South Florida, everybody's like, oh, we don't want to talk about it. We don't want to get too political about stuff. So, I mean, luckily, I had some really awesome teachers that, some like really awesome like African American like English teachers and stuff like that. And they had us read all these books. Of course, a lot of kids didn't actually read the books, but we read all these like kind of classic books about that time period. And but this is what I remember. I really remember this going like like everything we ever learned had to do with food. There was like a constant thing. So we went to like to the Little Red Schoolhouse, which was like on a plantation, an old plantation somewhere, where we were gonna go on a tour of this plantation. And it's like it's. Have you ever been on a tour of a plantation? That is,
dude. I've been to weddings on plantations.
Dude, that shit is weird. There's like,
here's the slave house.
Yeah, and they go, and here's like, and here, who wants a slice of like old Mammy's pumpkin pie? Like it's the same recipe that like old Mammy used to make like back in 1832. And I'm like, what? Like what? Like this? It's like you're at like a theme park or something. Like this is bizarre. It's bizarre. And I mean, of course, at the time, like I only reflecting back upon that did I realize that was very strange, because we were in like middle school. You know what I mean? Like I wasn't really thinking what's going on here at that point in time. But I see these videos on YouTube now of people like going to slave plantations and like confronting the tour guides about like the history and stuff like that, and they're still telling the same old stories. Like I mean, it's really crazy. There's not a lot of it's not very educational, really.
So I grew up on Signal Mountain. Signal Mountain signaled to Lookout Mountain. Lookout Mountain was looking out at Signal Mountain.
I remember Lookout Mountain
to see if there were Union ships
Rock City
up the Tennessee River, right? And then there was like the Battle of Chickamauga and like these sorts of things. So it was like very like front and center in my growing up. I learned about the Civil War probably like 5 or 6 times, and I had teachers who like unironically referred to it as the War of Northern Aggression. I don't know if you guys have. I think Vox or AJ Plus did a pretty interesting thing like a couple years ago about how the Daughters of the Confederacy basically formed right in the aftermath.
Welcome, Matt.
What's up, Matt? In the aftermath of the Civil War, and their whole remit was to like basically win the historical intellectual battle, even though the war had already been fought. And it was crazy to me that in 2000 I was learning about curriculum that had been developed by people in the 1900s, like, and I don't mean like 1990, I mean like 0 to 9, like the 19 noughties, like, and I was like, it was shocking to me.
Wow. Wow. Hey, by the way, let's just I just want to welcome Matt for a moment. Matt's a good old friend, also a friend of the show. You're down in Germany, right, man?
Yeah, in Berlin.
Welcome. Yeah, and Matt's from where? You're from Massachusetts, right?
Yeah.
That's what's up.
We also were like before COVID, we were connected with Berlin. There was like a flight. We're in Brno in Czech Republic, like Brünn, and so it's like we have an airport, and there were like 3 flights a week, and one of them was to and fro Berlin. But not anymore.
They're all gone.
They're all gone.
And the airport will close.
So Matt, I don't know if you got a whiff of what we were talking about, but do you have any experiences remembering how you learned about the Civil War back in school?
I feel like in Massachusetts we just learned like there was the war and they talked. I think it was mostly just they say it's about slavery, because it's the North, and they're like they wanted to end it, but they also did say that it wasn't necessarily about like because it was sort at the same time it was sort of like a constitutional battle or whatever.
It's like the states' rights argument.
Yeah.
But like the thing it was like, yeah, it was states' rights. And it was like, well, what right? The right to own slaves. And so it like the water all eventually trickles down there. And my whole point was that the issue of the Confederate flags were brought up, like this, that, and the other. And I think America is so big that it's really difficult to agree on like a shared understanding of the history of the country. And so like when we see people who are flying those flags, like when I see people and they say heritage not hate or those sort of things, like I would never defend them, but like I feel sad because I understand the education that they had, and I feel like it was so perverted.
That's kind of the problem, I guess, is because they have shit education. Like they learn about it in a shitty way. Because like I think about here with Germany, it's like no one would be flying like Nazi flags.
Well, that's also because it's illegal.
Yeah, but like there's also but it's like the sentiment isn't there of like people who I know whose like great grandfather or grandfather was in like World War II as a Nazi. They're not like.
You're basically saying that the Germans don't have pride in the fact that they were Nazis, as opposed to some Southerners still have pride.
Yeah.
In the Confederacy.
This is a huge deal. Yeah, like
that's what it's about.
Yeah, well, and it's because if like the German like education system, like they like teach kids, like they're very honest and open about the whole subject of the Holocaust from like an early age. Like there's a whole like pedagogy of like how to teach this stuff in school, and like they have like a whole like program lined up for like from like early years to like adult education, like educating people to talk about this and to like critically think about these things and stuff like that. We don't have like there's not like mixed opinions like circulating about in the education system.
Coming from another country which has this basically slow motion Nazi past that it hasn't come to terms with, like I would argue that Germany is more or less the only country which has. Like many European countries had brutal empires. America has done all sorts of heinous shit.
Yeah.
And all of these things are contested in our history. Whereas Germany, okay, it couldn't have got away with not having this conversation with itself, but nonetheless, it had this conversation with itself. And like successive generations of Germans are fully educated about their country's historic crimes in a way that none of the other similar countries are. And I think this plays out in the maturity of German like society nowadays. And there's loads of things that are possible in Germany, like new innovations of society and politics, which are not possible in other countries because they haven't been honest with themselves about their history. And I definitely maybe even more than America, I would apply that to Britain.
Yeah. That's
I have this book, and it's like
welcome, Dan.
I borrowed this book from a school I used to work at, and it's like the history of the world in 100 objects, and it's the former like curator of the British Museum, and it's shit from all over the world, and like at no point does he address how they got all this stuff. Like
sketchy.
At no point is it like, well, why do you have that from there? And it's like,
yeah, it just showed up on the River Thames one day. That's where it came
someone
from.
brought it to us, and Lord Havershell donated it to us, and it's like, well, how did that motherfucker?
Well, it's even like this when it comes to just like diversity in Europe, I feel sometimes is like, there's complaints about other ethnic groups and countries, and most of the time it's like, well, why are these people here? Probably because you colonized their country and then they came here.
Bah.
Yeah. Like,
So,
like British people complaining about immigrants is the dumbest thing ever.
Yeah, only second to American people complain about immigrants.
Have you guys heard like Trevor Noah's stand up? I mean, I don't know
it's
if you're fans of him at all, but like he's I think it's like colonial guilt stand up. It's brilliant.
It is. It's very good. Real quick before I'm just gonna make a little interjection here because I want to respect our members that are also asking us some questions from the audience. I also want to welcome my cousin Dan all the way from Colombia down there, sailing into the 11 o'clock hour. We're here on the Progressives Abroad long line election bonanza, and we do have some questions from the audience. So let's see what people have to say. Let's get it spicy up in here. So this person's been waiting quite a long time. The Sean M. I think somebody might know him here. There's a lot of fellow non-Americans I know who are a bit surprised that Texas is considered a potential swing state. Are there any other interesting races that you think are worth keeping an eye on? Any responses to this?
I mean, clearly getting rid of Mitch McConnell and Lindsey Graham would be nice.
Kentucky.
I don't expect Mitch McConnell to go away, but it seems like Lindsey Graham is possible.
Dude, man. Yeah, I saw Mitch McConnell was like, last time I checked, he was leading by a hearty amount.
Well, again, the Democratic Party's idea to run against McConnell was to run a pro-Trump Democrat for some reason. So, but Lindsey Graham was on begging for money on Fox News, so I guess that's good, right?
Yeah, wow, Lindsey Graham, man, what a case.
Yeah, I'd settle for no more Lindsey Graham. That'd be nice.
So,
but in a positive sense, I was gonna say the Arizona race might be good. Mark or I was getting confused. Mark or Scott Kelly, one of the astronaut brothers, might be taking Arizona Senate seats, so that would be good.
Yeah. Mitch McConnell, man, that guy. I mean, just to like throw some hyperboles at him for a moment, that guy is from the state of Kentucky Fried Chicken, and also I don't know. Did you think he ate too much Kentucky Fried Chicken, or he is a piece of Kentucky Fried Chicken? I don't know.
No, I think he's Voldemort and Emperor Palpatine, who's owned by like a gas and oil company. That's basically what Mitch McConnell is. And I want to tell everybody here. If you didn't know, I actually was, just coincidentally, I was back in the U.S. in February to visit my dad. It was my birthday. And we were literally in Washington, D.C. on the day of the impeachment vote. And we actually were there waiting outside the Senate gallery for them to do the vote. They wouldn't let us in, but as soon as the vote was over, they let us inside. And I actually got to hear the Grim Reaper of the Senate speak in person. And it was one of the most like horrifying experiences of my life because I could hear...
one of the most horrifying experiences.
Yeah, no, because when he was talking, when he was speaking, you could hear that he was like dead inside. Yeah. There was no joy, not even any like passion. He was just like going through the motions, like I hereby declare we need to move on unanimous consent, and they were just like shoving in like procedural votes to vote on federal judges, but it was like so soulless, and it was really creepy. So
wow.
Yeah.
And I saw. I think I don't know. Something's happening to him right now. He had like COVID hands or something the other day.
I told you he's Palpatine from was it Rise of Skywalker?
From all of them.
Yeah.
Like number 1 and number 8, dude. Like he's there the whole time.
Yeah.
He is literally melting.
So my buddy, or no, not my buddy, my brother, who's a political operative. He's a watershed conservation activist in South Carolina, and I guess there's a guy. So Lindsey Graham's running against James Harrison. Harrison.
Yeah.
There's apparently a third party candidate named Bledsoe. And my brother says, I asked him this question because I was like, tell me if there's any chance Lindsey Graham's going to lose. And he thinks he'll win by 1 or 2 points. and the only way he'll lose is if Bledsoe, who's like a third party candidate, takes like 5 or more percentage points. Like, so I don't know. I haven't been paying close enough attention to really even know that there was a third party candidate, but that's what my brother says, and I trust him. So if the early returns from South Carolina come back and it shows Bledsoe in a big lead, everyone should be excited.
Oh man, I would love to see Lindsey Graham like get the boot just because
he
he's a
deserves
turd
to go
burglar.
mainly because he's one of the most biggest blatant hypocrites in the Senate right now. I mean, you guys just remember watching videos of him from like the pre-Trump election saying Trump's a kook and we deserve to lose, and then and then the Supreme Court thing just immediately blatant. He even said, "Use my own words against me," and nobody cares. So. I'd be happy if he gets kicked to the curb.
Have you guys seen that video of him? I think it was probably 4 years ago. Him he was being interviewed for a biographical documentary of Joe Biden, and he's talking about what a nice guy Joe Biden is, despite the fact that he's from across the floor, and he gets so into his subject that he starts weeping about what a lovely guy Joe Biden is.
Oy vey.
That sounds like a deep fake.
No, it's fully real. And I don't know, like this guy.
Lindsey Graham is
the ability to lie,
emotional.
The ability to lie emotionally with no feeling is like one of the keys.
Because Biden's such a conservative, he doesn't mind him.
And he's a fucking psychopath.
Yeah, I mean, what's really the difference between those people, actually?
Well, I think this is like, kind of one of the things that has been really happening since since really social media has gotten big, but I think Trump very much exploited it, whether intentionally or unintentionally. I mean, but I just think that like even if there's just like well documented evidence of you doing something or saying something in the past, it just doesn't matter anymore.
Isn't that crazy? That's the phenomenon that we're witnessing.
It's like a bed of nails, you know what I mean? Like if you lay on like a board with a nail sticking through, it's gonna go right through you. But like if you just like have a whole bed of nails, you can like float right on top and it doesn't really hurt.
It is weird. It is part of this, like, I mean, you bring up a really good point. It is part of this kind of bully mentality too. It's like I can remember bullies, and you'd be like, oh hey, like, get off my lawn, and they'd just be like, this isn't your lawn, like this is your parents' lawn. And then you'd be like, well, get off my parents' lawn. They'd be like, this isn't your parents' lawn, this belongs to the the neighborhood or the city or like the state. Or it's just like, they just keep coming up with bullshit and don't really care. It's just they're just pile driving, like plowing through. And I always, I mean, you always notice that there's always going to be like people that are like trying to make peace and like, good people trying to get by and stuff like that. And then there's, the moment there's like a hole that's open, they're just going to slither in there like a snake and try to take over,
Yeah. I mean, I was listening to some Seth Meyers video today, and he just listed like a bunch of things that Trump has done or like has happened during the first term, and he was like going for like 30 seconds, just like speaking really fast, like blah 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 blah. And I was like, oh my god, just forgot about some of these. It's just like
guys, we already he was actually impeached. Remember that? Actually happened, and that's like means nothing to anyone. You know what I mean? That actually happened.
Such a big deal out of it too. Like, oh, he's the first president, or whatever. He's been impeached. He's one of the only 3 or whatever. Like, it's like, and it didn't mean anything. So it's just such a fake victory.
Well, the thing is, it's another interesting thing is like Trump as an individual. Obviously, it's just like a symptom of the disease that's going on. But I think as an individual, he's really like, for better for worse, really exposed how just like baseless our political system is in the United States. Like really the only reason why things have worked in the past is because like people just had a shred of value to them as to like what the process is and what like the precedents are, and he's just throwing it out the window because nobody's ever like, you know, said like there's literally never been a president that said like I'm not gonna recognize the election results. And like I remember like 2 years ago I was talking to people about this. I was like, Trump's like saying he's not gonna recognize the election results, and everybody's like, well, no, he has to leave. And I'm like, says who?
He has to do it. He has to do it. Has been said this about everything he's gotten away with this whole time. So
it's like, okay, so he gets impeached, then what? You know?
Yeah.
It's like, okay. It's like, all right, so he loses the election, says he's not going to step down. Who's going to take him out? Is the military going to storm the White House and take him out?
Well, it's not even that. It's like
is Joe Biden going to go in there and take him out? Like, you know.
Well, I'd say it's honestly. I'd say it's like again. I've been saying this whole time. Nothing will surprise me except if he actually says if he loses, I respect results of the election and then leaves. That's the surprising part. Nothing else will surprise me. All this convoluted shit. I feel like if the military has to drag him out, I feel like that's the less likely option. But he definitely will go out without he'll definitely make a stink on his way out, and maybe Secret Service will drag him out. I want them to do an inventory check because I bet you he's going to steal shit on the way out. You know what I mean? There's probably a nice like portrait of Teddy Roosevelt.
I think Trump's going to like take like he's going to like pee on the carpet before he leaves.
Oh yeah, they're going to leave dead fish in like cupboards somewhere.
He's going to like take a doo-doo in the corner or something in a box, and like he's going to like in the Oval Office Bible or something like that, you know?
Well, that's the thing. Well, you know the legacy, like ever since H.W. Bush, how each president has left a letter for the next going president, like a respectful thing. Like it will be a piece of shit inside a dead fish in the Resolute desk. Like why not? Fuck it.
And but it'll be funny because it'll be like Trump's shit, but then like he won't actually put it in the fish because Trump, apparently he's a big like germaphobe, so he would never like touch the dead fish himself. So like he'll get like somebody to like collect it from his toilet or whatever, and then put it in the fish.
It'll be Giuliani or Don Jr.
Yeah, or no, probably Lindsey Graham. It'll probably be Lindsey Graham. But anyway, hey, so we got let's head up. We got a few questions from the audience. Yeah. I don't want to leave them hanging. So, because I'm glad that we have some people in the audience.
But for swing state, I wanted to add quickly
Georgia, yeah. And well, it seems like Pennsylvania is like a hot spot right now.
Yeah, but I think Pennsylvania is always a swing state.
It has been.
That's true.
A while.
Yeah, Georgia is an interesting swing state because that is not typically a swing state. That's very interesting.
Georgia's like a dictatorship. Like the governor there is a dictator.
Yeah, remember what happened in 2018?
Yes, let's let the man run his own election because that's fair and makes absolute sense. Yeah.
In Atlanta, they had like I think like 20,000 people for one voting place, which is ridiculous. You know.
Okay, let's see.
If that was a country in the global south, they'd be calling it a dictatorship.
Oh yeah, totally. I mean,
it's like you were saying, Lee J. It's like Jack was asking today. He's like, "What about Georgia?" And it's like Brian Kemp has been in charge of elections there for how long? Like he was the Secretary of State when he was in charge of his own election,
right?
And that was ridiculous.
He's put into place the person in charge of the current election, and like it's just ridiculous. Even the primaries back a few months ago were like there were crazy lines.
Yeah, well, all I gotta say is no country that wants its people to actually be engaged and vote makes people wait like over 5 hours to vote.
You know, it's like wild is like here in Colombia, like obviously I don't think the elections are in any way fair, but the thing is they do like a really good job getting people to like vote. Like, I mean, I think people vote and they just like either manipulate the results or they don't, whatever.
So
but,
at
like,
least they're good at pretending that it's real.
Exactly. Like they like really fake it well, you know.
Okay. So what's
like,
worse, right?
Like literally like the candidates, especially I mean mostly for like I would say mayoral elections and like governor elections, like they'll straight up come out to like all these like poor neighborhoods on election day with like either like cartons of beer or like money, like cash money, and just be like, let's go to the polls. And like remember like you're a friend of like this candidate. Like,
that's the way to win it.
Buy you a beer.
No, like literally, like they'll put on like block parties the day before the election in like poor neighborhoods.
Wow.
And, you know, get people to like make sure you get up and vote tomorrow.
Wow.
But you know, obviously, I don't think like, you know, I don't think it matters because I think everyone votes, and I think I don't know what the turnout is, but I would say they probably at least have like 60-70% turnout here.
Wow, that's pretty good.
But yeah, I mean, they manipulate the results, I'm sure.
Wow. I'm just curious, what do you guys think about the legitimacy of our elections either way, whether it's the, you know, obviously the facetious Trump argument or like the legitimate corruption that we do see? Like they are making it harder for people to vote. Like,
yeah, I don't think this time's gonna be.
I don't think
it's gonna.
I don't think
wild.
really many countries are having very legitimate elections anymore, unfortunately.
Speaking of Taiwan, man, Taiwan had a landslide re-election for Tsai Ing-wen, who's basically one of the best leaders right now. Everyone tells me I'm a fool for leaving, and I probably am. But I was surprised that election went through. It was not scammed by the mainland Chinese government at all. So there's still some hope out there, at least.
Yeah. I don't know. I think, what's the population of Taiwan?
Oh God, I would say maybe I look it up. I want to say like I'm going to say 12 million, and then I'm going to look it up.
Yeah, I think small countries have an easier job,
Oh, absolutely, 100%.
I think any country over like
Taiwan,
50 million people, I'm not really trusting the results.
24 million people. 24 million people in Taiwan.
Okay, that's pretty big.
Yeah, that's significant, especially for an island nation like that. It's not so big.
There was a big election in South America too.
I think this gets to like kind of what I've been at lately. Is like I'm really just thinking about, you know, what our future is going to be like in terms of electoral politics, because I just really don't think like voting is working pretty much anywhere in the world. And so it's like, if voting's not working, because, you know, even if your like democratic system is open and easy and accessible, there's just so much misinformation that is.
There's a theory like about a green dictator, you know, it's like the benevolent dictator theory. It's like,
yeah,
when democracy is
like a unicorn doesn't exist.
Will people?
You know, well, I was gonna say, yeah. Does anybody know about Huey Long from Louisiana?
I've heard the name
a little bit,
but
because that's basically what he was. He was basically like this ruthlessly corrupt. Like he basically became dictator of Louisiana. Even while he was senator, he was still in charge of the state. But even though he was basically dictator, he actually used his power to. He created like literacy programs to teach people how to read. He built roads for the state of Louisiana so people could actually get around. All the people that were like in the rural areas couldn't get. And he, you know, had voter registration drives. So on like one hand, this guy was basically, you know, corrupt, more or less dictator, as it's called. But on the other hand, he actually did a lot of stuff to help people. And people in Louisiana still revere him as a very positive influence on their state and their lives. So it's like, what I guess, when does the good outweigh the bad? And the way I see it, like, at least there was some good in his horribleness, as opposed to what we mostly get now, which is mostly, if not all, terrible. That's kind of how I see it. So.
Yeah. I just think as long as there's someone with a lot of power, there's always going to be like serious levels of oppression. And, you know, like even because, you know, it's just, I don't know. I think I'm kind of more into the idea of kind of organizing on a local level and kind of thinking that, you know, we can't really trust anybody to be making big time decisions that affect like, you know, hundreds of thousands or millions of people, and that it kind of needs to start getting like more localized.
Well, I was just one last thing. At least when I was in Washington D.C., I went to the Jefferson Memorial, and I don't remember the exact quote specifically, but he's basically saying that the Constitution that we're making now works well for us, but future generations, it'll basically be like a 14-year-old or an adult wearing armor made for a 14-year-old. So we're a 21st century country living off of a 18th century playbook. Clearly, the first election only was it like 130,000 people, and you had to be a white land-owning Christian. It's like, and we're basically still living off the same playbook. Like, clearly, we need a lot of reform and constitutional changes post-Trump, if there is one, if our country is going to move on the way that
I always say that to people, is like, all this shit was written before like electricity was.
And then
so it's like, it's like such a big difference. Like, there weren't even computers.
Well, I was going to say,
wasn't even light bulbs.
Yeah,
like
the whole nukes, right? They didn't know about nukes.
I mean, it was back when a lot of people weren't considered people yet. Like,
I was just going to say that, like,
back when they were slaves.
The whole originalism thing is bullshit. Because, like, let's read the Constitution the way the original founding fathers saw it. It's like, and the original founding fathers also thought black people were slaves and 3/5 of a person.
Which is like why when Thomas talks about originalism, you're like, come on, man. Like, really?
Come on, man. Here's the deal.
I only listen to 3/5 of your argument. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, if you really want originalism, like, that's a slippery slope for you.
Yeah. It's bullshit.
Well, yeah. I think no matter what, though, I think we're gonna have to start thinking about ways to protect people that are, of different skin colors and genders than us in this call right now. Because I think things are gonna get pretty serious no matter who wins.
Oh yeah.
And I think like, there's an activist in Boston where we're from that I follow, a Black Lives Matter activist. And she's always talking about kind of like direct reparations. And I was also coincidentally reading this, survey about Latino teachers in Boston and like minority teachers in Boston. And a lot of them report like, being overworked, especially like bilingual teachers work for like not extra compensation. Mm-hmm. They're like always used as like translators. They're like, oh, get like, this person in here because they speak Spanish. They can talk to the parents for us.
Yeah.
Or like, get this teacher, like, because the administration usually, won't be Spanish speaking or Portuguese or Haitian Creole speaking. And they're like, get teacher X or teacher Y to come in here and like translate for us, or like, get them to do things. And it's like, so they end up doing all this extra work just because of their identity.
Mm-hmm,
and it's like, well, we got to start thinking about like, not only like these ideas of like reparations can exist in ways that aren't just like financial, like there's things that we can do. Like, if I'm going to be a teacher and, I can, I need to start thinking about ways that I need to help teachers that are going to have a more difficult, like women too, like as a teacher over the past years and having female colleagues, like I have to do way less in the form of like commanding respect from my students. Like I remember like even in my like English, like one of my first English classes I taught, I was co-teaching with a woman, sorry. And like all the students would just like ask me the questions and they wouldn't ask her, and they wouldn't even like look at her.
Yeah, it's interesting. That happens.
And it's like it just the fact of just like being a male presence in the room.
Mm-hmm.
Just, and even the thing is too, I was like significantly shorter than her too, because I'm like a short guy, It's like, and so it's like not even like a physical body like size or anything. It's just like, and so, and I think as these situations are developing in our country, I think there's going to be like a lot of people that are going to be in direct physical and emotional danger. In the coming, like more so than already, I think already it's like I think this year we broke the record for like trans murder, like trans women have been murdered, like higher than ever. violence in a lot of cities, like regular homicide is up, which obviously is affecting probably, lower income and communities of color. And so we need to start thinking about like, because the government, I mean, like I said, like Joe Biden's probably not going to help these issues. Like Joe Biden's not going to be like out there like lowering the trans murder rate.
No, definitely not. Yeah.
And Joe Biden's not going to be out there like lowering the femicide rate. And Joe Biden's not going to be out there lowering the like neighborhood violence rates. And he's not going to be out there either like stopping police brutality, because like fucking police brutality increased under Obama, and Obama was the black man, and it's like, so I think that the federal government, and I would say even like state executive governments, as far as like governors and stuff, aren't really, because like even the police aren't listening to the governors anymore.
Well,
and they aren't even really listening to the mayors.
Yeah, that's well, that's what's really crazy, because I mean, we do have this like crazy like situation going on where, I mean, yeah, I know we like are this nation of like checks and balances and stuff like that, but like you said, it's so much and we this has really like revealed itself, of course, like going back to like COVID and stuff like that, because you can see how disconnected everything is based on like how we're managing this from state to state, or even like county to county or something, or even, sometimes it's even town to town, or like municipality to municipality. Like things are being taken care of differently. And I mean, I don't know, I mean, it's I mean, you bring up like a very good point. And of course, we always have to like be conscious of this, of just like taking care of everybody and recognizing like who is like more like the most vulnerable, more vulnerable people and stuff like that might be getting forgotten sometimes. But it's like weird, because I mean, think about this, like what the hell, like why do we not have more people like people, like why is there not like some teachers in charge of like education? You know what I mean? Like why is Joe Biden, why do we have lifelong politicians? You know what I mean? Like this doesn't make a lot of sense, actually. Like, I mean, we have bureaucrats, so the bureaucrats kind of know how the systems are working and stuff like that. But why do we have these people that are just like I would feel much more comfortable if like people would be like, yeah, I'm gonna like leave like teaching for like 8 years to like go work as like the Secretary of Education or something like that, than to like just have some random mofos that were like executives of, I don't know, Coca-Cola or some shit. Like, the next thing you know, they're like the Secretary of State or something like that, and I mean, the point is, so it's like, I mean,
I have a question for Daniel. So you were saying about how police brutality rose under Obama, and that it's not going to be different this time. What do you think about the Black Lives Matter protest this summer? Do you like? It felt to me that there was like a lot more intensity behind it than certainly I've seen in my lifetime, and it felt like at the time it felt like sort of change was in the air. Do you feel any optimism that this momentum is going to keep going?
A little bit.
Do you think it's going to change things concretely? I guess is my question.
A little bit. I mean, I think just like, I mean, I remember the first time I really became aware of, not police brutality, but like Black Lives Matter as a movement was around the Ferguson protests.
Yeah.
And I remember just like being at university and like, even just like my friends from home and stuff, like it didn't really seem like a very like mainstream idea. It was very much, and now it definitely is, there's like in the last like couple months, I've seen people posting about it that, would never, I would say 6 years ago would definitely not. So I think, there is more recognition of it. I also think that, unfortunately, like there's more footage. Well, fortunately and unfortunately, like there's more footage of what's going on that's becoming more widely spread around, which I don't think it should need footage. Like you should believe people's, testimonies, things that have happened to them. And I also think that like, a lot of white people need to start hanging out with and talking to more Black people, because I think still we live in a very segregated society. And like even just like most of my friends, if not all of my like close friends from high school are white, and so like I really didn't get more interaction with people of color until I went to university and living abroad as well. And so I mean I think yeah, it's changing, but it needs to be. It seems I mean it seems like politicians are just doing what politicians do and like giving people lip service. They're like, yeah, we're gonna like Joe Biden in the debate the other night literally said he wanted to fund the police more.
Yeah. Oh, dude, Joe. But I mean, if you want to go down that road, Joe Biden has made sure that Joe Biden has made sure to let us know that he's not going to give us anything that we want. Like he's
already said he's going to put Republicans in his cabinet.
Should we like hold our power? Like this is the thing though. Like sorry they did, but like my mom was again like I was criticizing Trump and just discussing with her like that. I was trying to express to her that like he's a person who represents like the antithesis of so many values that I think she taught me. And when in that criticism, she was like, she immediately took it to the, well, you want me to vote for this other guy. And I'm like, I said, like, I'm holding a lot of my venom for like when Democrats are in power, but the issue is not Democrat or Republican right now. Like I'm going to criticize the party in power, and the party in power is this party. When that other party is in power, I will criticize them and try and push the pendulum, to in the direction that I want it to go and want it to swing. But I'm not saying we shouldn't be criticizing Joe Biden, perhaps, but let's like I don't know, like let's hold that venom for like when he is the president elect.
Yeah. Well,
because,
that kind
of right now it doesn't matter. Like right now he has no like he's not influencing things, and so it's.
I think I don't know if that's always true. I mean, I think he does influence things like.
Yeah, but I think
Bernie's a senator from like one of the smallest states in the union, and he's like arguably one of the most influential U.S. politicians.
Yeah, so, but I think I just kind of reminds me though of like when at the debates, like when Trump is like, well, like look at Joe, like Joe's like not doing anything, and I'm like, yeah, but I mean he can't really do anything right now, like it's like I don't know, I think that's more like the point you're trying to make, like it's like yeah, like it's like this is the choice that we have like at hand right now. It's like 1, 2, or 3, like A, B, or C. Like it's gonna be, or maybe 4 choices. We have 4 choices, right? We have like Republican, Democrat, third party, or like nothing. Like don't vote. Like
I don't know if Kanye was on y'all's ballot. Kanye, yeah. But like that's the thing.
Kanye was on the Florida ballot.
Rocky
no, I don't think so. No.
Like Rocky.
Kanye's on like 13 ballots.
Really?
Yeah, he's like officially on.
Oh wow, we have another guest coming into the show. Everybody, welcome Screaming Eagle.
I was just saying, like Kanye was on. I showed all my students, like Kanye was on Tennessee's ballot. Like I can show you guys a picture. Like
crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Like people think
it's very interesting too. Like Kanye, Lil Wayne, Ice Cube, and who else? Oh, Lil Pump. Like all these like rappers are coming out for Trump, and I'm like, what else do you really expect? Actually, I mean, they're all a bunch of like misogynistic, like capitalistic motherfuckers, Like
yeah, that's really the thing at the end.
Hey, look who's here, all the way from West.
What up? Yeah. What up? Oh my God! Oh my God! Live and in the flesh, we're in MAGA country.
Yeah.
Red Nation.
Wow, actually,
here we are.
We've got actually,
yeah.
Kanye West. Yeah. What does it say?
Oh, there's Kanye on the ballot.
Who is this VP?
Yeah.
Michelle Tidball.
Who is that?
Yeah.
That's a great.
I gotta Google that.
Do you know what his political party is called?
What?
Oh boy.
The birthday party.
That's correct.
Oh.
Dude, this is not a real election. This is not a real election. Hey, everybody, welcome Screaming Eagle. You're actually on the ground right now, right? You're on the ground.
I am literally on the ground in MAGA country, and there can't be any more Trump flags around here. I can't even believe it.
What are you doing? What are you?
Dude, what?
What are you doing?
Where are you?
So so is anyone else here on right now in America?
No, we've got Poland, we've got Norway, we've got Germany, Colombia, and Czech Republic.
We should have live streamed when I was going down Fort Lauderdale. Okay, so I'm actually in Fort Lauderdale, Florida right now.
Wow.
And this South Florida Fort Lickadale. So this South Florida area, the Tri-County area, is usually a Democratic hotbed. Like this Tri-County area that has about 7 million people is always blue. But we just drove down the beach area to come where we're at right now in front of this restaurant, and all I saw was Trump flags and people wearing Trump hats. So I think Trump, definitely the Trump voter is very vocal.
Yeah, that's
very
right.
out there. We have seen it around town. I mean, everywhere we drive, billboards, tons of billboards here in Miami. Votar in Spanish, even vote Trump.
No.
So they're much more visible than Biden.
Do you think
flags
do you think the live vote now is Trump, but the early vote has been Democrat? Like, is there is it a possibility that like the Democrats have been voting early just because it's like safer during a pandemic?
For sure, absolutely. So I mean, I did that. I took my mail-in ballot and I physically brought it to an early voting location here in Palm Beach County and dropped it off. The last numbers that I remember seeing was that early voting Democratic registered voters in the state of Florida there was a 100,000 or 110,000 vote lead over Republicans. Now Republicans traditionally show up on election day. So I think that lead is going to shrink big time. And it's going to be razor thin here in Florida again.
Oh yeah, Florida. I mean,
by the way, as a guy who used to live in Florida, I'm sick of Florida being so important in our elections. Especially,
we've had that.
Yeah,
we've had that crown since 2000 when there were those hanging chads.
Yeah,
Florida.
We were there, man.
The
we
more
wure
north
there.
you go, the more south it gets. You know what I'm saying? I'm born in Alabama.
Florida,
grew up in Tennessee. I've been up and down I-75. Been to Floribama.
I mean, I remember
why the fuck does it matter so much?
I remember being in high school back in 2000 and walking down the street from my high school to Clematis Street to the what's it called, the courthouse with Jesse Jackson. Jesse Jackson walking down the street like we will count the vote. We're going to the White House.
Dude, I will never forget driving by the supervisor of elections building on Military
every
Trail.
every day.
And the whole world, we were the epicenter of the universe.
Yes, for a month.
Every single media, everything. Palm Beach County, West Palm. I remember driving by it
I wish things had turned out differently, man.
Say it again.
I wish things had turned out differently.
Can you imagine if we had Gore as president? I can't even imagine.
We'd be 20 years ahead on climate change.
What do you mean? We would be living in a solar panel socialist apocalypse.
Pandemic, you know what I mean?
Well, as I say, if you believe in the multiverse, maybe that parallel dimension out there, Al Gore was president. And
we live in the multiverse where Biff Tannen somehow went back to the future with the fucking sport guide. You know what I mean?
With the sport, he's the casino man.
We're in that part of the movie.
So
we're in the multiverse
my wife had a
where
good question that I want to pose to the group here because we have an international group.
Oh yeah.
So what is the feeling on the ground? And Boutique kind of shared this with me that there is a strong feeling. I think that was Poland, Boutique, that you shared. But what is the feeling for Trump? And like, is the alt-right do they just sing his praise because the brand of Trump? And like, what is it like out there? What's driving that?
I think anyone who's been to university in any country in Europe is fucking disgusted in some countries it's like way more than that. Like I remember reading in Germany, 96% of Germans, paraphrasing, think Trump's a douchebag. In other countries, in Poland, he's more, as far as I understand, he's more popular, but he's not really respected anywhere, I don't think.
But we live in Czech Republic, and Miloš Zeman, who's the president, who like, just Google him. He's like that Monty Burns graphic where it's like all the diseases pushing through at the same time, and therefore none can get through. Like no one understands how this guy is still alive. He was the first person to call and congratulate Donald Trump.
Oh no!
The first world leader, like.
So do they just all like strongmen? Are they like Putin fans too?
Well, so we live in the Visegrad group, right? So like Poland, Slovakia, Hungary, Czech Republic, it's the Visegrad group.
It's so crazy
That's for many reasons, for historical reasons, and they're all like mini dictators, basically. You have the Law and Justice Party here,
Law and Order,
or in Poland, in Czech, it's the second richest guy who was like a Slovak CIA KGB agent during communism. In Hungary, it's a guy who's been in power for like 14 years. His name is Viktor Orban.
Oh,
he's
yeah.
the dictator.
Yeah, he's crazy, man.
He's the dictator. And then
a little four country Russia in Europe, in the European
And
Union.
then like Slovakia, who like even when they elect people, they're like when they comes to like refugee status, they're like, why would Muslims want to be here? There's no mosques in the entire country.
Why?
That's the Visegrad group.
Well, I've only been in Poland for 4. Yeah, I was going to say I've only been in Poland for 4 weeks, so I can't say much, but I can certainly give you guys a rundown on the whole Taiwan perspective, because obviously that's very unique.
Yeah, let's hear that.
So basically, it's pretty much split because a lot of Taiwanese people are pro-Trump just because they think he's against China, and obviously they're against China. But personally, I think that's Trump's China hate is disingenuous at best, because we all know he has his $15 million bank account. Like, I personally don't think Trump would ever do anything to actually help Taiwan in any serious escalation with China. But that's basically how it goes. And it's very complicated dynamic because you have the two parties. You have the KMT, which is basically like the Republicans of Taiwan. And those are traditionally pro-unification, pro-mainland. And they got their asses kicked twice. And their Trump actually went up against the current president, Tsai Ing-wen, and he lost in a landslide. And that's the difference between Taiwan and the United States. When their Trump ran, he got his ass kicked. And not just that, he was mayor of their second or third largest city, but because he didn't spend any time as mayor, he became the first mayor in Taiwanese history to be recalled from his seat. So it just shows the different perspectives. Again, I looked it up earlier. Taiwan's only 23 million people, so obviously it's a lot, I guess, easier to have cohesion. But I mean, they didn't fall for their scam. But yeah, it's interesting to see how even despite that, there's still a strong pro-Trump Taiwanese population because they think he's tough on China, which again I think is just
he's gonna save the world from communist China.
Well, look what happened to Hong Kong. Basically nothing. Nobody did anything. Right. Not even the British. Because
good point.
Remember, they made that arrangement. They were supposed to get 50 years of semi-autonomous rule.
Yeah.
And they broke the deal, and nobody did anything really. So
who's the strong man now?
What's Taiwan's situation going to be? I don't know. I honestly don't think anybody in American politics really cares about Taiwan, even though we should. And that's the saddest part about Taiwan, is because it actually is a very strong, democratic, you could even, capitalist, successful in that sense. You can argue the merits of that, but it's a strong democratic country and they're not even acknowledged as a real country by most of the world.
Yeah.
They don't acknowledge their sovereignty. They only have Swaziland and Tuvalu and these small countries. It's not even a real country. They don't have an actual embassy, but we don't mind giving China all of our business. It just, That's what's so frustrating.
That money.
If we actually
all about it.
Yeah, if we actually cared about our values,
nope.
Taiwan would have its sovereignty.
Nope.
But it doesn't get to be in the UN, doesn't get to be in, you know, the World Health Organization, any of this stuff, because China's money is more important.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right.
That's a good. Did you see Boutique? See what Brian put in the chat there?
Oh no, let me check it out.
True. Yes, Brian, in a popular vote sense. And that's why the Rust Belt is going to be so critical again. I mean, I think even if Biden loses Florida, he still has a chance.
Yeah.
He has to win Pennsylvania. He has to win Pennsylvania.
Can we acknowledge that the fact that we refer to it like without any amount of irony as the Rust Belt? Like truth is in a name, right?
Oh, it looks like it when you go there.
Truth is in a name. Oh, what is it? It's the Rust Belt. Why is it the Rust Belt?
It's a bunch of rusty old factories.
Like, it used to be the Steel Belt.
Defunct
the Democrats
it looks apocalyptic.
Had a hand on the scale in turning it into the Rust Belt, and then yet still based on the legacy of unions and what they used to be as a party, took it for granted. I mean, it's ridiculous. But just going to like Lee J, I mean, you say that like Taiwan voted against Trump. I mean, America did vote against Trump. And like, I do think it's important to really, like, from a semantic point, bring that up because like we America did not elect Trump. The Electoral College and a broken, undemocratic system did.
Yeah.
And something I saw recently, you know, there's this like video with Adam Ruins Everything, Adam Conover, and then there was a response from Steven Crowder, and like this louder from Crowder, and I think it's important to like engage with some of these like voices that you may not agree with.
Yeah, gotta know what they're
he's
thinking.
like, you know, but his whole thing was like, well, we're not a democracy, we're a constitutional republic, and the founding fathers wanted it this way, and it's like, yeah, but like then don't like wank on the idea of America as the greatest democracy. Like don't make money on like make people understand that it's not a democracy if you're going to take power in an undemocratic way.
Yeah, but that's like the whole point is they want to take the power like that. Like it's the perfect thing because everyone thinks it's like a representative democracy, but it's really not.
Well, if we're gonna keep,
it's totally skewed to the right. The representation is totally skewed to the right.
No, if we're gonna keep playing this game with the Electoral College, which is basically being hacked by the Republicans, we just need like 5 million people from New York and California move to Texas, and then they'll never win another election.
That's like New Hampshire, dude. Like 100,000 people to move to New Hampshire.
Yeah, seriously. Like if we're gonna play this,
organized.
Why doesn't George Soros start a university in Michigan, Pennsylvania, and New Hampshire, dude? And just
the left wingers are
4 years, right? Like let the students study in California, and then every 4 years they do a semester abroad in a swing state. Costa Rica, you know what I mean?
I've actually been saying that for years. Like these billionaires, if they actually care, like was it Bloomberg or like you said, Soros or big Bezos, just pay a bunch of us broke millennials to move to like Kentucky, and South Carolina, and Texas, and vote all these motherfuckers out.
It's not a bad idea.
Yeah, it's actually practical. That's a very practical.
Why not?
Throw money at the problem.
We'll call it. Well, let's come up with a name for it right now. Like born out of the boutique, progresses abroad. Like reverse manifest destiny. Let's like you guys are gonna keep the Electoral College. We're gonna game this shit. All right.
If someone came,
it's like repatriate back to the United States for all the people that moved abroad.
If Bloomberg gave me like $70,000 in like a studio apartment in like Kentucky somewhere, I'd totally move there just to vote against Mitch McConnell. 100%.
Oh my god.
is a really good idea.
I know. I've been saying that for years. Let's do it. Let's tweet at those guys.
Really
get them to do it, right?
Let's lean into this remote working, right? Like let's lean into it. Let's convince billionaires. Like, you want to be taxed more? Okay, they're gonna spend your money on bums. Let's spend your money on elections, right? Like, come on.
Yeah, there's so many people in California that are like fucked economically right now. They could just get bribed to basically move to like Kentucky or South Carolina or Georgia, any of these places. Hell, move to Oklahoma and Alabama. Just like I said, let's if we're gonna play the electoral college game, let's get serious.
Yeah, I mean, not everybody in California can get a Spotify deal and then quickly move to Texas.
Like I said to people, he wants to live his California lifestyle but pay Texas style taxes. That's Joe Rogan.
Yeah, right. Yo, by the way, Kanye's vice president describes herself as a biblical life coach. And she had said she doesn't watch the news.
How many ballots did Kanye get?
I think like 13.
Actually, yeah.
Tennessee, Eagle, Screaming Eagle. You missed it. I showed it earlier, dude. He's on the ballot in Tennessee. And
Unbelievable.
I hope he takes 10%. I hope he takes 10% of the vote.
Is it really any more unbelievable than Trump?
I voted. I'm riding Biden, but when it
comes
to like council, I'm not gonna lie.
Actually, I think Kanye makes more sense than Trump.
I wrote in a friend of mine who I traded votes for. I said because he's from a state that matters. He's from Minnesota. I was like, if you vote for Biden, I will write your name in on my ballot. And so I voted for him for town council, Dolly Parton, and my mom.
Now,
Dolly Parton's done a lot for the people of Tennessee.
Though? Like, how did he do that? And is this to siphon votes away from the black vote for Democrats? Is that the play?
That's the word on the street. I don't know.
I think he's just a narcissist.
Yeah, I think it's just insanity and narcissism, honestly.
I think that's why he and Trump get along so well too.
Yeah, that's why I like it's really crazy, man. It's
because they're just all narcissists.
I don't know. It's
they're
just
all like wealthy narcissistic people.
I just hope. I don't know. I mean, don't how to get. I don't know. It's never gonna go away. Somebody wrote in the comments too that Kanye is on. Yeah, Sean M in the comments wrote, interestingly, Kanye is on the Roque de la Fuente ballot in California. Yeah, Roque de la Fuente. Wait, what party is he in? Like the Reform Party or something?
Who knows about or like socialism and liberation or something crazy?
Election I voted.
Oh, that's Gloria Larga.
Roque de la Fuente.
Hey, Matt,
doesn't he run in like every election for 20 years? Or
something like
that?
Matt, can I ask you a question?
Yeah. Yeah.
So you live in Berlin.
Yeah, Reform Party.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know how to ask the question.
Concisely.
Like, well, yeah, concisely. Like, I don't know. Like, have you lived other places abroad?
Yeah. Like I lived a semester in Munich and then one in Düsseldorf.
But all in Germany.
Like all in Germany, yeah. Like
from your experience with like American German relations through like movies and stuff and like this, that, and the other, like were you surprised? Like of all the I'll share why I'm asking the question, because like of all the places I've lived abroad, I felt like Germans were like the most similar to Americans, which was strange to me given the history of America and Germany. And I'd be interested to know if you ever had a similar feeling.
No, I don't know. I always felt like Germans are. Before I came to Europe, I expected Europeans to be really similar, and then I've always found them to be really different, like than Americans. But the place I've found to be, maybe it's because being from Massachusetts, like Boston area, the place I've found the most like American is Ireland. Like for me. Like Ireland seems like the most, like the way people talk to each other and interact always felt the most like home to me. But I feel like Germans, I mean, they have some similarities, but not too many. Like I generally find their way of thinking and just their general mannerisms to be a lot different.
Woo-hoo. Yeah, well, what do you, Brian? In what way? Oh, what's up, Sherry? How you doing? Like what? In what? I'm interested because I have some.
Yeah,
I lived in Germany for a couple of years, so like I'm interested.
Curious.
In what ways do you mean they reminded you of United States?
Yeah, exactly.
So Boutique and I lived in the same town in Marburg, and I just remember going to parties in the college town and things, and just feeling like, Boutique at that point, like we had also done the same program. So I'd studied in England, I'd studied in Norway, and I'd had like perceptions of those places.
Yeah.
And then when I got to Germany, maybe it was a product of the program or the culture, but I don't know. I felt like college kids there were more like there were a lot of people who didn't know what they were doing. And, I had this perception of it being this sort of really regimented, like everyone knew what the fuck was going on. And then I got there and I realized, or I felt like there were a lot of people who were kind of floating around, and
there's definitely a lot of people floating around.
Yeah,
totally.
Well, Germany is like interesting because it is the most populated country in Europe. So it's a very diverse
country. Strangely little known fact, I feel, or little recognized.
Yeah, I mean it's such a huge amount of people actually. You do find like it's funny. Yeah, Germany's funny. It's like you've got like the people. Yeah, like when I lived in Marburg, it was kind of like it's a college town, and and I lived there for a couple of years.
Die Universitätsstadt.
Die Universitätsstadt Marburg. And it kind of reminded me of like Tallahassee, in some ways different, some ways similar. But like, definitely had that like college town vibe. I kind of liked how they partied more there in Marburg. But in general, Germany, you've got everything. You've got the hinterland, you got the rednecks, you've got the the high, you got everybody there.
Hey guys, this is the Screaming Eagle. I gotta sign off here. So say bye-bye. But I will try later on to log back in. I don't know how long. I know it's getting late over there for you guys. But I don't know how long you're gonna grind it out tonight. But so today is my little brother's 15th birthday.
Oh yeah.
So I'm going to have dinner with them. We're going to have dinner.
COVID.
And we're gonna go catch COVID.
Be careful.
My stepmom and her husband are staunchly Trump supporters.
Oh no!
So this is going to be a very, very interesting dinner on election night.
Call me with an emergency call.
Where are you eating?
We're at this place. What is this called?
Tell me it's a Mexican restaurant.
The what?
Is it a Mexican restaurant?
No, it's this fancy high-end like steakhouse here in Fort
Lauderdale. Oh, I was gonna say Florida. I was gonna say you should go to Flanagan's, man. That's like one of the.
Flanagan's.
That's like one of the only few things I missed from Florida.
You should go to RJ Gators and Duffy's.
RJ Gators. Oh my God, I loved RJ Gators.
Chili's.
Man. Oh my God, that's awesome.
You should go to Popeyes, Wendy's or something. I don't know.
Popeyes, love me some Popeyes. Gotta get some pollo tropical.
Oh yeah, that's what we're talking about.
Oh yeah, love me some pollo.
Mm-hmm.
But go Big Blue, and let's see how this night unfolds, man. But Boutique, pay attention to that big board I sent you. That's probably your most in depth.
That's right. Yeah, thanks. We're gonna check that out later when some results start rolling in.
Polls just closed in some states at 6 p.m. So you got 40 minutes or so left before everything else closes. So
nice, awesome.
For at least East Coast, 7 p.m.
Awesome.
Votes are going to start being counted very soon.
We're going to find out sometime in around February, probably.
Yeah, February.
After the Supreme Court has ruled in Trump's favor.
Probably never going to find out.
Yeah, never for real. We're never really going to find out.
I'll holler at you in a little bit.
All right.
God bless America.
Peace, brother.
Screaming Eagle. Out.
Screaming Eagle. Yeah.
Yo, you know what's so funny is like so many people here have been asking me the last week. So when are we gonna know? Like Europeans over the last years, it becomes more and more difficult to explain American politics to them because it just keeps getting wild and wilder and wild. It's like for introductory lesson is like the electoral college, and then it's like, just so many problems. Like, when are we gonna know the results? It's like, well, I mean, it depends if like it, dude. Like, I don't know. Typically we don't know for a while, really officially, and then. But there's all sorts of shenanigans going on.
It's funny too. It's like, it could just be easy. They could just make it easy, but they just don't. They get. I don't know. I'm no scientist. Like, I don't know how all this stuff works, but I know that, like, for example, here in Norway, everything is like all connected through your like bank account and shit. Like, you can't do anything. Everything's done electronically. It's just like, they could do it if they wanted to do it, but they just don't want to do it.
It's a form of, it's like a part of the voter suppression thing, like, because even the fact that we always vote on Tuesday, like, that's a really, correct me if I'm wrong, but I doesn't that come from like the idea that like you need 2 days to get to the voting place after going to church on Sunday?
Oh, like, yeah, maybe. I don't know. Yeah. Sounds about right.
Yeah. All of it. Yeah. All of it.
It's like an old thing because it was like, oh, we'll vote on Tuesday because you got to go to church on Sunday. And you need like 2 days or.
Lee J, Matt, and myself, like, not in this conversation, have all used the word shenanigans to basically describe like the subversion of democracy. And like, it's such a funny. It's like such a Democrat thing to like come up with this cute word to describe like such a fucked up thing.
Shenanigans.
Oh, shenanigans.
Wasn't that the name of like the restaurant in like Super Troopers or something? Like,
shenanigans?
Yeah.
Shenanigans.
It was like I was down at Shenanigans the other night. I was doing some karaoke down at Shenanigans.
Karaoke.
Well, I was gonna say, unless it's unless it's a complete Biden wipeout, electoral college style, we're gonna see some gnarly, nasty ass shenanigans.
Oh, get ready.
The only reason I'm staying up is because I want to see early returns that suggest it might be a Biden wipeout. Like, Mississippi is too close to call. Then I'm going to bed. I'm done. I'm like, great.
Did you see, like, it already leaked that Trump's planning to declare victory?
Yeah, dude. It's dude, I'm not expecting anything good. Like, I mean, let's be real from on a very, meta level or specific. There's of course shenanigans going on in all of this shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, the American politics, global, but specifically American politics, there's just never ending shenanigans going on. So why would we expect anything less? But there will be some very special shenanigans going on, like Trump's greatest hits, kind of like probably coming on out.
Oh yeah, I completely agree. You might as well go all out. Go all out at this point.
Go ham.
Yeah.
I mean, I also think like we haven't discounted the possibility that he's actually just gonna win.
Oh, I think it's a strong possibility.
No, that's totally possible. Like I said, nothing will shock me except for him losing and leaving.
I think there's a lot of people tweeting. I think there's a lot of silent Trump voters.
Oh
yeah. I think there's a lot of
that's why he won. Yeah.
But
like Screaming Eagle was just saying like he was just saying like, oh, they're so vocal, and I'm like, I don't know how vocal they are.
I think there's a lot of silent Biden voters. Like I've read articles from people who've been like, I say it's like the battered Trump, like the battered Biden voter. It's like the wife of a guy in Texas who, and I mean, I've definitely read some stories about people calling and sort of just calling on behalf of the campaign, and women being like, I can't really speak openly, but I'm going to vote against Trump, and I can't let my husband hear me.
Wow.
Like, I think that movement, if there's that movement in this election, then that actually that's the only thing that would actually precipitate a Biden blowout.
Yeah. I mean, all I can say is that, like, being from Massachusetts, then is that pretty much everyone I know who voted for Trump in 2016 is going to vote for him again.
Yep, I was about to say the same thing. Yep.
And also, like,
not Jake's dad though, dude. Not Jake's dad.
Hey, Jake's dad, what's up? You listen out there. But, thank you.
And I also think, like, people who didn't vote for him, and I also know people who didn't vote for him in 2016 that are going to vote for him now.
Dude, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, like I was saying
that's a case I don't understand.
I was saying that earlier. I was saying the reason I was just arguing with someone earlier about that today, because I was saying, like, listen, in 2016, I remember just I don't look at the polls so much. I look at like my family and friends, because I usually feel like they're a decent thermometer of like what's happening. I'm not saying everybody's family and friends are, but I say, you know, our particular family and friends is a decent thermometer of like what's happening in the nation, you know, like in the honky community. Exactly. who happens to be a large, you know, a movement, you know, when it comes to voting. And when I look at that demographic, I see that. I think it's, you know, it's funny because I think first, I keep hearing people say, oh, well, Trump's done so bad now with the pandemic that, like, how can people, but he does so bad of everything, and how can people vote for him? But I also hear is a lot of people saying, well, I want to reopen, and they like what Trump's saying. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. They like that Trump's saying, like, oh, the coronavirus ain't real, and like we're gonna reopen. Well, you know,
he's going around doing his rallies in states saying, like, you got to tell your governor to open your state. And then one day, the other day, I saw commentary from someone. They're like, he's in a state where the state is literally open, but he's just saying it anyway just to get the crowd.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. Like I know people that are like swinging to the right, like simply based upon the fact that like they also like think that we're making too big of a deal about COVID, and like they want to go back to the movies, you know, like they want to go eat their KFC and like, you know, like
well, that's I was gonna say the Trump voters version of going back to brunch is going back to Applebee's. That's what I hear a lot, right? They want to go back to Applebee's.
The Applebee's voting block.
Liberals want to go back to brunch, and the Trump voters want to go back to Applebee's.
Yeah, we all think, like, you know, from people like us who are abroad, you know, I think that's just true. Like, it's so unbelievable to me. Like, I'm in a country, I think it's in the top 10 in the world for cases, and probably deaths too.
Yeah.
And it's just like so much drastically different as like compared to the US. Like, it's really bad here. Like, the virus is really bad here. But like, you look at the numbers and it's just not even close to as bad as it is in the US. And like, people, like, I was telling, like, you know, my parents the other night, because like Massachusetts, my state, is a population of 6 million people with over 10,000 people dead. And I was like, literally, Japan is a country of 130 million people, and they have like 1,000 people dead.
It's crazy.
And because they're like, oh, you know, Charlie Baker's doing a great job, and I'm like, he really isn't, because like, if Massachusetts was an independent country, it'd be one of the worst countries in the world.
And I think, well, this is the thing that makes me, this is why I do think that coronavirus is, like, I tend to think that it is really going to affect Trump, because I feel like it's the one thing that really hits, like, the personal, on such a personal level. Like, people are losing their jobs, people are actually dying, people are actually getting sick, like,
but they don't think it's him.
I mean, then I guess there's a difference. Like, do you blame it on him or do you not blame it on him? And I guess a lot of it is like supporters just say, like, a lot of them say there's nothing that he could have done about it.
Yeah,
there's always a justification for his shortcomings.
But like, I talked to like people who are like quote unquote, you know, like educated and international, and they like don't realize how bad it is in the U.S. Like, the U.S. is like the worst country in the world. Mm-hmm. I mean, per capita, I think there's other countries. I think Peru is number 1 in the world right now for deaths per capita. And you know, I think there's a couple countries ahead of us for like deaths per, but they're all like tiny countries, and like Spain and France, which are like, you know, tightly packed countries that had a really bad first wave. And
well,
it's
I was gonna say, I think you just said it, is that, you know, all of us obviously have a very unique and different experience and worldview compared to most Americans who never leave. Maybe they might not even leave their little town.
But that's all part of like the Kool-Aid. You know, people are just like think that like the U.S. like, you know, there's like, especially with the older generations, and I think, you know, even with a good amount of the younger generations, there's just like this common belief that, you know, at the end of the day, they're acting in our best interest. You know, like, you know, you may disagree about what's happening.
Yeah, I think there's also this aspect of like, to be American, like you can't really disagree with like the American, like, I don't know, people, there's always this sense of hope, like, and like everything, like, oh, it's not that bad, it's not that
like,
bad,
people
but it's like,
still
it
want to
really is pretty
immigrate
bad.
here. They're like, people still want to immigrate here. Like, you know, we're not like, we still have like, you know, all these like freedoms, and like, you know, you can say whatever you want. And I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, dude, but here's the thing too. I mean, I totally agree that, you know, if you get the experience of like living abroad and stuff like that, you definitely have like a different perspective. Obviously, you have a different perspective if you live in the same small town your whole life and then you move to the next town. It's like, whoa. But on the other hand, I mean, dude, I watch the same, you know, news, and I read the same papers, and the same articles and stuff.
Yeah, but I don't
that I
know.
could read anywhere. I mean, it's like, you know, all you need to go, you don't even need to read anything specific. You can just go check the statistics online and like see per capita, click, oh, okay, I see what's going on here. It's like people don't take 2 seconds to just look at this. And I will talk to people, like I will talk to family members and stuff like that, and I'll be like, yeah, no, we're like #1. Oh, really? I didn't know that. Are you sure? Oh, but you know, that's because we test more. And I'm like, well, no, not really. I was like, actually, we're not really that high. You know, it's like even when you tell it to them, they don't even want to accept it.
Okay,
you know?
now that's a really important point, right? This whole thing, like when you tell something to someone and they don't want to accept it, because this whole thing has like exposed, I feel like, as someone who studied science, you know, in university, it's like this has all exposed a big lack of like understanding of statistics, and like how, like, people would say to me at the beginning of the pandemic, I don't even know anyone who has coronavirus. Do you know anyone who has coronavirus? No, but I mean, statistically, it's pretty unlikely that we would. Think about how many people have it in this country. There's 80 million people. Like, how many of those people do you know? It's very unlikely. Like, there's a big disconnect, and then like this whole idea of like, oh, more testing or whatever. It's like, oh,
I mean, I'm
so
like,
many bad faith arguments.
Yeah, and I'm like, yeah, and you think, so okay, so we do more tests, and then we have this many cases. Okay, good that we know that's a shitload of cases. You know, like it doesn't change the fact that it's still there. It's
like the cases are there, one way or the other. Like there's a reality.
Exactly. Yeah.
Our country went very swiftly from one of the lowest numbers in the European Union to one of the highest, well, basically the highest numbers in the world. And what I've noticed is that the people during the summer who were saying the things that you were saying, like, oh, do you know anyone who's had COVID? Oh, have you ever seen it with your own eyes? You can't believe what they're telling you. Those people have gone quite swiftly quiet here because the hospitals have started collapsing, and everyone, there's loads of people who've had it now, and there's, you know, everyone has a friend. Yeah, I know dozens of people who've had it, and everyone has a friend or a friend of a friend who's been in hospital, and suddenly those people have gone quiet. And I think there's just a lot of people who need to see things with their own eyes before they believe anything. And like what that says more broadly about like how information flows through society is quite interesting, because we have one friend here. He's adamant that anything he gets from the mainstream media is false, and anything that is posted online and gets taken down, he assumes that the reason it's been taken down is because it's true, and that's his fundamental belief is that everything that he's being told is wrong. And it's a very interesting discussion because there's so much that is coming from the mainstream media which is false. And
yeah, I mean that's the hard.
You know, it's just like the people these QAnon people who believe that like there's this shady cabal of powerful people controlling the world. It's like that's not wrong, but the people you're saying it is like when you say to these people, oh no, you're wrong that those people are controlling the world. It's these other people that are controlling the world. It's quite difficult. Like, what's the difference between a conspiracy theory and the truth? The two theories have the same structure.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I don't know who said this once, but they say it's easier to hide a lie inside a kernel of truth, basically.
Of course.
So, I mean, it makes sense.
I don't know. I feel like I always kind of see things just from an economic perspective, and I feel like people are like disillusioned, and they're just like something's wrong, and they like try to figure it out, and they create this conspiracy theory, but really it's just like both parties have the same economic agenda, really, in the end.
Oh, that's right.
Why, like,
no, 100%, and that's what I was going to say is that
you know what I mean?
The economic,
it's like that's the big conspiracy that's out in the open.
100%, yeah, because basically the parties economically are basically in agreement. They always come. The bipartisanship in our government is tax cuts and bailouts.
It's just neoliberalism,
right? Like, and that's why
one party state.
And that's why we have the
bank party.
Like, even this election, like what has been the discourse? It's get back to normal or Biden is a socialist. Like there's no, it's all culture war. Like that's all we have.
It's so frustrating. It's so frustrating and like funny as like someone on the left to like see like all this like Biden wants all this. Biden wants to do this. It's
Biden's a socialist.
Yeah,
it'd be great if he wanted to do all these things, but he does not want to do any of these things.
Well, I watched the 60 Minutes interview with Kamala Harris, and they're like, "You've been voted or rated the #1 most liberal senator," and she's like, "I'm not liberal. I'm not that liberal." It's like, so you guys just forget that like Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren and probably even a few other more don't even exist. Like the whole like that's just like delete him from the archive mainframe. Don't even acknowledge that he's existing. And then if Kamala Harris is the socialist,
I think the primary, COVID kind of erased the primary in a way too, because
the primary was so dirty.
What are we voting on? Like, because we're over here like Progressives Abroad podcast, and we're like shitting on the alternative a little bit. Like what do we?
This is a more broader discussion than just the election. Like in the election, there's two options, but hopefully in a country as diverse as the United States, there can be a more diverse range of possibilities.
It's not even that. It's that I've said to my mom, you're misunderstanding my criticism of the parties in power with an endorsement of those who are challenging it. Like, I'm saving a lot of venom for the Democrats. Like, the fact that the alternative party is, Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi, and Dianne Feinstein is like horrifying. It's actually horrifying. And I don't know. That's kind of a hard.
This is what Cornel West said.
That's like a hard truth to like come to terms with.
Well,
Cornel West kind of said like that, like a vote for someone is not an endorsement of the candidate. It's just a vote for the person. Like he's not endorsing Biden, but you still like.
I strongly agree.
I'm kind of at the point. It's like, well, when is this gonna stop?
100%.
That's how I felt at the end of the primary, especially the second time Bernie getting.
Like, okay, well, all right.
Like,
so I voted for Hillary because I had to, and it's like I'm gonna vote for Biden because I have to. And it's like in 4 years I'm gonna have to do the same thing.
I think it's gonna stop.
I think that's how most
in the US, the way it's gonna stop is not through the presidential election. It's gonna come from below. There's enough movements in the United States which are opposed to the system in some way. Like the presidential election is not where it's going to be won. It's going to come from communities. Like
but I think the hierarchy is too strong because
but one of the huge advantages of the US is like that on a very very low level, it's quite like extravagant democracy and the option to do things in communities which are different than like I mean most countries in Europe are much more kind of the local level is much more tied to a national system. America has this kind of loose system of multi-level governance.
There's still autonomy amongst the governors, And one of the interesting things about the COVID pandemic has been, like, if you listen to the Daily, it's like the rise of the governor. And then they came out with a statistic where it was like, from for a long time, like all major party candidates and even presidents had held like executive office. I think it's a real mistake from the Democrats to keep mining the Senate for their like major, like their national race, their national races, because I want someone with executive experience. I'd like someone who's worked with,
but also like governors recently.
Yeah, I want governors essentially.
Yeah.
You mean in terms of like primarying people that are like inexperienced, like regular Americans, or what do you mean?
I think.
If they're a governor, surely they're already in the system.
Well, so what? It was Carter was governor of Georgia, and
Reagan was
governor of
what about someone
Arkansas. But other than that, like Bush was governor.
Reagan was governor.
Are these good examples?
They are
for president. You mean for president, or
that's
for
all we got?
for Senate?
Well, I think the Democrats are making a mistake mining their national race candidates out of the Senate.
But I think like governors in general, like if you can use Massachusetts as an example, like I would say governors are, at least in Massachusetts, are always more conservative than the state.
Yeah, why?
Like in Massachusetts, we've always had like Massachusetts hasn't voted for like a Republican. I think maybe they voted for Reagan or Nixon, but that was like the last time we voted for a president. But we've had.
It's not about like how the governor conducts themselves. It's about the fact that the governor has executive experience. Like like a senator,
Well, this is the thing with someone like Pete Buttigieg. Like, who's he running? Like, why was he in the race? I was thinking that the whole.
Well, he was just there as a distraction. He was just
like a mayor.
Yeah,
he just wants a better job. Honestly, like that's what I get. He's gonna get some like second tier. He's gonna get a second tier position in Biden administration.
I'd never heard of the city that he was mayor of before.
Touchdown Jesus, baby.
Armpit, Indiana.
No offense to Long or whatever it was, but I was just like, how is that
a gay religious guy?
What city?
So weird.
Maybe that's it.
No, I love Pete Buttigieg. Pete Buttigieg has but he's a bit of a Manchurian candidate. Like he's from the sort of traditional power sources. I'm a bit skeptical of Pete Buttigieg, but I do
definitely.
Let's say, he also studied Obama's. Like, if you like listen to him and listen
to the way he
Obama,
speaks.
He really.
Yeah, dude.
He really emulated that sort of cadence and that sort of.
He just seemed like such an oily snake the whole time.
Oh,
he just seemed so.
Pete Buttigieg was like he was the brunch. He was like, let's just go back to brunch, guys.
I remember it was weird too. The first time I saw him speak, I remember being at university, just having lunch, watching YouTube, and then it was like the first time I heard him speak, and I was like, oh, this guy doesn't sound that bad. Like, he's a veteran, he's gay, like maybe he could be a good candidate. He seemed like he had some good ideas, whatever. And then it was like one day later, I just like read into it.
That's exactly what happened to me.
Like, oh, jeez. I was like, this guy sucks.
There was like, I had the same thing. I had the same experience. It was like 2 minutes. I was like 15 minutes. I was like, oh, Pete Buttigieg, okay. And then like I looked into it and I was like, what? No.
He's definitely good. Like he's a good guy for the Democrats to send on the Fox News and just be like, come at me, bro. Like,
he's a smart guy.
Gone into the lion's den and like engaged in a way that I think the Democrats really need to do. And
yeah, I mean, he's definitely a good talker. I just don't like what he advocates for.
All right. Oh, hey. Okay, we got some interesting questions from the audience here. As much as I'd love to talk about Pete Buttigieg forever.
Please no, please don't.
No, he's
please change the subject.
I love his I love his new podcast, by the way. Not like it's got like the most Pete Buttigieg like title too. It's like I don't even remember now. It's like
aspirational nothing.
Yeah, it's like the decade. It's like the decade of the decision or something like that, or like the decade of I don't know.
Just call it Platitude Cast. Okay?
Yeah, platitudes for Andrew Bukowski. We know him. My cousin, your bro. That was a good question though. Do you think political parties should be subject to antitrust, seeing that they are part of the same economic structure?
Yeah.
Wow, that's a really good question. Well,
I think if there were real action against other monopolies, then yes. But like, let's start with the more effectual monopolies, and then discuss political parties.
100% agree. We have the antitrust laws are still in the books, just nobody cares to enforce them, and if they are enforced, it's very selective. Like when was it AT&T was going to merge? They were only trying to stop it because Trump hates CNN. You know what I mean? Like stuff like that. So we clearly need some antitrust, like Bull Moose, Teddy Roosevelt style. You know, he's my jam right there. Like their laws are there. It's all corporate capture of our government. So, you know.
Yeah, well, I think that's because the political parties are like
funded. It's the circular economy.
Yeah. Well, I did want to say, I just want to make sure, do you guys know, remember after the 2016 primary that the Democratic Party basically admitted in court that because they're basically a private corporation, that they don't have to follow the will of the voters? Are you guys actually aware of that?
I remember something about that.
But they admitted in court that they don't have to, like, they basically admitted to rigging the primary in 2016 by saying that.
Who was this? Sorry,
Debbie Wasserman Schultz.
Yeah, the Democratic Party in like federal court basically stated that because the Democratic Party is a private corporation, more or less, that they don't have to adhere to the results of their primary elections. They can just decide to do what they want as the corporate entity or the organization that they are. And that was back in after 2016. So it's like, okay. I mean, if you want to play that game, I mean, do you guys see them as a useful force going forward, regardless of what happens after this election, win or lose?
Wait, who?
The Democratic Party. Is it worth salvaging, or does it have to crumble to be built up?
I think we need more significant, parties, and then we need other significant. Yeah, I mean, okay, specifically the Democratic Party, like not really. I think I don't want. I mean, maybe we're going off on a tangent, but I think a huge miss during all of this was that Bernie Sanders should have ran as independent. He should have said, "Fuck y'all."
Yeah.
And that would have,
especially in 2016. Especially in 2016.
I was gonna say 2016.
That was his time.
Yeah, 2016. Both Hillary and Trump are both so hated by the majority of the population that was the year that anything was possible. And I feel like if Bernie just had that bull moose spirit in him to actually go third party, he actually might have won. But that time has come.
I think the fact that you have these factions of the Democratic Party, which I think the Democratic Socialists, I don't know if they're officially a party yet, but they're like an organization. I know their membership has skyrocketed in the last 4 years. But I think the fact that you have these factions of the party is really problematic because
it's inevitable in a two-party system. There's no way that two parties can represent everyone. So in Britain, we have the same two parties, and that both of them are by necessity big tents. And the Democrat Party is no different. You got these kind of leftover Dixie Democrats, and then you've got AOC on the other end, and the political system requires a two-party system. Yeah. I would love to see America adopt a parliamentary, multi-party, proportional.
I would love that
system. It would be hilarious. But the mad minor parties that you guys could generate would make my political soul sing.
Well, the thing is, like, this is so. I talked about this on a show with Boutique recently. That, like, you know, in my position as a voter in Massachusetts, which is going to be solidly a Joe Biden state, like, I voted Green Party because, like, I was like, you know what? We need to start padding these. Like, everyone's like, oh, well, I wish we had a third candidate. I was like, you know what? We need to start, like, voting for him.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, it's never going to happen if no one starts voting for him. And I think, you know, if I lived in Florida or if I lived in Pennsylvania or Michigan, I would vote for Joe Biden. But living in Massachusetts, I was like, you know what? I'm voting Green Party because we need to start boosting these stats. Like, we need to start making the third parties seem more viable.
I think, and this is where I've said to Jack before that I think I've thought a lot about a two-party system in the U.S. And there's this quote that sticks with me where it's like, I'm not part of a united party, I'm a Democrat. And I always thought that was funny and then mainly sad. And I see a lot of parliamentary systems here in Central Europe and historically throughout Europe, where there's been a minority very like similar to the Republicans in the US who can somehow gerrymander their way into a majority. And then the opposition that's fractured between this, that, and the other. And because the opposition is fractured, a minority is basically given a path into power because they can control 30 to 40% of the vote, with normally sort of a center right and then a far right sort of like coalition that signs on with them.
Yeah.
And
but I think, like,
and so I think like within the you know your question, Lee J, is the Democratic Party useful? And like the answer is absolutely. Like for the next generation, for sure. Like we're Bernie Sanders is an independent, but he caucuses with the Democrats, and we count him there. Donald Trump was a registered Democrat and then a registered Republican. I don't think that anyone will come into power without essentially taking over the power structures that exist, like the infrastructure that exists in those two parties.
Yeah, that's kind of how I see it. Like, I feel like it's unfortunately like to see more candidates, like more progressive people get elected into positions, like Democrats, like what's the Justice Democrats, like getting these more left-wing candidates. They're all for like Green New Deal and Medicare for all and like unions and like just getting these people elected within the party, and then like it's slowly growing. Like you have like the squad, as it's called.
But I think they get
like it's slowly like getting a bit bigger, but then like you get absorbed into it a bit. But at the same time, like I think the two-party structure is so deeply ingrained.
Well, yeah, I mean, I was going to say by the time we get enough progressives to pass the Green New Deal, then Florida is going to be underwater, and if we're not underwater, we're going to be melted by the ozone hole.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like that's where we're at.
Yeah, I also think it works the other way with these like fracturing of the party, because, for example, if like Hillary and Joe Biden like didn't have to cater to like the left, they could have catered more to the middle and still ended up winning. Because I think also like the Trump Republicans are really only like probably half of their base. Like the thing is Trump, and also Republicans in the last couple of years have just like, instead of trying to cater to the middle, which was like the historic tradition of both parties, they're like, oh, let's cater to the middle and try to win those. Like Trump just like turned hard right. And I think the Democrats, one of the major reasons why they lost and they might, either lose or not have enough support this election is because they like keep they're not playing the same game. And so it's like, if the Democrats want to keep catering to the middle or to the center right, like Joe Biden's vetting a bunch of Republicans for his cabinet.
Yeah,
like,
right.
Yeah, no, progressives get nothing. I completely agree with what you said.
So it's like, well, it's like they might as well just break off anyway, and like they might as well go even farther and go and try to get like the really center right voters, and like just let the progressives have their own party.
I think this kind of comes down to like the economic problem again, because they're both like going for the same sort of thing. So like that's why they cater to the middle. I feel like it's because like their whole
but they're not going
thing,
for the
like, but all of their donations and everything comes from like all of these corporations that apparently have free speech, you know, and can give like large sums of money to candidates.
But I mean, what do you guys?
So like I feel like they can't go left. So maybe that's why they don't.
Yeah, they don't. That's the point.
But I think you know
they don't want to go left,
and that's not democratic. And as long as
they're not actually leftist.
But this, I mean, don't you feel like this election is a bit more existential? Like this election sort of like, I want to have this fight and I want to continue having this fight, and I'm not sure we'll be able to have this fight in 4 years if this election doesn't turn out towards the Democrats.
Well, yeah, like I said, like I'm strategically voting. Like if I lived in Florida or whatever, I'd vote for Joe Biden, obviously, like a swing state. But in Massachusetts, I'm trying to pad the stats and like
I'm a New York. I'm a registered New York voter. I did the same thing. I actually voted for the Green Party and got to vote for AOC for her congressional seat. Yeah. So.
But I think that's like important to say too, because I don't know about, I hear a lot of people that are just like, no, like I'm like never gonna vote for like, and I'm just like, I get it, but like, hey, wait a minute here, like we do have to be a little strategic, you know what I mean? Like there's a lot happening here right now, you know what I mean? It's not just like, I think it's great that you guys voted like Green Party or third party or whatever in those particular states. I know in Florida, like, I mean, I know there's people, I've seen people online and stuff saying, I'm in Florida and stuff.
It's a privilege to be in a solidly one way or another state.
Yeah, that's, totally. Like,
well, I don't. But at the same time, not, because like my vote's never counted. You know what I mean? Like I'm from a solid state.
That's kind of the annoying thing too, is like Europeans.
It's very, you know, I even told my students this today. I'm like, it's very, and I try and pride myself on like not telling them how I vote, because I think my opinion that like shouldn't matter in the class. But it's like, I was kind of like, oh yeah, my vote's never counted, and then I realized if they did the math, it would be clear it never counted because Tennessee was red for the past 4 elections, and I don't know. It's like you guys come from solidly blue states, and as a result you can vote for really who you want to. I come from a solidly red state, and I feel obliged to vote against, you know, like I need to be on record as being against in the strongest terms possible.
Of course.
Other, you know, the inevitable outcome that I'm sure is going to, you know, is going to happen. It sucks.
Yeah, no, it's the same. I feel like it's the same in Florida, you know? Like,
yeah, swing states are the same.
I mean, there's no doubt about it. Like, you know, it's like, yeah, I mean, that's what I was, I've been trying to like talk to a lot of people about that. Like you have to vote kind of, in this case, it's a strategy. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, you have to ask yourself, what is the power of my vote in this particular situation? It's not different than a lot of other opportunities in life. You know what I mean? It's like, this is a very small opportunity. I can do this or I can do that. It's just this. It's not the same for everybody, you know. And there's this kind of big blanket idea of like, I mean, at the end of the day, yeah, you can vote for whoever you want. Like, and I also say at this point, I'm not really going to condemn anybody for voting whoever they vote for, because the candidates are so shitty, you know. And the Democrats particularly had an opportunity to get like a number of candidates in there that would have been better than Joe Biden. And like, I mean, that I mean, I didn't like any of them, you know what I mean, except Bernie Sanders pretty much, and maybe like a little bit like Elizabeth Warren, but I have my grievances with her too. But I'm just saying, like, they had a lot of opportunities and they picked like
the worst.
Yeah, so if anybody's fault, it's definitely their fault.
And they like almost, and the crazy thing is they like almost didn't pick him too. Like,
oh no, he was the last resort.
The primary was, it was like, oh,
yeah, no, he was the last minute choice. Like, you know, about, we all talk about, they said the consolidation. The rumor is Obama made some phone calls like after Nevada, and we're like, we can't let Bernie get the nomination, so everybody drop out and just endorse Joe.
Yeah, but you know what, dude? You know what I think? I really do think what we were. I have like 2 theories on that from my observation. So I remember back in, when was it? back in when did everybody like 2018, right? Is that when everybody first started announcing? Like late 2018 is like when people started.
It was like early 2019 actually. I know Bernie was in February.
Yeah, no, but I think even like Elizabeth Warren and like some other people announced in like late 2018. And I remember at that time, I don't know if anybody remembers this, but like at that time, I like to say they were ghost polling. They were like ghost polling Biden. Biden was the last person to announce.
He was the last one to declare.
But
I was sitting there thinking like, please don't run. Like I was like, just like please, like let this be.
But do you?
I knew this would happen if he did.
But like, do you remember even right as people started announcing that they were going to run late 2018, they were already like but they were like, it's Elizabeth Warren and like Cory Booker and like Julio or I forget all these people like Julian Castro. But and then Biden would show up on these polls and I'm like, what's Biden doing there? He's not even running. What is he doing there?
So he was like one of the last ones to declare.
Yeah, but he
came in super late.
It's like
and I do remember that on the news. They were like, this many people would vote for Joe Biden if he did declare.
So what we were watching this this whole time is like
anyone else and Joe Biden.
Yeah. Yeah, no, we've been this whole primary season. We were and you saw it happening. Like they were basically we watched the algorithm like in real life, like happening. It was like, oh, how about like the old like classic dude? Like, oh, how about like the multiracial like middle-aged lady? Like, how about like the middle-aged white lady? Like, how about the older white lady? Like, how about there was like identity politics to the max, And let's throw Bernie Sanders in there too, just to like get those progressives.
And by the way, I want to ask you guys' opinion. What do you think about the fact that he chose a VP who basically won 0 delegates? I've always thought it was a bit weird that the person just gets to choose whoever they want as vice president, because it didn't used to be that way.
How did it used to be?
It used to be the loser of the presidential race became the vice president.
That was how it originally was, and they changed it when they realized it was causing problems.
Donald Trump was VP. That would be
fun. No. And
Hillary Clinton's Donald Trump's VP.
No, that's how Thomas Jefferson became vice president of John Adams, even though they were from different parties.
Trump is Biden's VP.
Because of the way the election system works, Biden did have to certify the electoral vote in the Senate, and like basically recognize that Donald Trump won the presidency.
Yeah.
And Al Gore similarly with George W. Bush. It's very tragic and super fucked up.
All right, wait, election. I'm just gonna do a little election update.
We got some updates. Tell us.
Election update. I'm just gonna throw these in here every once in a while we're talking.
Okay.
I mean, I know it's a little too early to tell right now, right? But we do have some ballots coming in. We have the popular vote right now stands at 209 for Joe Biden, 277 for Donald Trump. This is in the 100,000. So Donald Trump's got 56%. Joe's got 42. We're counted in from Indiana, Kentucky, and New Hampshire.
That's it, boys. Going to bed. Good night. He's gonna call it.
Yeah, but then I'm also gonna say this is only 1% of the vote from New Hampshire. 7% from Indiana and 14% from Kentucky. Kentucky's actually Kentucky's pretty close right now. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, I want to ask you guys this question. I always thought it was really dumb that how like, don't you kind of wish that the news would just like shut up for a couple and just let all the votes come in first instead of this whole like obsessing about each like 2%, 3%, 4%. Like let the votes be counted and then tell us.
I wish it was like that for like the whole year before the election.
Higher. They should just put regular TV until 11 o'clock.
And this is election night coverage.
Right here, live on Progressives Abroad.
I'm here at number 9. I'm going to 11.
All right, it looks like we have a new guest on the show.
Yes, this is Diana.
Hey, Diana, how's it going?
Hey, Diana.
Welcome.
Good. Dan told me who's gonna be
a nice talk tonight. So
yeah, it's been pretty nice. We've been going for a while now.
At least we've been civil. It's weird having political discourse without people getting angry and screaming at each other, and then
that's what you say, Lee J. Fuck you.
I'm going to put my Alabama hoodie on and like I can be a different persona. His name is Chungus.
let's let's hold the Chungus back for like another hour.
Yeah, wait till we start drinking our horrible booze, then we can bring out the Chungus. I got this. Have you guys had this before, Brian? This is the Custos or whatever.
I know I've had that before.
I only had 2 sips and I couldn't drink any more of it.
So the worst part is it's non-alcoholic.
Oh, really? I didn't even know that. Oh, are you kidding me? So it tastes bad and there's no booze in it? That's oh.
Hey,
I wanted to, because we actually, I think we have 2 people now in the chat that are not U.S. nationals.
Yeah.
So let's get a little bit of like maybe perspectives.
I'm curious.
The
Sure.
I'm sorry, I don't know. I don't think we were introduced properly.
No, nobody.
I'm sorry?
I'm Jack.
Jack, okay.
You're in Colombia?
Yep, we're in Colombia.
Where in Colombia?
In Cartagena.
Okay, cool. I was there.
Oh, you visited?
Yeah, it's a beautiful place.
Cool. Very cool.
Yeah, and maybe Diana.
Colombia is my favorite country in the world. Colombia and Germany. So,
that's good.
The bottom screens here. Berlin is my favorite city and Colombia is my favorite country. So I'm like,
let's go.
My professors spoke Spanish, like they were from Colombia, and it was the easiest Spanish. For me, it's the most beautiful Spanish to learn.
Simultaneously, the most beautiful and easiest to understand Spanish in the world. It's thank you, Colombian Spanish.
I wanna go.
Go now. It's the best place in the world.
I'm gonna go when Corona's over. But by the way, just so we update, because so this is me boutique in Norway, and where's everybody else? Just so Diana knows where everybody's from.
Poland.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And we got Germany.
Not from Poland?
Oh no.
Just happened to be in Poland.
Just another country on the adventure that's my life.
Good.
Where are you from originally?
I was born in New York, but I grew up in Southern California. I lived in Florida and Chicago, and the rest of the world soon to be. So
it's a progressive abroad.
Yep, that's progressive abroad. Yeah.
I'm from Tennessee, but I live in Czech Republic. That's where we are.
And then Matt's in Deutschland.
And I'm from London, and I'm also in Czech Republic.
You sound like you're from London.
Same as my I am from London.
So yeah, so what's happening? Like, Diana, where do we start? What do you think about this whole fiasco here? What's the response down in Colombia?
I mean, in Colombia, we always had the idea, about the U.S. being like the best country in the world, the best empire of all.
Empire, that's right.
Yeah, that's what people normally say here, and that's the American dream, and everyone still thinks about it and so on. But since these guys show up, things change, and right now the perspectives about the US from people here are completely different. Although we still have the people that I don't know what do they think about, but we still have the people that think that he's good and he should win. Yeah, and that's the same people that we have in the country as super right wing. And yeah, I mean, the perspectives are mixed in the country. Some people think that the US changing and it's not good anymore, but other people just see it as a good conservative Catholic place to be.
Yeah, is that the background of a lot of the people who think that Trump, like some of the people that are Trump supporters in Colombia, like, do you have an idea of what their background or their ethos is?
Yeah, it's like mostly Colombia is a very diverse country.
Sure.
but most people know the country for like Shakira, Sofia Vergara, like lots of white people, and
Yeah.
yeah, and most people from good families and white descendants, and also very conservative Catholics that they believe that nothing should be gained for free, because that's what people talks about a lot here.
Yeah.
They agree with Trump, and like with our president here too. Like our president here is same type of guy, so.
Oh yeah, that's right.
So we are in a similar situation in a very smaller scale.
Not much smaller.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
So I'm going to admit my ignorance. I don't know much about, I mean, I know about Colombia. I don't know about the current president, but is that also a billionaire who inherited all his money from his dad, who also says poor people should have to work for everything?
Who?
The president of Colombia. I'm just curious. What's his background?
Well, he's very young. The guy is like, he's not even 50, but he got to be president because Álvaro Uribe, I don't know if you've heard of him, he was our president in 2000.
Bush year's president.
Yeah, Bush year's president. And he was very famous in the country. He was very right wing. He fought all the communist socialist groups, and his goal was to finish them. Like no socialist belief. Huh? The FARC.
The FARC.
Yeah, the FARC. So that was his goal. Like he was called the social security for the whole country, and he did a lot. Like he killed a bunch of them, and he almost finished the whole party. And because people like that, and all the rich families, the families that have like most of the territory in the country, they like that because they had the territory back for them. So that guy now kind of endorsed this new president, and because he mentioned he was gonna be a good one, they just voted for him, and that's how he got to be a president.
He's more he's more refined in his way of speaking than Trump.
Yeah.
Like he's not like, I mean, he doesn't say like completely outrageous like yeah.
They know that.
Guys, I wish we can go back to when the worst thing was Covfefe, by the way. Doesn't that seem like such a long time ago now?
For me, that's still the thing that makes me most mad.
Yeah. That's so 2017. Remember the simpler times of 2017 when he was just starting to make us exhausted?
Yeah, there's been phases to all this.
Yeah.
Stand by.
Do you remember there was an SNL skit and it was like Mitt Romney and he was complaining or something? It was like Trump's coming out like saying all this stuff like that's not what we do in the Republican Party. Like we subtly imply it through decades of oppressive policies.
Yeah, so that's what I was going to bring up. What's better? Is it better for someone to just be like loudmouth and blatant and brazen about the terribleness and the corruption, or is it worse to have a guy that's like slick and sly about it?
My answer to that will come in 6 to 7 months when I hope there's a Democratic supermajority and they start playing by Republican rules, and they float an idea in front of the Republicans that they inevitably reject. They nuke the filibuster and then spend 2 years doing whatever the fuck they want.
You know? But will they do it? That's the question.
So, like, what's better?
They won't.
I don't think they're going to do it.
What's better, Lee J, is winning an implementation of policies that the winning suggests should be implemented. And that's why I was so fucking frustrated with Barack Obama for, David,
apart from the bombing.
David, yeah, all the droning and all that. But then, like, David Souter, when he retired from the Supreme Court, he was giving a speech and he said, there's a huge danger because people don't understand how civics work in our country. And I thought Obama had a chance in his second 4 years to really be a bully pulpit president. And now we have a bully president who has a pulpit. And I wish Obama had been a bully pulpit president because he could have done so in a way that was much more eloquent, respectful, and informative.
Yeah.
Because a huge issue is that people, like, I don't understand why they didn't like just say, "Do you want to know why nothing's happening?" Mitch McConnell, here's his address. Write him.
I kind of to go back to like the original question. I feel like Trump's almost good in a way that like he's so loud and stuff, because a lot of people that I did my bachelor's with like a couple years back, like who are never politically active, I see them posting all this stuff about like all these things that are happening, because I think these like really like right wing happenings like through the administration like really wake people up to like the reality of like the harshness of what like the other party's actually standing for in a way. So like it's better than like because someone like George Bush is more palatable to people than Donald Trump, you know.
Well, remember when
like they're both doing bad things.
Remember when Bush was the worst president of our lives?
Oh yeah.
Now he's like my kind uncle who's just mistaken.
Man, he paints dogs now.
Yeah.
No. My favorite thing that he does is he paints like pictures of these like wounded veterans that he sent to the illegal war. That's my favorite thing that he does.
Seriously.
Yeah. He like does like fucking like charity calendars and stuff of like handicapped veterans that like got their limbs blown off in like Iraq and shit because he sent them to the illegal war. So
that's like an onion.
Just trying to soothe his own inner demon.
Yeah, I'll find some pictures. I'll put. We can bring him up. I'll share my screen in a second.
Man, I believe you, but to me it sounds like fucking onion head.
Yeah. No. I mean, George W. Bush was just I feel like it's great. We should get all our heebie-jeebies out now, and then because by tomorrow we'll have a lot more stuff to talk about. So let's get the heebie-jeebies out over the past 20 years, because George Bush was quite a horrible war criminal. Just he started. I mean that what you're saying about Obama, I was always thinking about that too. I was like Obama. I was like Obama. Didn't you learn anything from George W. Bush? Didn't you see how he just like started that illegal war and like didn't give a fuck about anybody? Like you can't, I don't know, pass healthcare or some shit like that,
Well, speaking of that, semi-related, what do you guys think about the fact that both Obama and Trump, he did run, they both ran on ending the wars, and both of them are incapable of doing it? Is it because they don't want to, or is it like the military-industrial complex won't allow them to?
Number two, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you got to remember, at the end of the day, they're all working for the same company,
Yeah. So how malicious? How
that's like why
conspiratorial?
Warren votes for Trump's military budget, for example. Like she voted for his military.
We're gonna log off now. We're gonna start a Zoom and hold our friends here tight. But it was.
Oh shit, Joe! Wait a minute. Joe's just joined.
He's in limbo.
No, man.
No, we have to stay because my buddy just joined.
Oh yeah, you gotta stay.
So at some point we will. At some point in the near future, we will be leaving to give more space in the conversation. Sorry. Hey, Joe.
Oh, he's just listening.
I'm here, but you can shut it down. I'm just listening. Well, you should get involved in the conversation. You have dulcet tones. In the other room he has a baby.
Wait a while.
Oh.
Okay, really so he probably has headphones on. You have headphones on, don't you, Joe? Raise your hand.
I don't know. I think it goes back to the one party state mind. It's just like, all U.S. presidents are capitalist and imperialist. They have different levels of capitalism and imperialism, but at the end of the day, they're just both looking for more money and more empire. And, spreading American values to other places. And so Obama, whether or not he believed that when he went into office, you can debate. But once he got into office, he either couldn't write it or gave into it right away.
I feel like Obama was, when you see videos of him, like in his earlier years, his earlier political career, he seems so much more to the left, and he was like supporting Bernie, and he was, like he was way more progressive than he was as a president. And I feel like he was maybe there was a bit of like naivete, and he just like went in there and kind of just like got his strings pulled like a puppet by the whole structure that was already there.
Oh,
like,
yeah, that's how it goes. Yeah.
Yeah, because like I wonder with him, like, if was he actually completely like disingenuous about trying to like really change things, or was because like
I think so.
I mean, Obama, he did some good things, but like he didn't really do. I mean, that's what everyone said when Trump got elected, is kind of like, because he promised so much and not so much really happened, then there's like a hard swing back sort of thing.
I don't know if I was gonna say, I don't know if it was Daniel who said this, but I think it's because he started off, he talked progressive, and he basically got morphed by the system as he was in it. Oh, and right, that's what Daniel was saying. He said he seemed very disengaged. He wasn't really willing to. He didn't really seem interested in playing the political game, like cutting the deals. I've seen a lot of people say that he was like very hands off on the politics side of things. So he wasn't really willing to get his hands dirty in the political game, and that seemed kind of that disconnect. And I mean, put it this way, guys. Obama, before he was president, he was basically just like a law professor who owed like hundreds of thousands of dollars in student loans, and then became president. And now he's a millionaire with a DC mansion. So his whole life has complete. No, I'm
yeah.
not even right.
Yeah,
his whole life is different now.
I think he's got like $500 million or something. He's like
yeah, I mean,
it's wild. Well, he's just the greatest salesman ever.
His books didn't sell that much. I don't know where that money came from, but
yeah, right. Where did that money come from? It's dirty.
Yeah, are presidents allowed to invest? Probably not.
Well, I mean, Trump never divested, so
yeah, he never divested. So
I bet you.
Well, it's
Obama will have. I bet Obama will have done less rallies for Biden this cycle than Bernie did for Hillary last cycle.
Yeah. Oh, that's right.
No, it's already. I mean, I think it's pretty much already guaranteed.
I think Bernie did like 40 or I don't know, 20.
Well, and
20.
here's the thing. I think it comes back to
Obama's probably only done like 8 rallies. Like, I feel like, or like 10 rallies for. I don't know.
Well, how pathetic was that Obama didn't even endorse Biden until after everything was already over? It was your vice president, for God's sake.
But I'm glad that he didn't, though, because I just don't want him involved. Because I don't.
Hillary, though, he didn't endorse Hillary till like really late, until it was like clear she was going to beat Bernie.
Yeah. Well,
he also asked Joe. He asked Joe Biden not to run, basically.
No, I think the quote is he said
like
you don't have.
Yeah,
he said you don't have to do this, Joe. You don't have to do this.
Basically, like, Joe, you're too old. You're past your prime. Please don't do this.
Well, and I want to know what you guys think.
Like drag you through a trail of shit.
And then Joe's like,
I honestly think I think Joe actually wanted to run in 2016, but they basically, like, the Hillary people told him to stand down. Does that sound believable?
Stand back and stand by.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, stand back and stand. Well, and here's the thing. Going back to earlier, I think the issue is, put it this way. Look, the Democrats continue to do nothing but basically shit on the progressives. I mean, look who she chose. Hillary chose Tim Kaine as her VP. Like, how uninspiring is that? Where at least
Herman Cain.
Yeah, at least the Republicans, when he chose Pence, that's like uniting the party. I mean, if Hillary chose Bernie as her VP, I think that, or at least someone progressive, I think that would have made a big difference.
Yeah, imagine if Biden just chose Bernie as his VP, this election would be in the bag. I feel like.
No, but
I would have voted for him.
The thing is, the Democrats don't think like that, because the Democrats weren't thinking about the policies; they were thinking about the identity. They're playing identity politics. They're like,
I 100% agree with you.
Yeah.
Like, we're gonna pick like a younger like black woman, because like that's gonna like energize people to vote for us.
And Indian.
Yeah. Well, I remember the night that the VP pick came out. I was sitting at a bar with a friend, and then his girlfriend was like, "Oh, they picked the VP," and it was Kamala, and someone else was like, I knew those were the two options. Who was it? Warren? Yeah, basically Kamala or Warren. And I was like, I feel like probably not Warren, because they had whatever in the primary, and then I was like, probably Kamala would be a good pick, like given the social temperature right now. And then she was like, yeah, it's Kamala, and I was like, well, That's the Democratic Party's logic. Took like 30 seconds to reason that one out. Like
I don't know if you guys remember, but what I heard is it was apparently supposed to be Amy Klobuchar was supposed to be VP.
Oh yeah,
oh boy!
But then then the whole George Floyd thing happened, and basically, long story short, she was indirectly responsible because she never prosecuted the cop when she was like a DA or something. So they're basically like they let her herself drop out. I don't know if you guys remember that either. So she was supposed to be the VP originally, and then obviously when George Floyd happened, like that ain't happening. So
she's wacky too, man. She's like
they're all whack jobs, man. The only guy that's not a whack job, they try to tell everybody he's a scary socialist. That's America. Oh.
That's the long and short of it.
Yeah. Well, and that's what I spend when I spend my time senselessly trolling on Twitter under my Bull Moose Progressive moniker. My whole spiel is I try to explain social democracy and democratic socialism to anybody who listen, and I keep trying to tell everybody Bernie Sanders is policy-wise is basically a middle-of-the-road social democrat in European standards. Yeah. And our American politics is so skewed to the right. Our Overton window is so right-wing that modern or European centrism is considered far left.
Yeah. Well, this is the thing is when Bernie went on Joe Rogan, it made a big impact because, or I don't know, impact on people's voting, but in big impact in terms of conversation. Because I heard a lot of people saying wow, I didn't realize this guy's ideas were actually just kind of normal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is
and it's
wild.
That's what I've been trying to tell you for years.
Well, and that's the thing. It's people forget it wasn't just the people say people didn't vote for him. People often downplay the fact that the entire media and political establishment was against him. And exactly. Guys, remember for that brief few months, the Democratic Party was willing to get behind Michael Bloomberg over Bernie. And I don't know if
anybody but Bernie.
Yeah, and I remember this at the debate, the one when Epic failed, but they were all shitting. They were all shitting on Bernie and saying you like Castro and you blah blah blah, and then Bernie's like, well, you do business in China with the Communist Party of China, and he's like, and Bloomberg's like, well, Xi Jinping works for the Politburo. It's so you're actually doing business with the communists. And I'm the bad guy because I said Cuba has good healthcare and education. It's that's how twisted.
This is what I really feel from the right wing a lot. Is just so much projection. Everything is projection these days. Or not that they're right wing, but you know what I'm saying. It's there's all this projection. I was you're the one doing this. No, you're the one actually doing this.
Well, that's the thing. What was it? I forgot. I don't know if it's not to get too Nazi in the conversation, but I think that was Goebbels who said, accuse your enemy of that of which you are guilty. So, I mean, my dad, he calls it the Trump-later. We realized that more or less since Trump basically lies about everything, what he says, the opposite is probably true, at least most of the time. Yeah, so when he's saying the Democrats are going to try to steal the election, that means he's got his lawyers trying to do their thing.
I think it's I've started to see him as more of his personal psychology. I feel everything he it's all just all coming from a center point of narcissism, really. And it's all this outward projection. His psychology is really, you can tell it's not a normal person.
Oh,
at all.
Yeah, he's just who knows? I mean,
he seems like a really damaged child almost.
Oh, there'll be
for sure.
There'll be so many people with PhDs writing report biographies and life stories on him. I know what I want to know is who's
even his language.
The romancing of America. The story of Donald Trump.
The 20-part Ken Burns documentary series in 5 years of Citizen Trump. Right? and then Oliver Stone's gonna get his 3-hour biopic.
Oh yeah, Oliver Stone's gonna do that. Remember he did that documentary I forget what it was called. It was like the real
Untold History of America.
Oh, that was great. It was like 10 hours long. I watched it like 3 times. I loved it. Like it was just crazy. I mean, it was just crazy. I mean, just because it was crazy, I don't even remember what it's about. I watched it like 2 times.
Since you brought that up, I was going to say, do you guys know about Henry Wallace at all?
Yeah, that's the guy. Yeah, he's like the Bernie character. Like,
yeah, but and the DNC scammed him back then, so it's like not even that new.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, it's not a new thing. Like progressive, like the Democratic Party since Roosevelt has just Roosevelt like didn't even run on a progressive platform, and he was considered like a class traitor when he got in because all like the rich people were like, oh fuck, this guy actually.
No, I like Daniel. I like this guy because you know what you're talking about. Because I actually used to work at the FDR Library Museum in upstate New York, so I got like all this stuff infused into my brain. And yeah, he basically only did the New Deal because he thought he had to. He didn't really want to from the beginning. And yeah, he was considered a traitor to his class.
Yeah, he was like a New York elite. Like he was part of like the upper class of New York.
And I'll never forget though, because I'm in the museum, so you see this stuff every day, and they have like this whole graph, and like they basically said in the end he was actually a deficit hawk. So when he did the New Deal and the economy did better, so then he tried to cut spending, but then unemployment went up again. So he's like, and that became known as the Roosevelt recession in 1937. So he's like, oh fuck, I guess we got to do more New Deal shit. And it's just, and guys, this is the most frustrating thing. Working at the FDR library with all this history right in your face, and like the majority of like the security guards and like the janitors that I'd have conversations with, all super pro-Trump. So it's like, if you're working at the FDR Library Museum and you can't even look at the wall in front of you and it doesn't affect you, I mean, that really it's like, that makes me lose hope.
No, but I think that makes sense in a way, because like this, like the Make America Great Again type thing. Like that's what people think. You know what I mean? Because I feel like this idea of like, a lot of people see that as like, the 1940s to like the 1970s is like the golden era of the United States, which was like created out of the New Deal. And like, people didn't like view Roosevelt as like a socialist or a democratic socialist or a social democrat or anything. They viewed him as like a patriotic American, like trying to like save the economy. And so like it doesn't seem too crazy to me that like people working there would be, because they're working class people, and so they hear someone saying like they're going to take care of the economy. I mean, I'm sure they would also vote for Bernie too.
Maybe there is some crossover, but that's a good point. You bring that up, and that's always got to me is like, how come the working class, or at least a lot of the working class, or they call them white working class people, continue to support politicians who economically destroy them, make their lives worse, but then they vote Republican?
It's because it's
probably the media. I feel like just like propaganda machine.
Well, and I feel like that's where the culture war issues come along, because
I think the Republicans play the culture war really well, like where they, they pit like that. I think there was the Southern strategy.
Was Nixon. That was a good one.
And so they're like, okay, we're gonna make like Christian values the center of the Republican Party to like win over Southern like labor activists,
Northern Catholics.
Yeah, coming out against abortion, like specifically.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of Democratic governors and mayors were also like segregationists. They were like Christians or whatever, and like, so I don't know. It makes sense to me that even though that they can be in this museum and working there, it makes sense to me because they don't associate Franklin Roosevelt with people like,
I think it goes back to this thing that like Diana said earlier of like having to work for like everything, because I feel like a lot of people who are in like lower social status, like making less money, they feel like they're working for everything. So then like when you discuss like the idea of like like more left-wing economic policy, they're like, it's the idea of like getting something for free, and then this like kind of triggers them in their mind, and like they're like, oh well, I don't like this, but it's like you're actually going to be the one who's going to like benefit. Like actually everyone would kind of benefit, and like only a very small amount of people that none of us know would would be totally fine also, actually. Like I think it's like this, like they're grinding, they're trying to get by. So I mean, I always have the same thought. It's like the whole idea of like shooting yourself in the foot. You know what I mean? Like voting against your own interest or whatever. Like this sort of idea. Like, but it's bizarre. It does break my head. I don't know.
Yeah.
There is also another thing that I think you mentioned to me once, is that people that are like working class and they work hard for everything. They think that because someone has a lot of money, it means they work hard and they deserve respect.
Yes.
They got point to working, which is not true. But they don't know that and they don't understand it.
Yeah. Well, like the people they know that became rich are the ones who worked hard for it.
Yeah, like wealth is like you respect wealth, you know? It's like it's like everybody still works like, you know, the same hours in the day. Like there's not more hours in the day that you can work, you know what I mean? Like and I mean and
poorest people work the most hours.
Yeah, right? Like that's what I'm saying. I mean, and I mean, I don't know what it's like to be, I don't know, like a stockbroker or something like that. I'm sure that sucks too, you know what I mean? But I mean, you know, you're probably like, you know, sitting, you know, just like sitting at your computer all day long. You're not like sucking oil out of the, you know, the grease trap at McDonald's, you know what I mean? Like, and
well, it shows it's like I guess the twisted logic of our society, like the pandemic, all these like frontline workers, all these people that we're saying the people we actually need society to function get paid the least amount and are treated the most horribly most of the time.
Yeah.
Like we talked about teachers earlier. It's like teachers, and I'm sure, I mean, who else is a teacher besides me? Anybody?
I think we most of Actually, that's actually funny. I think most of the people in this chat tonight were teachers or, you know, former teachers or some kind of educator.
Or teachers. Yeah. So we all understand that. Like, I mean, I would have gone back years ago to get like a teaching license or a teaching degree, but it's so cost prohibitive.
Yeah, oh yeah.
You know what I mean? Like the stories I've heard, like go $40,000 to $60,000 in debt to get paid like $16,000 to $20,000 a year, and we're gonna make you buy your own supplies, and all the parents are gonna shit on you for not teaching their kids well enough. Like, go for it. And
yeah, it's.
I mean, this is. I feel like living abroad. This is one thing that is you think about, like in terms of like the infrastructure of the country, is like it's kind of how we got into the situation today. Is it's like this just lack of like education, like lack of like really putting money into it. Because when you think back into school and like how difficult it must be to teach a class of middle school if you're not getting, but you don't think about a salary when you're a kid, but then when you get older and you're like, oh, they only get paid that much to do that.
Yeah. Oh, dude, it's crazy. I mean, don't even get me started on the topic of teaching. Like, you know, I was a middle school teacher for like 3 years, and like, Jesus Christ, that's like the craziest job ever, dude. Because not only are you like, I mean, you know, I mean, it's kind of funny. It's like you are working 100% of the time. Like, you know, there's no breaks, nothing like that. Not to mention you're working like another like 50% of like the time is just like outside, and you're not even getting paid for it. You know what I mean? Like that's what teachers are doing. They're like working at home. They're working on their breaks. They're like working on the weekends. That's the most fucked up job ever. It's really, I mean, it's not. Maybe there's other worse jobs, I'm sure, but it's a really crazy job, and it's such a job that you see everywhere in every culture, every country, every society has teachers, and teachers are just like working like dogs. You know, it's so under.
Well, it just shows how twisted our values of our society are. Where, you know, profession and, you know, areas such as education is just treated so poorly in the cultural respect way and financially.
I mean, why okay, teachers teach everybody how to do everything. Like there wouldn't be doctors, there wouldn't be lawyers, there wouldn't be Donald Trumps, like there wouldn't be anybody like if there wasn't teachers. So why aren't teachers like the most well-respected, best paid? Like, I mean,
I think it comes down to like a short-term profit philosophy.
Oh yeah, there's no profit. Yeah.
And that is a more recent thing too, because even I remember my dad telling me back in like the 80s and even the 90s, like working for a big company was actually a good thing because companies back then used to actually invest in their employees. They didn't care. Like they told me they'd send him on like a company cruise and they'd do all these things. But now it's like, how can we make as much money as we can, as fast as we can, and who gives a fuck? And that's kind of and that's what the ESL world is like, because they treat us like crap most of the time because they just hire some other like naive white person to replace us immediately if they wanted to. So
yeah,
but that's a whole that we could have like a whole like 8-hour discussion just on like ESL teaching. So I don't want to do that to you guys.
Yeah, no, it's true though. I mean, that's a crazy. Yeah, I mean, dude, yeah, the ESL world is just like, I don't know, it's such a weird like crevice, you know, because it's mostly people from the States or from like the UK working in the ESL world. And it's like people that are like trying to escape, and then it's kind of like how we have all these like Filipino people like coming over to work as like nurses and stuff everywhere, and like there's this group of Americans and like people from the UK that are trying to escape, and they're gonna go work as ESL teachers.
Like, I'm basically the Filipino of Poland, if that makes any sense. You know what I mean? Because I was in I was in Taiwan, and I'll go back to my Taiwan story. So it's interesting. So it's all about perspective, right? So in Taiwan, lots of Filipinos and Indonesians work as either like domestic helpers. Maybe they help like or home carers for like elderly people, or they work in factories. They work in factories for like 8 to 12 hours a day, 6 days a week, and they all live in like dormitories. And you think, and that's a great life for them, because I guess coming from the Philippines is that much worse. So it's all about perspective and quality of life, you know?
Well, yeah, and a lot of those people, they're kind of, I think a lot of people who work like that are also doing it for like a period of time, and then they're like saving up a bunch of money, and they're like sending it back to their families back in their home country.
Well, this is an interesting thing. I think like living in Germany is talking to my family from home about things, and sometimes they don't necessarily understand like why I'm living abroad, or like what are the benefits of living outside of America. And it's like, well, like the education is like tuition free. I have comprehensive healthcare. Like the infrastructure is really good. There's a really good metro and like train system that goes all around the continent, and I don't know, like
the way
it's just like there's a load of benefits. Like it's like so I kind of feel the same way as like an American coming here, but because there's I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that like America is such a famous like state, and then also because like it's like a white person going to another white person country too, so there's not also that like potential dynamic there either.
Yeah, you can definitely blend in like you know.
Yeah, you know what I mean. So it's like, but when I try to explain to someone like there are legitimate problems in the U.S. and I like those are the reasons why I came here originally. You know, it's because of the problems.
So well, you know, Matt, if you don't like it, you can just stay there.
Yeah. When I'm having like bullshit,
just have Zoom calls.
Yeah, well, when I have these bullshit conversations on Twitter with people I'm never gonna meet, they're always like, "Well, if you don't like it, you get out here and leave." And I'm like, I'm working on it, pal. You know what I mean? Like, oh, I was gonna say, so you're in Germany because you're going to school there right now, or you did go to school?
I just finished my degree. Yeah.
Good, because if I had known, like, that's another thing. I just didn't even know that I could have gone to Germany school tuition free. If I had known, I'd probably have my German permanent residency right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just had no idea. Yeah. And I'm
you could still apply.
Well, I'm actually working on that. I'm officially going to apply to some schools in Norway in the next, and then in the spring I'm going to apply for some in Germany as well.
So many European countries offer education to people from everywhere.
Yeah.
And imagine if more Americans knew that, and they don't believe me when I try to tell them that.
This is another thing that frustrates me. What kind of like relates to like the people don't realize how bad it is sort of situation.
Yeah.
With the US is like people ask me like, oh, you studied there tuition free. How does that work? And I'm like, well, you know how like the government makes a budget every year? They just allocate money for people to be able to study for free instead of spending it on like fighter jets.
Exactly.
And this is what I want
and
to
like it's literally just like allocation of resources. That's
and
all.
I have this. I want to ask you this question because I feel like I want to know this information. So when I'm trying to tell other people about why they should study, in Germany or another country. So why do you think countries like Germany and maybe in Norway are willing to basically make college tuition free for everybody? Basically, if you qualify, you can go to our school tuition free. I see it as they actually value that international intercultural exchange, and it makes their country stronger for it.
Yes, that's a big part of it.
Yeah, I see it that way. Like that's how I saw it. I do see it that way, but I also think that like in Germany, for example, because it's so big, it's got such a large industrialized economy where Germany's an exporter nation. You know, they produce a lot of goods and export a lot. They need a lot of highly trained people, and their population is aging because their birth rate's low. Like they have good education, good healthcare, which naturally results in a lower birth rate, basically. And like, so I think it's like part of it is this like we want this multicultural, like, you know, make the world a better place. We're doing a nice thing, but I think also like they're not dumb in the sense that like I think they make these economic and like labor projections where they know like I've heard the figure like they know that they need like in the next decade I think they need like 2 million people or something with like master's degrees or something, or like they make, I don't know but they make these sort of projections. So I think like in a way it's like out of the good of their heart, so to speak, but I think also there's like definitely an underlying economic motive to it all.
Well, yeah, because they're like, I mean, a lot of, I mean, yeah, Norway has a kind of a similar situation. I think, a lot of these countries, they do have, and yeah, I mean, there is this like supreme value placed upon exchange as a way of, creating peace, and understanding and progress through these different countries. Reacting with each other. So that's why they do have these like amazing educational exchange programs, which are not limited just to people studying like master's or bachelor's degrees either. These exchange programs are for anybody, which is pretty cool. Like, adult lifelong learning, teenagers, people that are studying like vocational school and stuff like that. Like it's kind of like open to everybody. So that is like a really wonderful thing. And then I think, like you said, but there also is like a mathematical, budget financial equation to it. And they say, okay, how are we going to, make this work for us? And, some of these nations are more, accepting of the idea of like, multiculturalism than others. And they make it work,
Yeah. And I think it's kind of like it's interesting because I get the question a lot here as an American studying in Europe. The question, until very recently, the question was always like, oh, are you going to go back when you finish? Because like they expect that because I come from the US, I'm just here like temporarily. And then my plan is to go back. It's like, oh, the US is so great. You must want to go back. But it's like, actually, it's like, because most of these people that I study with, they're from, I don't know, all over the world, and they're typically it's that the standard of living here is better than their country, but it's also kind of the same for me in a lot of ways. So it's like it's I don't know, it goes back to the whole thing of like everyone kind of sees the US as
it's
in that certain light.
No, it's funny for me because like the thing is, I really would like to go back to the United States. Like we were just talking about this the other day, DJ. Like you know, I really would like to go back to the United States, and actually, I would really like to also go back to like be an organizer, like organize things, like community organizer, like you know, organize like political, you know, movements and participate in all this kind of stuff. But you know, you kind of have to go back, for lack of a better term, you kind of have to go back with your guns blazing, because I mean, once you know, this is the kind of like the quality of life that's just standard over here is not, it's not standard back in the United States. The quality of life that the average person is like experiencing, you know, in a lot of these like Western European countries is the life that, you know, you can only achieve if you're like really successful and you have like all your bases covered, and
it's the European like standard of living is I find it to be just like so unbelievably cushy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, and Europeans really take it for granted, maybe because they've never experienced like
they don't understand
reality in the US.
Yeah, they don't know how to like, they don't know what it's like to like not have like you know, to have the rug pulled from under your feet. There is no rug in the United States. There's no rug to pull out. You know what I mean? That's the difference.
Yeah. Well, the way it's like a combination of things. I think like obviously World War II was so destructive. I think a lot of the countries of Europe were more like, okay, we need to like, I guess, be more socialist in a sense. We need to be more like collectivized and united. Again, not communist. People out there that immediately go, you say anything social program, you're a communist. No. But I also think, you know, that whole phrase we've all been taught when we were growing up, like you got to pick yourself up by your bootstraps.
Oh yeah.
Well, it seems like we don't even get the bootstraps. It seems like in these European countries, they give people at the very least, you get the bare minimum.
Yeah.
To be able to survive.
You get a pair of boots.
Yeah, you get a metaphorical pair of boots.
You get some souls.
Yeah.
Here's a complimentary pair of boots and
you know,
some laces.
And some people are born here in the metaphorical, not with no bootstraps or belts, but they're like already like neck deep drowning in a tub in a metaphorical sense, economically. You know what I mean? So And again, you try to talk to some Americans, they just can't. I think it's like a combination like ideology, culture, and worldview. I mean, again, imagine trying to prove to someone's like 75-year-old Republican dad they've been wrong their entire life. They can't. You can't do it.
I feel it. I kind of feel like a lot of this stuff comes down to ego. I think it comes down to like the personal ego, because it's really hard to convince someone that like they've been wrong about something, because like for them to admit that they've been wrong, it's like a loss of face or whatever.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of that going on. I mean, imagine this. There's a lot of that going on, especially with like Trump, you know, because I mean, if you drink the Kool-Aid so hard that you voted for Trump anyways, it means that you like so many people that voted for Trump kind of like they kind of like identify with him. And I've determined and observed this like with people I know. It's like you're kind of like, yeah, I can see why you would vote for Trump, because you kind of like, yeah, you kind of identify with him. Or maybe Trump is like the guy that is your dad, and like you accepted that kind of trashy, abusive mentality. Or maybe that guy's like your husband or something like that. Or, you know, or maybe you're like that guy, you know what I mean? Like that you would accept this. He speaks to a lot of people, you know what I mean? And then, you know, if you come out and you find out, you know, oh, Trump, you know, he's, you know, doing all these awful things, which he does, then it's like, well, what are you trying to say? Like, I'm awful?
Yeah.
You know? Like,
there's this phrase that keeps echoing through my head. I don't know where I heard it in the last month. Like I've heard it before, but it's like the phrase that it's easier to fool someone than to convince someone that they've been fooled.
Yes.
Wow. 100%.
Yeah. And I don't know who I told this, but that's actually something I use in my life in a sense. Like I've decided a while ago to stop trying to convince someone or tell someone that they're wrong, whether it's based on opinion or fact, because all it does is make them more defensive and more angry. So I basically allow people to realize it themselves.
Yeah.
It's basically like Inception.
Yeah, I've gotten in, I don't know, not really gotten into, but I've come to learn about like the Socratic like method of like questioning people kind of is like
Yeah.
rather than presenting people with like counter evidence or explaining to them logically why what they're saying doesn't make sense. You just ask them questions that expose like their own logical fallacies, basically.
Yeah.
Like you lead them down a path of like you just ask them questions and you let them do the talking, and then you just lead them with more questions to say like, well, and then you kind of slowly hold their hand and take them. Hopefully, you know, doesn't always work, but rather than like being accusatory. Because you know what I hear all the time now these days too is like, oh, there's too much like divisiveness, like there's everyone's so nasty, like too much debate, and it's like I don't really think we don't really need to have debates. We should just focus. I feel like we should focus more on just having discussions. Because,
yeah.
Like,
well, I was gonna say that's what we're doing right. That's what we're doing right now.
Yeah, and like obviously all of us have probably very similar viewpoints, but like even if I'm in a discussion with someone who has a very different viewpoint than me, the purpose of the discussion is not for me to change all of that person's views to my views because my views are correct, because I'm not even sure if my own views are correct. So it's kind of like it's just about like exchange and just like planting seeds and like trying to gain perspective. Like it's not about trying to achieve anything in the end. It's just about conversating.
I was gonna say
it's not debating. There's no winner. There's no need for a winner.
Right.
There is no winner.
Well, and that's the thing. I say if I'm wrong, I want to know that I'm wrong, so I can update my views.
Exactly.
Explain to me why I'm wrong, and like if you can explain to me, I'll accept that.
And it's unfortunately, it seems at least in the U.S. that it's the opposite. People will steadfastly hold a position even if they know it's wrong, whether it's because of their ego or their ideology or their like political party, like the blind partisanship. And Botique and I discussed this earlier, how like even the red versus blue thing pisses me off so much. Not just because it's so reductive and it puts people in these two, you know, black and white, yes or no, you know, all or nothing things. But again, for like hundreds of years at least, that like red was synonymous with like leftist movements, you know, remember like better dead than red,
right?
And it wasn't until the 2000 election that for some reason the news media said Republicans are red and Democrats are blue. So it's like, so we even got that wrong just to make things more like confusing, at least in my head.
Yeah, right. We got inches instead of meters. We got red instead of blue. All that
well, I think that's part of this. The American stubbornness is the whole like metric system and the feet thing. By the way, did you know that Nixon tried to change us to the metric system, and that's why bottles of soda in America are in liters?
That's hilarious. It's just some random law.
Yeah, they tried. They started with the bottles of water and soda, but
first the bottles, then the streets.
Yeah. Imagine how pissed off Nixon's ghost is right now. It's like, you made me resign for that. Look at this cocksucker is getting away with all this shit.
Hey, that was a good Nixon impression.
I've been doing it for a while. Actually, Oliver Stone's Nixon is actually one of my favorite movies. So I'm an Oliver Stone guy, but. No one I think that was. If you haven't seen it, you should check it out because it's like a Nixon biopic, but it's done and it's like peak Oliver Stone, so it's really fucked up.
Yo, where's that Oliver Stone Trump biopic?
Dude, he's waiting for it to be over. You gotta let it finish, and then you do like that 3.5 hour Trump biopic.
Okay, what's it gonna be called? That's the question. What's the call?
It'll either be like Trump or Citizen Trump.
Trump.
Yeah.
Citizen grab him by the Trump. That's what
well, see, since you brought that up, I thought that was going to be it for him. Exactly. Now in hindsight, I'm like, no, there's enough people that
dude,
care.
You have to understand. I don't know what is the wrong with my perspective about America, but I think I've somehow got it right, because the moment I saw Trump coming down the golden elevator, I'll say this till it'll be on my grave. Yeah. I knew America was gonna suck it all up. They were gonna love it. They're gonna lap it up. Nom, nom, nom. And then when he said,
I knew it as soon as I saw the first debate.
Yeah, and when I saw him grab him by the pussy, I was like, people gonna love this shit. They're gonna love it because I know. And maybe that's the thing. Maybe I grew up. I know people that talk like this, and they're disgusting, and they creep me out. You know what I mean? But I know these people exist, and they want someone like that to be president.
This election, one reason this election I think is historical that does not get talked about at all is this not, this is the question, is this not the first election where two people who have been accused of rape run against each other?
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it definitely is a fact. I
Publicly accused of rape. Both candidates.
Probably.
It's the only one I can think of, at least openly.
Like,
I'm sure it's not the first time two rapists have ran for president, but
exactly. It's not the first time two rapists have ran, but have been publicly accused of rape and won by more than 10 women.
And think about how little how little that got paid attention to on both sides. Trump, it's like, well, sure, just add woman number 25.
Add another tally to the list.
Yeah. This is
Biden.
This is what I don't get. It's like, okay, like we are essentially hiring these people for a job.
Yes.
None of us would ever be able to get a job if we interviewed like these people interview, like, I mean, I've seen people, I've been involved in the hiring process of people. If you get like somebody's interview, and we've called up people.
Brett Kavanaugh.
Yeah.
I was just gonna bring that up.
Yeah, you call because all these people are well connected. You know what I mean? I mean, so I'm just thinking like personally, like if I was hiring somebody to work at like the tour company or something like that, and you heard, oh yeah, I don't know, this guy's a little creepy. You'd be like, oh, okay, I know one of his friends. Let me call him up. Hey, what do you think about this guy? He used to be his roommate. I don't know, he's a little creepy. Okay, maybe we'll hire somebody else like that. Like, I mean, really, like, I mean,
you call him up. He's like, yeah, he's been accused of sexual assault by at least 40 women.
Yeah, and be like, okay, you know what? Maybe we'll.
I don't think he's paid taxes in 10 years.
Yeah. He's only been accused. No, imagine if he tried to hire. Imagine if you tried to hire like someone who acts like Trump just to be like the manager of your Starbucks or like a FedEx office.
That's what I'm saying.
What would you do?
I mean, you wouldn't want him being the manager.
Have we got any updates? I think Florida might have voted for Biden.
It does look like it's swinging that way right now. Yeah, let's do a few updates here.
Yeah, let's do it.
So let's see. I've got a couple different sources here actually lined up. Let's see. I'm gonna refresh. So
and how much is reporting?
So we're reporting. Yeah, there was over last time I checked in Florida.
77% reporting. Okay.
That's pretty wild. 77% reporting in Florida and for Biden.
It's so close. It's 80. Yeah, I'm looking right now. Associated Press. 80%. It's so good. I'm sick of damn it, Florida, get your shit together.
Yeah, wow, that is so close. There's
49.9
60,000
votes. Literally just like the cities voted for Biden and like the rural zone voted for Trump.
Well,
it's going to be the same spread as the last election, literally. Like it's going to be all like it's. I remember a graph from last election. It was just like the cities were just like a peak. It just it's like a topographical map. It's literally a topographical map.
It's hilarious.
It's going to come down to like 20,000 out of work coal miners in Pennsylvania and like a bunch of pissed off out of work auto workers in Michigan.
Yep.
Like last time. Well, and that's a good conversation worth having. I feel like that's the real issue. It's not really a liberal or conservative. It's like a rural versus urban dynamic. That's basically.
And I think simply like when it comes down to the very root of it, I think it just comes from communication. Like it comes down to like how many different types of people do you interact with on a daily basis, and like if you live in a metropolis, you're going to interact with more people that look different from you, are from different places, and you're just going to naturally be less.
Yeah, different points of view. Like, I mean, yeah. And of course, that's like, amplified like in all situations, like living in different places. Yeah, I mean, you don't even need to like live abroad, but just, even like just interacting with different people. Like, I don't know.
And this is something, a quick story. So before I moved out to go back to Taiwan, I actually did 2 cross-country trips across the U.S. I met with one of my best friends. We drove from New York to New York to LA, and another one of my friends from LA back to New York, and we couldn't help notice that all those, they call them the flyover states, all those people we met were so friendly, so welcoming. Like I did a bunch of couch surfing. I remember it was at South Dakota to see Mount Rushmore that we got a couch surfing. Some lady let us live in her huge basement, and she just said, "Oh, come on in. Don't lock the door. It's South Dakota." So all these people are like, lovely, nice, but then they all vote for Trump. Like this, it like hurts my brain to try to understand how that can happen.
Yeah.
Because
in LA and New York City are like the assholes to me.
I think even like, so I'll say like, I think something that I, as a leftist, and I think that I need to improve on, as well as people who I consider my peers, and is like trying to, I think there's a fine line between like really, digging into someone for like being a racist or being a sexist or being homophobic, and then there's also a fine line of, it's like, well, we also have to try to like win these people over. And I think that's something that really, because the climate now is very toxic, and I think I think people are really angry and emotional, as well they should be. And so I think in a way we need to find ways to, start a little bit more of like negotiation. I think there needs to be a balance. I'm like someone who I float the line between like full on revolution and also just kind of like try to negotiate. I think there needs to be a little bit of both. I think we need a little bit more negotiation, and also like, I don't know. I think that because like some people are like, well, we need to understand how they think, and I'm like, that's true. And then there's the other side of the left that's like, we need to like just completely, like totally change.
I feel like we should. I feel like that what you're saying is kind of what the Democratic Party tries to do, though. No, like by electing someone like Joe Biden, isn't that like catering to these people who are the racists?
Yes, but here's
catering's different. Catering's different.
Catering.
It's not catering. It's like trying to negotiate with these people.
Well, here's the rub, though. Very different. This is how I see it. Like the Democrats, they're trying to be like, we're like the morally superior party that plays by the rules. But then the Republicans go ahead and pull this shit with the Supreme Court. So how can we play a game where they're always changing the rules? So we can't win fairly if they keep changing the rules.
I feel like yeah. If the Democrats say if Bernie had become the nominee, like you wouldn't have to engage with these people as much, and I feel like he would have enough votes to beat Trump. Like if it were him versus Trump tonight, like
no question.
I feel like he would just win. Like I don't know. Maybe that's oversimplified. Like
definitely in 2016. Like yeah.
He's a populist. He's a populist versus a fake populist. Like.
But the thing is, one of the reasons why Trump is getting so popular, or has like maintained his level of popularity, is because like a lot of people are like getting freaked out by being called racists.
Yeah.
And I think you need to call people racist. I think you do, but you need to like not do it in a way that's like trying to. You need to be like, okay, well, what you said is racist. Do you understand why?
Well, I think that's the big difference. There's a big difference between calling someone a racist and saying that what you just said is racist.
Yeah,
it's better to like it's better to try to avoid attacking someone like personally with your language, because then they just become closed and defensive. So it's like you could be like, oh, your statement was racist,
or
this is why, rather than like saying like you're a racist.
Well, and on the flip side, remember the whole Hillary?
Because like everyone said racist things in their life, even though the things about race.
Terrible.
Yeah, I think it would be healthier. Like one beef I have with the like even like the term racism is that like racism is a very specific term, whereas discrimination is a much bigger deal. You know what I mean? Like I mean, racism is a big deal. I'm not saying racism is not a big deal, but I'm saying discrimination is like. Very huge,
I don't know.
No, I mean like what I mean is like
I almost think it's the opposite.
No, but what I mean is like I'm talking about like the misuse of the word. Like I hear when I'm just like listening to like mainstream stuff. It's like I hear like the term racism used in like this very, I would say nowadays racism is being used in a very colloquial way. Like it's not like actually talking about people's race. It's like talking about like all kinds of things about people's maybe being or character or like all like you're racist because you're like racist against like these people, but it's not actually like a race of people. It's like people from a certain country or like people from a certain immigrant group or something like that. And what I mean is like it's such a it is such a spicy word that
like to say you're racist against Mexicans, like
yeah, exactly. Like I'm saying, I know it's like splitting hairs. It's like splitting hairs and stuff like that. But I mean, it would be maybe make more sense to some people. You know what I mean? Because they're like, "What do you mean I'm racist?" Like, I don't have any problem with like blah blah blah. And it's like, yeah, okay, like it just I don't know. I wish people were a bit more like creative with their terminology. This is
I was gonna say I really want to dig into this because this is a theory I've had for a while. I feel like, to me, I'm kind of like a class guy. It all comes down to class. And obviously there is racism and racist people, but I feel like that racism is basically used to divide people from the class. Because obviously I have more in common with a poor Black or Mexican person than I have with a billionaire white person. At least that's the way I see it.
And but this is I mean this is like one issue, but that's kind of like I think the problem is like it's like more it's like that's more that is a point on a meta level, but the problem is that there's still like the more distinct levels need to be figured out, I think, before we get to that level. Like
but I did want to say like this racism or this hate discrimination like you're talking about, like this is the way I see it. Like put it this way, so it's basically socially unacceptable to be racist towards Black people, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like in our culture, it's still okay to be hateful or discriminate against poor people, for instance.
But I think that's tied in. I think it's tied in because, like,
like that level of hate that is basically you're not allowed to hate people by race anymore, but you can hate them by class.
I think where Dan might be going is that then it kind of ties into race actually in the end.
Yeah,
and then it kind of comes full circle in the end, because then like you'll hear a lot of like even Jared Kushner in the last week came out and said like, oh, like Black people should just like, we can only help them as much as they want to help themselves. They should work harder.
The thing
is
like
coming down on poor people and Blacks at the same time.
Well, I was going to say, remember when Lindsey Graham says you can be Black in South Carolina as long as you're conservative? Did you hear that one? I'm not even kidding.
No.
So that's what I'm saying.
That's insane.
But like, I don't know. That's
crazy.
Yeah, so it's like I feel like that race, that anger, that vitriol is like it's being morphed into like partisanship. That's like we're not just Democrats, Republicans just aren't opponents anymore. Like there are people that are literally thinking like Democrats are evil and we have to stop them.
I think class, is very important, and I think it plays in as a major factor. But also at the end of the day, like like there is like a Harvard professor in Boston who is like locked out of his house, and he's like professor emeritus at Harvard University, like dressed in like a suit and tie, and he was like trying to like jimmy his window open to like jump in, and like the police like took him to prison.
Yeah,
it's like that's he has the class. He's like dressed nice, he's got his hair clean cut, he's like he's speaking well, and it's like at the end of the day doesn't matter.
Yeah,
I
mean?
Mm-hmm. And so I think like the class, I think, has a huge part of it, and I think it's all tied in. And I think the origins of it are definitely based on like I think a lot of it has to do with economic system, but the reality is that I think the racism actually goes deeper than like the discrimination, because I think like there's a lot of people in the U.S., especially like white people, would be like they always see these things like, oh, my friends are Black. It's like I would never like like deny someone service at my restaurant because they're Black, and I would never like but at the end of the day, it's like there's still like a deep cultural and systematic racism that exists, because the reality is that someone, especially particularly if we're speaking about African descendant people and people who came from Africa, their existence in the Americas from day one has been like as a inferior people. Like the native people, they like owned this, they lived on this land and they were here before. But like, I mean, from day one, like black people in the Americas have just been
like I said, go back to the beginning, 3/5 of a person.
Yeah, and I mean, you bring up an interesting point too, because I mean, when you think about it, yeah, I'm kind of like evaluating this, discrimination versus racism, because I mean, of course, racism is a form of discrimination, but then you have to ask yourself, why are people really discriminating against Mexicans, for example? Is it because of a immigration issue? Is it because or an economical issue, or is it because of the fact that a lot of the people that come from Mexico happen to be, let's say, easily profiled because of the color of their skin, right? I mean, in this case, then you have to ask yourself, why are we really if you could,
why are we building the wall?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Remember, no one's talked about that for like at least 6 months.
The wall's being built. The wall's being built. Hard. No, you know what? There's actually, this is a story that has not been reported a lot that I've seen in the last couple of weeks. There's a group of native people, I think in Arizona, that are like very much protesting. They're like physically blocking the construction of the wall.
I heard about
and it's in southern Arizona, and they've been. And like the media has been blocked off from the zone, so there's no major media entering. I've just seen like some videos here and there on Twitter, but like they've been getting tear gassed, and like it's both Mexican native people and U.S. side native people, like, and it looks crazy. There's actually a lot of indigenous uprising going on all across the Americas right now, because I know in Nova Scotia in Canada, there's like a big problem with fishermen going on right now.
Yeah.
Or here in Colombia too. There's a lot of native people rising up. Bolivia just had their, government restored after the coup. Chile is like rewriting their constitution.
Yeah, that's what it was. The Bolivian elections, right? Is that the election that crashed the Tesla stock?
Yeah.
Can we just, and speaking of that, and they're both related, can we just say screw Elon Musk? Because he said on Twitter, we can coup anyone we want to, deal with it.
Elon Musk also said he was against the second stimulus package for the American people.
Oh, a billionaire who gets government subsidies to fund his wild, crazy business schemes is against economic stimulus. No shock.
Not even a U.S. citizen, right?
He might have gotten.
I think Elon Musk is actually he has like 3 citizenships. He's like South African, Canadian, and I think he's also has U.S. citizenship.
I think you're right. I'm gonna fact check that right now, but I think you're right.
Check out. I read a lot of Wikipedia, so like check out if my memory is correct. I just want to say I know I'm gonna anger Lee J right now by announcing some presidential election results, but I just think it's fun. Add a little fun. It's I do think it's hilarious right now that, I mean, who knows how this will end up, but Joe Biden is currently winning with 85 electoral votes, but he only has 48.8% of the popular vote, but Trump has 55 electoral votes, but he has 50%.
What states are determined?
So right now we've got well, I mean, yeah, okay, come on. It's like I'm trying to see which ones are actually won, because they're declaring winners. For example, I don't understand this. They're like declaring like winners, but it's like, yeah, this is okay. So yeah, Joe Biden won Vermont. Joe Biden won Massachusetts, I guess. Yeah. Connecticut, New Jersey, Delaware. I'm from Delaware, Maryland, Virginia, and Illinois. And
those are confirmed?
Trump got let's see. No, okay, wait.
What about Virginia?
Sorry, I have like, okay, no, I took my glass off. Now I can read it better. Yeah, Virginia. Let's see, Virginia. Oh yeah, but I'm sorry. This is bullshit. I'm on the New York Times website, but it's only with 24% of the vote in. So okay.
Yeah, like I said,
whatever.
Just gotta be patient, man. Just be patient, man. Just be cool.
It's all that. Yeah. But no. I know it's just phony though. It's just phony. I love to read this stuff because I love to see how in 2 hours.
So Florida already has 77% reporting.
Yeah, Florida's pretty impressive right now because Florida has 87.
77%.
Oh, it tipped back to Donald Trump. Yeah, because when it was 77%. Yeah, it's just funny to see. It's like because right now. I'm doing this kind of an ironic way because right now people are sitting at home freaking out,
clicking, click.
They're freaking out, they're oh my God, we're winning, and I'm actually more interested to see what Trump is saying right now. I'm gonna go see what he's saying on Twitter.
But please don't play his. Do we have to hear him?
Yeah, Twitter.
Do we have to hear him talk?
Oh my God, I forgot Twitter existed.
Wasn't your life that much better for just a little bit longer?
Christian, I voted for rapist Joe Biden. Let's go.
Donald Trump. Vote. We are looking really good all over the country. Thank you. We shall see.
And just for the record, you're right. Elon Musk does have 3 citizenships: South Africa, Canadian, and he became a U.S. citizen in 2002.
That's right.
Wow.
There you go.
On point.
I know my Wikipedia stats.
Bernie Sanders on Twitter: Election Day should be a national holiday.
What? Let's talk about Bernie Sanders. What happened to Bernie Sanders?
He just laid down this time around.
Maybe they got some dirt. Maybe they got some dirt on him.
Dude, I think they got some dirt on him. I think that's what's the big secret.
I feel like everybody's got. The thing is, I feel like everybody has dirt. No matter who you are, you got dirt.
Of course.
And the worst thing they came out with Bernie Sanders was his wife didn't pay or something for a semester of university.
I don't think he has dirt. I feel like he just.
I don't know. I feel like everybody's got dirt.
No, I heard Bernie Sanders
possibly.
He wrote. Apparently, Bernie Sanders wrote some spicy editorials back in the Burlington Times back in the 1970s about that were a slightly I don't know extra I don't know, they were trying to pin him for some kind of shit that he wrote about men and women back in 1973.
Yeah. I'm sure he had some publicly bad opinions.
Sure.
Especially old white men. He definitely said some really bad stuff at some point in his life.
Sure. And and also they were getting it's really funny actually. I think that they were ready to I think all of this talk of Joe Biden's a socialist and all this stuff they were just really prepping for Bernie Sanders. Even I think somewhere I heard at some point Trump really wanted to Trump was afraid of Bernie Sanders because he said Bernie Sanders might be the one person that's hard to beat. So I think he's getting ready for it.
Trump said that. This is the most frustrating thing about the whole thing is Trump was definitely the most afraid of Bernie. There's even audio tapes of him saying.
That's right. Yeah.
There's tapes of him saying it, and it's because when you run against someone who actually has a substantive whatever.
One also just has no public dirt,
a platform that it's so easy to attack Joe Biden and say what's your plan, because he doesn't really have much of a plan, but if Bernie was up there against Trump in a debate, he'd just be I want to do this, this, and this. And
I can do it.
This is my platform. This is the plan. We have a whole team of people ready to go. We want to do a Green New Deal.
But see, I wish Bernie actually spoke that clearly, because that was always one of my big problems with Bernie is that he kind of would always start off going into this whole thing about we gotta get big money out of politics, and I'm yes, we do. but the average person walking down the street, like, you've already lost them. Like, they don't know what big money is. They barely know what politics is. You know what I mean? Like, the average person walking down, they're already like, Bernie with your big words, you know, like seriously, Bernie Sanders just needs to say, like, listen, you know, we're gonna give everybody healthcare, we're gonna give everybody education, and then, you know, he needed to talk a little bit more maybe about, you know, like some social justice issues, and then, like, you know, and then what you just said right there, because they're always like, Bernie, how are you gonna pay for it? Like, Bernie, how are you gonna figure this out? How are you gonna figure that out? And we need some politician to just be like, listen, like, I am just a politician, like, I have this list of fantastic academics and like all these mofos that are gonna like clean it all up, you know?
No, he had it on his website, because I think in the first debate, like, Bloomberg said that to him, like, Bernie, how are you gonna pay for that? And he was like, actually, you can go to my website, and there's like a 35-page document with a budget.
Yeah, you're right. That's yeah.
I went there was a guy decades ago. I think his name came up earlier. I wasn't paying attention at that point, but the media made fun of him, and he kind of went up there with like a chart, and but he tried to explain, like, this is how we're gonna like accomplish this shit, you know, with like a chalkboard.
Yeah, I mean, that's the truth, though. I mean, and that's a whole other issue too. Like, that's the truth. Like, there's not enough time to explain this at the debates. You know what I mean? Or in a multi-million-dollar like political ad. Like, you really do have to go to the website, and there's like not a lot of people. I don't think a lot of people are going to Bernie Sanders' website and reading a 35-page article. You know, and actually, you know, that's the thing too. Like, you know, I'm by no means like, you know, I'm not the biggest Joe Rogan fan or anything, but like, you know, it was very helpful that he went on Joe Rogan's podcast and actually got to speak for like an hour, you know, and he said that, like, that was like one of the first things that he said when he was on that podcast. He was just like, I think Joe Rogan was like, you know, what do you think about the debates? And Bernie was just like, I just hate them. Like, you know, you get 90 seconds. You're not able to get your point across. And I don't know. I would hope, you know, I actually liked that idea of like the people actually going on Joe Rogan podcast, or just some kind of long form format. It doesn't need to be Joe Rogan podcast, but some long form format where they just get interviewed and somebody is there like fact checking like what these people are talking about. You know what I mean? Like, why would that be so hard to do? I mean, can't we hope that our president can sit there for an hour and a half and talk about this stuff for real, you know?
The problem is just
they can't.
Media
no, yeah.
Like the debates are, they're like advertised as like shows that are on at a certain time.
Of course, yeah.
It's just entertainment. Well, here's a fun fact. Did you know? I think it was until maybe I want to say the 80s or 90s, but all the debates used to be run by the League of Women Voters for like decades, from Nixon, Kennedy up until I think I want to say Bush, maybe first Bush.
That's interesting.
But then the two parties came up and they said, well, we don't want them, and they came with the League of Women Voters basically pulled out because they said the restrictions or they were asking for so much that basically corrupted the process. So the League of Women Voters dropped out, and then the Democrats and Republicans created their Commission of Presidential Debates, which is basically their own organization that administers the debates. And
which doesn't allow Green Party or Libertarian Party.
It's crazy.
I know. And that's the thing. I was just gonna say, like, how, like, just like if we had, let's say Joe Rogan did have a debate or have like a 2-hour, 3-hour conversation with Joe Biden and Trump sitting across from each other, like, how like mentally numbing and pathetic do our candidates have to get till either you have complete apathy or there actually is change? Because I mean, think of it, if all the people who were non-voters voted third party, in theory, they could win. You know what I mean? And we're just being gaslit that you have to choose one of the lesser two evils. But if we actually like got out of that mind frame, it's actually possible. That's my idealism in my brain.
Oh, and you know what, dude? I mean, I think I have a feeling it could change, because I mean, if we do have, I think in many ways Trump has broke the seal. Like, I mean, going back, you know, to this, Joe Rogan, like, debate idea or interview idea. Like, I mean, from what I understand, and I can honestly imagine that, like, it sounded like Trump was like down for that. Like, I'm sure he would be down for that. Like, he would love that. I mean, I get to go on Joe Rogan's podcast and hang out with my man, bro, for like 3 hours. Like, yeah, it's gonna be great. I'm sure, like, he's a big fan, like, and apparently, like, Biden, whatever. But I mean, I could imagine that, in the future, I mean, podcasts are, a pretty exceptional, like, thing that it's in many ways struck gold in the human conversation. Like, we're able to, like, have these conversations in, like, long form again. So in the future, I could imagine stuff like this happening, whether it's, on whoever's podcast, or on many podcasts, like candidates meeting, like that could become a, new, like, litmus test. Like, are you down enough to, like, get on a podcast and, like, just, like, talk openly about what you think, but would the parties allow that? You know what I mean? I don't know. It would depend maybe on the candidate.
I want to be candid with you guys, because I was watching some videos and the algorithm, and I forgot how I ended up, but it basically recommended me I think it was like a Ted Cruz has his own podcast, and he was like talking to somebody who I was like marginally interested in hearing from.
Yes.
And like I actually considered like listening to it or watching it, but then I realized, like, at least for me, Ted Cruz is like one of the most, like, disingenuous, blatantly, like, lying to my face politicians of our time. Just a feeling I get from him. Like, everything he says is, like, said in a certain way that just conveys that he's full of shit. Do you guys get the same feeling?
Oh, I mean, it only took me 1 second to, like, gather that from Ted Cruz. I don't understand it. I'm just from a different. Those are the lizard people, and I'm like I don't know. I'm from the raccoon people or something, like, I don't know, like,
yeah, because
like, I don't understand at all how that man is appealing to anybody and how he wins electoral races.
And that's the thing, because like I said, I want, I'm willing to be exposed to other people's ideas.
Sure, yeah, I would listen to him.
It's like, when that's when someone is acting in such bad faith, I don't want to give him any time. And I feel like that's a really big issue with our politics, is it feels like 95% of politicians are acting in bad faith. And that's Absolutely. The real core problem. And going back to Bernie, I think that's why he lost, because it's just, he wasn't willing to get as dirty as he needed to be to win at this horrible, dirty, corrupt game.
Yeah,
that's basically how I see it.
That's how I see it too. Like, I feel like he just didn't play, like, hardball. And the thing is, the Democratic Party, like Obama, just, I mean, the thing is, like, is it not true that he kind of, he called people, he called,
I don't know.
Like, I don't know.
It's the word on the street.
It's like an organized sort of thing. Like, I feel like, like, but it's just like, it's always like they're one step ahead of him. And then, like, last time it was the same thing, where they're just like,
like I said, they admitted it. They admitted it in court. They had literally admitted it in court in 2016. But here's the thing, guys, just put in perspective, the Democratic Party did more and fought harder to stop Bernie from getting the nomination than they did to stop Amy Coney Barrett from being on the Supreme Court. They basically did nothing. They literally did nothing to stop her.
Yeah.
So
and it's wild. This is pretty interesting too, because I've seen a lot of, like, mixed takes on this online and from different people I've talked to, and people say, like, okay, Democrats can't do anything, they don't have the power, they don't have the majority. And I was like, oh, okay, that, like, and I started thinking that for a while, but then you see other people say, like, well, they could just, like, enact certain things that would, like, drag out that would take precedent. Like, you could just file certain, like, things in the process that would take precedent just because of the way the process works, and this would make it just, like, push it off. But they didn't want to do that because they thought it would be bad optics for the election. And so
you think Republicans give a shit about bad optics? They don't.
But the Democrats thought it would be bad optics to block the nomination.
Yeah. Okay. Ugh.
So they just chose to let it go through.
Back to what I was saying at the beginning is, like, I just don't think the electoral system is something we can really, like, depend on anymore. And we need to start thinking about, like, other ways of changing our society.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah,
that doesn't have to do with voting, because, and even the thing is, I even think like protesting isn't working either, because like peaceful protest not working, violent protest not working, voting not working.
So so what else is there?
Well, the only traditional option left is revolution. But that's also a bad option, because
I feel like just like
that might just lead to
simply like
exactly that leads to another that typically leads to another oppressive
system where we will vote and we will protest and all this stuff like that. Yeah,
I feel like it's all about like
building power outside of a
like local gardening, something like that. Like I feel like small like community based organization things are like the best step. Like community organizing, like in Berlin, like plenty of groups hold like community building sort of like just like street parties or whatever, just like an event, and it's just like kind of like political outreach sort of things, like just kind of the whole idea of like getting your ideas across, like not coming across as crazy as people might think it might be or something.
Yeah.
Well, I know, for example, like Cuba right now is one of their like, I mean, I think Cuba has accepted in the last 10 to 15 years that like their economic model is not working out as well as it used to, and so what they're moving to is they're really shifting towards like co-ops instead of like state-run businesses. I think they have the goal by the end of like 2021 to have 40% of the economy based on like worker-owned co-ops instead of state-run businesses. So 60% of the economy will be state business.
Nice.
And 40% will be. And so they're basically just like saying like, yeah, like we're gonna eventually build to the point where you guys don't need the government anymore. We're just gonna keep building.
And well, I was gonna say, I feel like it's a perfect segue to have the ism conversation. How like the words have basically been like used beyond all meaning and recognition. Like China, for example, like it calls itself a socialist country. Other people call it a communist country. But if you actually go there, they're basically just as capitalistic as we are, except they just have no regulations. And they love KFC, they love McDonald's. You know what I'm saying?
Like, well, they're state capitalists, which I think is
exactly.
Yeah, they're state capitalists, which I think most like communist countries are state capitalist countries.
State boss.
Yeah,
that's more of those stupid arguments I hate having. They're like, we don't really live in a democracy, we live in a republic. That semantic thing. Or it's like, like, was it North Korea's real name is the Democratic People's Republic of Korea? That must be the most free country ever, because it's got democracy and people in the title. It's like, come on, guys, let's get real.
Yeah.
I think like, I don't know. I mean, I'm not. I think we need to start. I think a lot of these conversations about like elections and politicians is really like becoming ever more useless.
It's almost like a distraction from getting anything done.
Yeah, and it's like we need to start thinking about what am I going to do in my neighborhood or in my community or in my city to like make sure that my city isn't dependent upon like the bullshit that's going on in the country or in the world. And it's like, what are the problems that are directly affecting my city or my community or my neighborhood? And is there any way on a micro level that I can address them?
Yeah, no.
And I know Jackson, Mississippi is doing a really interesting project right now. I don't know if any of you guys have.
No, I've heard. You told me about it before. What's going on there?
I mean, they're basically just kind of setting up to completely isolate themselves economically and politically from the United States.
That's so interesting. But like a citywide level.
Yeah, even like the mayor's on board with it and everything.
Wow.
What?
Yeah. Like they're basically starting a huge system of co-ops within like restaurants and supermarkets and farming. And within a couple of years they're going to be like completely autonomous.
Wow.
They're like starting to like reform their police system to like have community-based security. They have like their own education system. They have their own agricultural system set up.
Well, I guess let's have that conversation. Is the United States as a state, as a country of states, is it an unsustainable model?
Of course.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, even before things got all Trumpy and crazy, I don't know. I think I've been saying it for at least 15 years that it needs to be like split up. You know.
I always tell this to like a lot of my students that I talk to. I'm like, literally, like you can cross the border into New Hampshire and buy a bunch of guns and fireworks and cross back into Massachusetts, and there's no border. Then in Massachusetts, you can buy marijuana and cross into New Hampshire and sell it.
Yeah.
There's no border. There's like, it's completely unsustainable. And then in New Hampshire, there's no sales tax. And then, so everybody goes to New Hampshire to buy, like, there's like the whole border of New Hampshire with Massachusetts is like guns, liquor, and fireworks.
Well, I think it's also just like, I noticed this a lot in Europe too, is people fail to realize how large the United States is.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like, it's the same geographic size as Europe. So it's like, it's just like the whole, like trying to run one country. Like Europe isn't one country for a reason. There's a lot of big differences, but I mean, there's a different historical development, but like large, just to like, China is a large land mass, but it's more autonomous. I mean, it's more uniform throughout. Like, there's not as much variation. That's not how it works. But the US is just so diverse, so vast. The landscape is like, I don't know. The politics, everything, the history.
Yeah, guys, I just want to give you a heads up. So the first presidential election was 43,782 votes. Just to put that in, to put that in perspective.
43,000.
Yeah, right. So when the Constitution was written for 13 states, 43,000 people got to vote.
Yeah.
So like I said, we're a 21st century country running on an 18th century model.
Yeah. We're also an empire. We're not a country. We're an empire.
Yeah. Well, I think that whole manifest destiny kind of got out of hand when guys were in Philippines now. This is Asia. You guys might want to back off on that whole. I don't even know if we want to go into that whole story. Like how the Philippine-American War has kind of just been like glazed over with the Spanish-American War, and how much longer and worse the occupation of Philippines was.
Yeah, of course. Crazy.
Okay, I won't go there. That's like, yeah. But yeah, like I said, just for perspective. So I mean, like, you know, I really do feel like culturally though, we really are two different countries at the bare minimum. Like you probably could split the U.S. into like maybe even 5 or 6.
Oh yeah, I mean, dude, like Texas is a country. You know,
California is a country. Florida is a country.
California is the 4th largest economy in the world. If it was a country, you know, that's crazy.
Yeah.
You know, like, I mean, I mean,
that's the thing.
New England's a country, maybe. You know, like, I don't know. Maybe.
I've been saying it since high school. Like I fully believe if I live a full, healthy life, I fully believe by the time I die, the United States will not exist in its current form.
Yeah, I hope so.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. Like,
I hope so.
I mean, part of me feels
sustainable.
Like it'd be better, and it's put it this way: it's kind of like you're in a bad relationship for a really long time.
Yes.
And eventually, for both your sakes, you need to break up. I feel like that's where we are in a lot of ways.
You need like the West Coast Union. You know, you need like.
It's already happening. It's happening because, like, you know about these economic zones. Like, I think California, Oregon, and Washington have like their independent economic zone, and New England also does too.
Interesting.
It's true, right? But then at the same time, like I see what you're saying. I think the same thing all the time. But then if you think about Massachusetts, right? Like one of the most blue states, like Trump did win the Republican primary in Massachusetts.
Of course.
So like I feel like there is, even though like it's I wish I think the country would be better off if it broke up into like 5 or something different regions, like but at the same time I feel like at the same, it's like woven throughout the country, all throughout, like this crazy, like this crazy mix, like it's all just like entangled, you know, like it's like the both parties are everywhere.
Well, yeah, I say you give everybody like, you know, a couple years to like move to Texas or whatever. Yeah, and then then it's up. Yeah.
We came up with the idea earlier. Was it reverse manifest destiny? We need to send a bunch of people. We need to move to Texas and Kentucky and, you know,
we can do that. We can do that, or we can agree to just break up.
Yeah.
We can just get
one way or the other. One way or the other.
I think the breakup is actually probably gonna be more plausible. Actually, I mean, it does sound crazy. I don't know what it would take to get to that point. We probably have to have like civil war or something.
To go to a therapist. It needs to be told.
Oh, definitely.
I think it's just got to be generational. You know, it's like we in the United States and the Americas, and I mean also in Europe and Africa as well, and Southeast Asia. We're in 400, 500 years of colonization, and really only in the last, like, I would say like 30 to 50 years have really like serious decolonizing projects started. So, you know, it takes a long time, and it's not a fast process, and it's definitely going to be a messy process. And, you know, I think like this whole movement recently of like statues being torn down, I think, you know, is really a really good first step in like a serious process of decolonizing. You know, it obviously has to be coupled with, you know, serious education reform, serious cultural reform, but, you know, it's not going to be solved just by like breaking up these countries or like, you know, moving people around. It just needs to be like a generational decolonizing movement, which is starting. And I think, you know, like the really young people, I think like, what are they, Generation Z or whatever, I think most of them are probably like, you know, most people our age are like starting to get it. I think we're like, you know, probably boutique, like your age generation is kind of like the first people, like, you know, US citizens that have started to get it. And then like our generation a little bit more, and the generation below us like a little bit more. And I think it's just gonna go on, you know, but it's not gonna be solved just by like breaking everything up. And I think, you know, things do need to be broken up, but that's not like the only solution.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's it would be nice. I mean, yeah, I do feel like, yeah, it's true too. I feel like people are getting it more and more as the generations go on. I just hope that.
But it needs to be it needs to be more, you know.
One thing.
It's just the thing is that the thing is that like with all of this talk of becoming like localized, like is good, but we still need also some kind of network of like, you know, international, you know, we need like international network, because I mean it is also very concerning about, you know, what, you know, climate change is coming. It's like the biggest, you know, thing we got going on pretty much. And yeah, I mean there's gonna be
caused by globalization.
Yeah, but I mean it's coming, whatever it causes, it's coming, and it's just gonna be increased.
We need to build like a society, like an internet kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean that's like the thing.
Hubs and nodes of information flow and like resource flow.
I think it's gonna be maybe nice if people are taking care of their. Yeah, of course we need to attack from all sides. Like we need like people taking care of their shit, you know, locally, but at the same time, there's gonna have to be a great international, like transcultural, transnational, transboundary effort
to deal with the larger problems.
Exactly. Yeah, and I mean that can
in a practical sense.
And probably, I know. It's like the.
But I think making agreements and like, you know, things like this is not the same as governing. You know, it's not like someone in Oslo is saying like, you know, we should do this, and you have to convince someone in, you know, Cairo or Rio de Janeiro to agree with it. But it's not like saying like, I'm gonna tell you what to do. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it needs to be more of an agreement rather than like a imposed political.
I think that requires like a total change in just like human thinking.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And like I feel like that's the problem at the root of all this. It's just like it's kind of see it all comes down to like some sort of issue. I don't know, the way we interact with each other, the way we see ourselves, like really an issue of like human
it's like
human philosophy.
Yeah.
No, I think like that's a very interesting idea, but like it needs to be like a collaborative process because all the countries don't start from the same base point. So as we expect all the countries to contribute the same way towards an international problem that we all know it's affecting us, it needs to be like the whole system collaborates with each other to solve local problems at other countries and also to help and work together for the whole problem of the world. So yeah, it's
like a
hard. It's very hard to think about a solution because every place is different. Crazy.
Yeah, I mean totally. That's what I mean. It's like you have to attack from all sides, like like the local level on a very like specific level, and then on an international kind of like binding all these localities together. And I mean honestly, like I mean I know it's I think more and more it sounds to me like there's a lot of crazy technology and like artificial intelligence that's gonna like just figure out all this scary like terrible stuff that we don't know how to solve right now, or that seems like so massive. Seems like there's gonna be like programs written to just like figure these things out in moments, and then we're just gonna have to like put them into action. I don't know.
I feel like technology is actually one topic that like we really haven't gone into too much, like, and how it affects politics, because I feel like if you think about the last election, there was a big concern with what happened online and how people were targeted, like and I mean it hasn't really been talked about much, so I feel like this election cycle, because of the circumstances, but it's probably only going to be worse. Yeah, it's probably only going to be worse this time around, because the tools have probably only gotten better in the last 4 years. I would imagine that's just how computers work.
It hasn't been talked about because it's two old men running.
Yeah, exactly. we had Andrew Yang. He was like the only person that really brought this up, and true, yeah. I mean, dude, it really is. I mean, I wouldn't, I'm not like part of the Yang gang or anything, and I had some big issues with his ideas, especially about healthcare and welfare and stuff like that. But like, I mean, at the root, he was the only person that brought up the whole issue of like the fact that all of people's jobs are going to get replaced, and it can be a good thing actually if we approach it from the right way. If we get this like mentality, like we're trying to preserve the old life, then, but if we can like accept it, and the governments can like organize ways to make this like a sustainable process, like this transition and whatnot, then, and I know some governments, I mean, as the way things are set up right now, some governments would do a much better job at that than others. I don't think the United States, at the state that it's at right now, would not do a good job at that at all. They're just going to be like, yeah, you got to go out there, pull yourself up by your bootstraps, go out there and compete with those, self-checkout lines,
Right.
Yeah.
Well, that's funny. That's my angry old dad, and I get a lot of my politics from him. But I like to think I'm like the 2.0 version. But my dad's the kind of guy that like refuses to use those machines, and anyways gives people a hard time. He's like, if you're gonna make me use the self checkout, I'm basically doing your job that you're supposed to get paid for free.
Yeah.
So I should at least get like a discount or something.
Yeah.
But of course, that's not going to happen. But I want to say, I was actually talking about automation with some of my students earlier today. And that's a big issue. Again, in 2016, that's part of the reason why Trump won, because he actually was at least pretending to be populist and care about people's jobs. All that rhetoric's gone. But with automation,
all that rhetoric's gone.
Yeah, all of it's like it's just culture war shit now. That's all we got left, because all the politics is the same.
Crazy,
But automation, right? If if they're gonna have to do UBI some point.
Oh,
if automation, it's like inevitable, because what are you gonna do with these thousands to millions? Yeah, what are you gonna do to these thousands and millions of people who there's no jobs for them anymore? And by the way, remember when they did like the unemployment bump back like in April or May or whatever, when people were getting like $600 extra a week on unemployment? I don't remember the exact statistics, but basically poverty actually went down for a very brief period of time, because people just gave people fucking money. And maybe if that's what we have to do as a society, maybe it is just that simple. And just for human happiness, I mean, how much more money would that make much of a difference in people's lives?
I mean, I feel like it kind of has to be that simple in a way. Like, I could see how it's not a perfect system, but in reality, like, most people live paycheck to paycheck.
It's like
and if you just gave them a bit more of a cushion, if you just like, instead of living paycheck to paycheck, if you had like an extra $1,000 a month, maybe it didn't like that actually wouldn't change that much, but it would just make you want to kill yourself less.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. And talk about how twisted that is. That's all we're asking for is, can you make people want to kill themselves less? That's where we're at in our society.
Yeah.
Domestic violence would go down.
Absolutely.
Like it would solve so many problems, actually.
Yeah, and I think it's
I don't think it could go that wrong.
I think it's a total myth that
like with their neighbors, like people fight with their friends, like, oh, I bought the beers last night, you never gave me like those $10. Like, how many people do you think have been like seriously like in a really serious fight over like less than $100 of money?
Right.
Like someone love.
That's the twisted.
With like someone they love,
and
not even a stranger.
We've been doing exactly the wrong thing since Reagan. This trickle down, like just give all the money to the rich people because it'll trickle down to us, which never made sense to me in the first place, and it doesn't work because they just keep it. You give money to people, they spend it. You give tax cuts to Jared Kushner, he's just going to save it. So it's just, we have to completely reframe our whole like economic process, basically.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I think that this is a myth that is total unproven myth that like, people, I mean, actually what's been proven is that when people get UBI, they are like productive, or they're like more productive, like they're, out, working on things that they want to work on. I know, like personally, I could say like it's never happened to me until coronavirus, but the past couple months I've been on unemployment because all the jobs are gone, and there were no tourist jobs left and stuff like that. And I feel more productive. I feel like, I spend, the waking hours of my day, and I get, I don't get a ton of money. I basically get like kind of like a UBI right now. Like, it's like so you can pay your rent and you can, buy your food, and I'm like, and it's weird. It's like I have much less money now than when I was actually had a job, but I feel more productive because I'm like, all right, I know I get this like stipend kind of for now. Well, you still have to do all this stuff. Like you have to apply for jobs every day and check in with your unemployment.
And is this in Norway?
Yeah, this is in Norway. Yeah.
So you as an American are getting Norwegian like unemployment basically.
Well, yeah, because I'm a resident. Like, I mean, I've lived here for over 5 years. I paid my taxes. I've worked. I've been working more than full time. It's like in Norway, you're not supposed to work more than full time. I've actually worked for the past couple years. I've worked the equivalent of about 150% of the full-time job. You know what I mean? So yeah, so like I had like full-time jobs and stuff like that. If you have contract jobs and you have like a residence permit in Norway, then you're basically, can receive social welfare benefits. So yeah, so we got hit by the coronavirus. Eventually my company, I was like furloughed, and then eventually the company I worked for went out of business. And because I had a full-time job there, you get like a certain, we went totally bankrupt, and And it's funny too. That's a whole other story about how they took care of the businesses here in Norway. In general, they did a generally good job at taking care of the businesses through the coronavirus, and many businesses survived. But a lot of the tourism business, it was obliterated. They didn't really help out the tourism business so much, which is very unfortunate. And then the fact that we don't really need tourism anyways, that's like a whole other story. But
yeah.
But anyways,
I was gonna say I brought that up to show you that like Norway as a country and an institution, they're like willing to give you, who's I guess you're a permanent resident or long-term resident.
Yeah.
But I don't know if you guys heard this, but Governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis, I don't know if you saw this, he basically admitted in a news interview that Florida made their unemployment system
purposely difficult. Yeah.
So purposely difficult so people couldn't qualify for benefits.
Dude, it's so fucked up. I mean,
like to me, that's evil. That's evil.
It's crazy, dude. I mean, and you know what the funny thing is like I always like to like, you know, back it up with the fact that like the system is not perfect here. Like it was frustrating as fuck to like get my unemployment benefits like figured out. But and on to a certain extent that was also because the system was like unprecedentedly like inundated with you know applications for unemployment. I mean, there'd never been so many people unemployed in Norway ever, you know. So it took like a shitload of time to like get that taken care of, and it was very complicated and stuff like that.
Here, like a lot of, I don't know if this happens in Norway, boutique, but like here, like a lot of there's like some like kurzarbeit, you know, like you work less hours, but you get paid still like. Say you work like half your time, but you still get like 80% of your wage.
Yeah.
Something like this.
Are you you're not like the mini jobs?
No, it's just like they do this in like economic hard times in Germany sometimes, where they like people just like they work less hours, but they get paid as if they were working. There's some calculation.
Yeah, they do it in France too. A lot of my students right now are getting that. They're working 60% of their schedule, and the company's paying 60% of their salary, and the French government's paying the other 40%.
Yeah, actually, you know that's interesting. Yeah. Norway, I've heard about this in Germany and in Denmark, and Norway actually has in Europe has some of the less. Like some of the lesser unemployment benefits during the they I would say out of a lot of the European countries, especially if you compare to like Germany and Denmark and stuff, they did worse in this time of Corona as helping out the people and the businesses, but they still did a decent job. I would say because whereas the Norwegian, they didn't really update the system here, but I know especially in Germany, Denmark, France, I heard that they like added a lot of stuff in reaction to the coronavirus to their like unemployment and like welfare systems, whereas here they kind of just like let it go as the standard, which is still not bad. It's like here they basically you get paid like 60 like basically if you're on unemployment you get like 60% of your wages, you know, that you were getting before you became unemployed, you know. So it's kind of
I think the point that should be made is that even though it was complicated, and I guess I'm so late for me to think of a better vocabulary word, but basically it was complicated, but it worked. Like if you do in Florida, it's designed not to work.
Oh, it's a disaster.
You know what I mean?
Dude. And I'll tell you what the thing is too, is that when I was waiting for this, although it was really frustrating and I had to really like, I could have waited a couple more months for them to like figure it out, but it already took a couple months. Like I probably wouldn't have gotten it till like now or something like that. But regardless of all that shit, I had confidence, and this is something that they measure here in Norway too. I had confidence that it would work out. You know what I mean? So I was just like waiting, but I was like, it'll work out eventually. It's just this slow ass bureaucracy. You know what I mean? But I had this like, and I knew other people did too. Like I would talk to other people about their unemployment situation. I'd be like, oh yeah, it's kind of bullshit. I've been waiting so long, but so the problem here was more like, it wasn't like in Florida where people were like waiting a long time because the system like didn't work. Here it was just like in Florida, it's like you have like you have enough money in a big enough system where, and enough unemployed people all the time where this should be working. Like, but they want to make it difficult because they don't want to like give it away to people. And here it's more just like, it was like unprecedented. I don't know. I guess it was there too. But yeah, you know what I'm saying. It was, there's a confidence here that you don't find, like trust for governmental institutions that you don't find necessarily in the United States, that you find in like some of these European countries.
Guys, I think I'm gonna have to go because
maybe we should wrap it up today.
I was gonna say it's almost 3:00. It's probably a good time for all.
3 a.m. talking about unemployment benefits, like.
It's like we're in college or something.
It is.
Right?
It is interesting, but.
Unemployment.
Anyways, but we'll continue.
Maybe we could try to have. Yeah, I was gonna say maybe we could try to have a part 2 we'll see if and when the election's actually settled.
Yeah, actually, as a part of this podcast, I intend to do more live streams. I want to make this more of like a live stream thing than like a podcast thing. So, like a live stream podcast. So, maybe we can do this on specific topics in the future.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, it was great.
It's a good idea.
Yeah.
Great time. Nice to meet everyone and have a good conversation. And I think let's all go to sleep and just we can at least live in our we can live in our dreams for one more night until we have to wake up to the reality that we're gonna experience.
I think it's gonna.
I feel like there's not going to be an answer tomorrow. See, I feel like I haven't. Maybe this is me just like not wanting to face that there might be, but I'm just like, I feel like there's going to be no answer tomorrow.
That's my general feeling too. I mean, unless it is an absolute like unarguable like landslide.
Yeah, but I think
it's just going to be chaos.
It's either going to be no answer. It's either going to be no answer, or it's going to be too close to call and Trump declares victory, or it's a landslide, Biden declares victory and Trump says the fake. Those are the 3 options.
Yep. And
none of that's good.
And in like either way, chaos. So it's really the vote is so funny right now. I mean, it's just funny. It doesn't mean anything because it's like everything's uncounted. But right now,
let's close it up with the vote count.
For a moment in time, right here at 2:58 Central European time, we have
the most useless time for the election.
Yeah. Let's see. I guess that means it's around 8 o'clock? No, 9 o'clock in.
9.
Yeah, it's about 9 on East Coast time. We have Joe Biden at 85 electoral votes. It is a bit ironic right now. 85 electoral votes with 48% of the popular vote, and Donald Trump with 72 electoral votes and 50.25%. So Donald Trump's winning the popular vote right now. Joe Biden winning the electoral vote, but this means absolutely nothing. And
no, I do want to end by saying I think it might as well have, if Joe Biden loses the popular vote but wins the electoral college, and then everybody completely flips on everything they said 4 years ago.
That would be hilarious, actually, if that happened. Like
that would be like,
oh my god,
that would be on top of every, right? Wouldn't that be?
I never considered that as a possibility.
Yeah, exactly.
I thought about that. That would be the most hilarious ending to all of like the.
I know.
Yeah.
Oh, that would be like Curb Your Enthusiasm, like style.
It probably will happen. Right. That's probably what will happen. Like it's gonna be like Joe Biden. Like he'll have like like I don't know, like 200. I don't know what 352 electoral college votes.
Yeah.
Donald Trump wins.
One less votes.
Or it'll be like Trump gets like 52%, like Biden gets like 50%, like 1% to the third
Trump
party.
Wins, Trump wins the popular vote, and then that's why he doesn't want to leave. But then everyone's like, you lost the popular vote when you won originally.
Yeah. Trump
will
like,
and then the Republican Party all lines up behind him and explains why.
Oh, it's so gross.
Trump will try to he'll try to like
I can't imagine he's gonna win the popular vote. I can't.
Hey, he wasn't supposed to win last time. Okay.
No, but electorally, whatever. But I can't imagine he would.
Trump like overturns like the electoral college and like
popular vote would be surprising.
Well, like I said, let's go now. Let's go to sleep with that in our minds. The worst possible outcome.
Everybody blames it on Bernie Bros.
Hey, Biden already won Massachusetts, so you can't blame me.
All right. All right, man. Well, nice. Like I said, nice talking to everybody. Let's go get some sleep and see how the world is.
Yeah, it's been a good 5-hour live stream.
Crazy. Yeah. All right, man. Hey, did we beat Joe Rogan's time for longest podcast?
Oh God, yeah. I don't even know. Actually, you know what's funny? I heard that I heard that he's live streaming with like Alex Jones and Kyle Kalinske tonight.
Oh, is Alex Jones actually coming? Because I saw Kalinske talking about how it's going on. Then Alex Jones just like invited himself to join.
I don't know. I think
he'll probably show up drunk for a cameo. That's my theory.
No, I think that I mean, I'm pretty sure. I mean, from what I understand, I'm pretty sure. I mean, Joe Rogan's like best BFF with Alex Jones. So I mean, yeah, it's real poopy times. Like I don't know. So it's like I'm sure that. I don't know. That's a whole. I would love to do a podcast on what I think about the Joe Rogan podcast one day. Like,
we'll do that. That's like Inception level podcast. Talking about podcasts for 5 hours.
Because I think that he's getting more and more like toxic. Like I don't mean like toxic masculinity and stuff like that. I just mean he's getting like too big of a platform to like spread his like libertarian, everybody's cool like. But I'm really partial to Republican and right wing people mentality.
Yeah, I totally agree. Especially, he has a lot of bad takes. Like he even said that Antifa was lighting the fires in California or something, and then he had to like retract it. Like he does say these things like off the cuff that like cause a lot of problems.
He's always said bad things.
Yeah.
But now that he's getting like larger, now with this deal with Spotify, like I feel like he's just becoming richer and richer too. That's the issue.
Well,
like I said, he wants Hollywood lifestyle paying Texas taxes, and like I said, I'll just say, Biden loses popular vote, wins electoral college. Go to sleep with that in your mind. I hope I'm wrong. Have a good night, you guys.
All right, peace, homies. Let's do it again. Thanks for coming out. Au revoir. Au revoir.
All right, see you, man.
Peace.